there, fam. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Scarlet and I are here to talk about the latest episode of Severance, which was a complete and total mind f. I'm hearing rumblings that maybe we should avoid saying that word again. I'm seeing big YouTubers are avoiding it, so I'm going to follow their lead. So I'm going to try to clean up my language.
Oh,
Try being the operative word. So it sucks.
just when we were talking about the R word and the SA word, I didn't think that there were other words.
Yeah, apparently. I've been watching some really big streamers lately covering Kendrick Lamar related stuff, and
Oh,
like they're like this one guy. You know, he had like I was watching his live earlier, and he had over 4,000 people watching at once as he
wow.
was. Yeah, he was reacting to the Kendrick Lamar halftime show, and he played the thing in full 3 times. And amazingly, they didn't take down his video. He kept saying, "Why aren't they taking it down?" He kept saying, "They're going to take it down. Just be prepared. If it goes down, it's because I'm playing this video."
Yeah.
And he played the thing 4 times, and went over it and enjoyed it. But he did try to clean up his language because he said apparently they need to do that. So yeah, I don't know.
That's pretty amazing because I think the NFL has like one of the biggest like copyright protections.
I know, right? Like
Yeah.
I was shocked that he was able to do that. He was on for like it was over an hour and a half, and he played the halftime show 3 times straight, dissecting the whole thing, and it was amazing. Over 4,000 people in the chat, and they didn't take it down. Now it might be taken down. I'm sure the replay is probably gone, but yeah, that was cool. I was glad I was able to catch it live. It's the first time I ever caught him live. It's Jay Black is his account. He's really good. He's a great reactor to hip hop music, and I just enjoy his content. First time I ever caught it live, and it's a good thing because I'm sure that shit's gonna be gone. Oh, there I go swearing.
Oh my God. You gotta rein it in, Julie.
It's hard. I'm
Rein it
used to
in.
I'm used to talking this way. It's hard. I wish YouTube would just publish some freaking guidelines so we would know what we should do and not do, but there are no written guidelines anywhere. I mean, they have
Yeah.
certain ones, but there are a lot of unwritten rules and code
hmm
words, things you're not supposed to say. So yeah, it's just annoying. Um, but these other guys, they did a reaction video shortly after the thing happened last night, and their video got pulled almost immediately, so hardly
Yeah.
anyone even got to see it. So that sucked for them. And then they did another one where they were just talking. They didn't even want to show a clip. So
hmm
I don't know. This guy just got amazing luck, Jay Black. he I don't know what happened. The NFL the bots weren't paying attention at that moment, because I know it's bots that tend to take things down. It's not people. But anyway, we're not here to talk about Kendrick Lamar, even though I can't help it. It's still it's in my head. I'm such a huge fan, and he freaking killed it. That was amazing. What an amazing halftime show. I don't want to hear it from people who say this was the worst halftime show ever. That is nonsense. That's bullshit. That is not true at all. It might not be your cup of tea. Maybe you don't like hip hop or rap, but if you do like that, then no, that was amazing. He knocked that out of the park. It was phenomenal. Anyway, we're here to talk about Severance, and John answers, yeah, you called it right. It was Helena. It was Helena all along. I'm so glad we got the reveal. It is about damn time. Um, about damn time. I know it's only been a few weeks of this, but if this went on for the whole season, I was just gonna lose my mind. Because this is all we'd be talking about, and there's
hmm
so many other things to discuss. Like I just wanted this to be.
Or or every time that what I affectionately called for a week, Helena, every time she's on, we have to do both sides in order to, present all the, all the perspectives.
Yeah, yeah.
And then it takes like 15 minutes a scene.
Yeah, that's the thing. Every single time she was on screen on the inside, we had to dissect it. Like, okay, because
hmm
we could see clues for both sides. So it was just,
hmm
it was so time consuming that it took us like 6 hours to get through the breakdown last week. So thankfully,
I think it'll be better for people who watch it, like maybe catch up on Severance and then want to watch your video because then they'll have both of those sides that they can see instead of just one. If we were just like, oh, it was Helena all the time and we went down that trail.
yes, it made it very complicated and difficult for me, I gotta say, because I'm behind on my Severance
Yeah.
scripted videos.
Yeah.
So I didn't know what to do. And in my episode 2 part 2 breakdown, I put spoilers in there because I was mentioning that it's Helena, and I realized I shouldn't have done that. So for my third video, I said, okay, I'm, I didn't discuss much about her until the end, and I said, okay, there's going to be a spoiler alert at the end. I will discuss revelations from episode 4. If you haven't seen it yet, then watch this later. And then I said, okay, like let's cut the crap. We know this is Helena now, and it was just dicey for me making the video late like that. But but I wasn't going to just skip it. Episode 3 was crazy with the goat field and everything. Of course, I had to do a deep dive on that.
Yeah.
A lot of other things to talk about. So anyway, I think I executed it well. And like, what else was I going to say? Like, I'm going to keep calling her Helly in the video, even though I know it's Helena.
I like Helena. I wanted to make that sing, but then I didn't get a chance.
Yeah. If I didn't know who it was when I made that video, I would have said, okay, well, she seems like Helly in this scene. She seems like Helena. And but that wouldn't make any sense to do that now. So anyway, I think I found a good way around it. For people who might watch the video later, you never know. Sometimes people find content later. Like, I find a show late and I start watching people's episode breakdowns. I wouldn't want to be spoiled about future episodes as I'm watching. So yeah. Anyway,
but I was always waiting to see if it wasn't the other way around. Because then all the people that have been like the Helena stuff, then other videos have been really weird because it would have been like I knew all the time and then it was wrong.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That would have been funny. Because it was so lopsided. All of our polls were like 78 to 80% in favor of Helena. It would have been funny if they were wrong.
Yeah.
But we were on the fence. I was on the fence. I kept going back and forth like a ping pong match.
I was hoping for more twists.
It would have been nice if it wasn't so obvious. But
it wasn't.
I mean, it wasn't. It was.
If you watch the featurettes, it wasn't.
Oh yeah. If you watch the featurettes, no one would have ever guessed this was Helena, according to Adam Scott. Like, dude, go on the internet sometime and look around. Like, seriously, keep up here. Try to keep up. You're not in touch with what the fans are saying. You need to watch some live streams. Check out ours. But I'm glad it's settled. Good morning, Dieter. It's so nice to see you. Thank you so much for being here, as always. I appreciate everything you do. Thank you. Poll. So yeah, we should do more polls. They're fun. No more Helly versus Helena. That's settled, thank God. Was this episode a trap for Irving? For me, it seems so. With the story that Milchick gave about drowning in the waterfall, Irving did that. I mean, he didn't. The waterfall was drowning out his brother's screams. So it wasn't literally drowning. Like, the guy was Dieter Eagan was dying a horrific death. Sorry, Dieter. And after I went back and really listened to it, man, that was crazy hearing Dieter and these horrible, horrific stories. It was crazy.
Now's the time on Sprockets when we dance. I know you don't watch Saturday Night Live, but all I think of is now it's time on Sprockets when we dance and touch my monkey. I'll show you eventually. I'll show you.
Yeah. I mean, it went from a hilarious, bizarre, hilarious story to then a gruesome one. So it ran that whole gamut for Dieter. So yeah, this was.
And then Kier was like, do when his brother was dying. I'm gonna go over this waterfall and hear it, and hopefully I'll drown at the screams.
Oh yeah. This was batshit crazy. Absolutely batshit crazy. So yeah, this will never not be hilarious, Dieter. So yeah, just be prepared for a lot of jokes. Sorry, Dieter, because it's
we'll be here all night.
The carrot. I mean, the carrot stuff. Yeah.
For the carrot.
He spilt his lineage on the soil. Oh my god. Yeah, he jerked off, so he turned into a tree. Oh, it was just too good. Too good. Oh my god. Of all the names they could have picked in the world, of all things. I mean, that's not exactly a common name in the US where this show is made. So yeah, that was pretty funny. Anyway, he was suggesting a poll idea. Um, I don't know if it was, I mean, this episode was very Irving centric. I noticed that it
Mhm.
bookended. The very first shot of the episode
Yeah.
was Irving looking into the camera, and the very last shot of the episode was Irving looking into the camera. So I don't know if it was a trap. I don't know, like if it was actually a trap, but I don't know. I don't know. We can talk more about it. We can talk more about it. Hey, with Alice, nice to see you. Hey, Samuel, nice to see you. Hey, Matt. Hello, friends. Hope you all are well today. I hope you're well, Matt. Thanks for coming. Let's see. Yesterday I saw a clip from Moon Knight. Reminds me of Severance. Two people in one and switching between each other. Only the other one never knows how he got there, like in a fight. Oh wow. I've never heard of Moon Knight. Okay, sounds like something I would like.
Yeah, the guys that made the Endless, which I always want you to see, did an episode of Moon Knight.
Oh, okay,
And
interesting.
I want to see it. I've read the comic book. It's based on a comic book,
Okay,
like
okay.
most things nowadays.
Yeah, there's a
But a
lot of
good,
that.
really good comic book.
Okay. Yeah, I see it's something recent, 2022. I'm out of touch with a lot of these recent things.
Yeah.
Okay. Heel Fletcher. Why are you Heel Fletcher now? Hey, nice to see you. What's with the name change? Maybe you're out of from mode right now, so no more Cromonocle, but why heel? I'm curious to know. Um, let's see. Yeah, Dieter wanted to know what's with the heel too. Hey, Golden Child, just got here. What happened? Um, I don't know. Maybe this was when we were talking about the other live I was watching. I don't
Maybe
know.
the swearing.
Yeah, with the swearing. Yeah, I got on that tangent because he was trying to clean up his language because of the
Yeah.
YouTube lords.
Mhm.
um, uh, Matt, yeah, my mouth is, I never effing swear my mouth is totally clean. That shit doesn't impress me. Clean up your ass. Yeah. Is Drake still alive? Hey, Drake. Oh my god, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. That was like my favorite moment of the whole. I don't know if it was my favorite moment because there was an incredibly like powerful moment that would probably be my favorite, but as far as the funniest, it was when he literally like his head whipped around and looked into the camera with this evil grin and says, "Hey Drake." Oh my god. Oh my god. Hey Drake. I hear you like him young. Jesus. I mean, he was just merciless. Absolutely merciless. That I don't know, wherever Drake is, I don't know how he's gonna recover from this. I really don't. Anyway, back to Severance. Um, in Australia, you don't if you don't swear, people think it's rude. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I know every word to that song, not like us. Like I could literally like sit here and rap the whole thing, but I won't. It'll get taken down for copyright, and I would sound like a complete idiot because I'm too white to be doing that. But I can do it. I just have to skip
We'll wait
over the
till
words.
about the 5th or 6th hour for that to go on.
Yes, I would just have to skip over the words white people are not allowed to say, of course. But I can rap every other word. It's and honestly, it's not a hard song to rap. It's not exactly like it doesn't take that much like breath control. I've taught myself how to do it, and it's fun. Anyway, um, most of his stuff takes a lot more breath control than that, and I don't know how he does it. I could never do it.
Mm.
It's real rap. It's not mumble crap that you can barely hear. Anyway, pretty good halftime show, and I usually don't care for them. This one is memorable. No, yeah, good. Not positive feedback. It's not everybody's thing to be like super into it. It was very much for the hip hop culture. It was for the culture, and I mean, I'm not that I'm new to that whole thing. I'm I'm not like the biggest hip hop lover. I'm just now kind of getting initiated into it and being less of a casual fan, getting more serious about it. So But I loved it. Yeah, anyway. Let's see. Yeah, Eagles. Congratulations, Eagles. How about that? I thought it was going to be the Chiefs again. I feel like it's deja vu every year. I was like, when I don't follow sports, and I was just like, when I heard the Chiefs were in it again, I just thought, wait, didn't that just happen? And then the year before too? Like, what the hell? Every year now? It's nice to see another team win for a change. I have no horse in this race. I really don't care, but it's nice to see another team win for a change. Listen up, Dieter, you fetid muppet. Don't take that effing tone with me. You, I don't know if I can say that one. If that's a fun word too, though. Hey, Ed Hernandez, enjoying the discussion. I'm consuming copious amounts of luxury meats. Hey, yes,
Also, giant marshmallows with Kira on them. Praise Kira.
yes, praise Kier. Oh, yes. Yeah, welcome, Ed. Nice to see you. Hey, it's Michael. Hey. Nice to see you. Perfect timing. Oh, glad you could be here. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Aussie alphabet, effing A, effing P, effing C. So the Aussies like to swear, huh? I didn't know this. That's great. If you don't swear, people think it's rude, says Matt. So that's cool. Well, that makes Aussies even cooler than I already thought you guys are. I love Aussie accents. I don't know. There's just something about it. I like it. Okay, let's see.
I want to know if they actually ate luxury meats or they were just some kind of Kier product, Lumen meats.
I know. Honestly, can we trust anything at all that they say? Irving was right in this episode because Irving was at a point where he doesn't believe anything at all or to have even an ounce of trust. He was like, we don't know anything about where we are, what's going on. We can't trust anything. That's why he wanted to eat that dead seal because he was like, he didn't trust that they weren't going to just leave them out there to just fend for themselves with no food. So, but he was right to be cynical. Anyway. Hey Doc, nice to see you, my friend. Thank you for coming and thanks for popping in. See you later. We will be here. Trying not to do a marathon this time though. We're gonna be, trying to, get through it quicker. And I think without the Helly versus Helena debate, it will help. Yes, Mark Eagan.
We're gonna save hours of time.
Yeah,
just on that.
I looked back at the replay last week, and it was like goddamn Helena debate. It was that goddamn Helena debate. That's what took up the whole live.
I'm swearing.
Oh, I'm swearing again. I can't help it. I can't help it. I can't help it. I swear like a sailor these days. Life kicks you around enough and you start swearing like a sailor. It's just what happens. This is the world we live in too. But I looked at the replay and every single time there was an any Helly scene, it was like 30 to 45 minutes of us talking. Like,
yep.
Seriously. So, and yes, Mark Eagan, you can take your victory lap. You could all take your victory lap. You were sure it was Helena. I didn't know one way or the other. So I wasn't right or wrong. I just didn't know. I was back and forth. But you were right. So congratulations. Let's just get that out of the way.
We don't have any prizes. Sorry.
All of you guys who knew, that includes
no prizes, except for your own confidence and back pats.
Yes. That includes Matt Gilbert, Mark Eagan, and all the other 78 to 80% of you guys who knew it was Helena and we were on the fence. So congratulations. And yes, please hit the like button, fam. I would truly appreciate it. It would help people find the stream. It helps with the algorithm. I appreciate it. Mark, it's not that it was obvious, but like what I mean by obvious is that like mole theories, moles are such a common trope in TV. So for her to be a mole, that if you look at it from an objective perspective, it's kind of obvious in that it's a trope. But in the show itself, it was ambiguous. I know that I'm kind of contradicting myself, but as a trope, it's obvious. But if you look at the show, I truly did see evidence for both sides. It was ambiguous. Now, it wasn't as ambiguous as they thought it was, but it was ambiguous at times. John answers says, how about a poll? Was it simulated or were they actually outside? Good idea. I will start a poll. I like that idea. start a poll. I'm going to blow through these comments real quick, and we will get into the breakdown.
That's what I thought it was going to be when people were saying this will change your view of Severance forever. I thought it was going to be like the Matrix and just one big simulation. So I'm glad it's not.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
I mean, it didn't help like 10 minutes before I watched it. I got some kind of blurb from another video essayist that was like, is Irving gone forever? So the whole time I'm watching it, I'm like, is Irving going to get eaten by a bear? Is he going to drown himself? Are both of them going to die? Like both Innie and Outie Irving? So like while I was watching, I had all these other things coming up from something I saw 10 seconds before I saw it.
Yeah.
Spoilers, literally video essays that put things out as you guys are finishing up the featurette.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, that sucks that happened. That you got spoiled like that.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't really care about the Helena stuff. We pretty much just knew that, but I mean, the Irving stuff, I didn't know.
Yeah. Yeah, that sucks. Like people should be more careful about how they word things like that.
Or just put a recap. Just put a recap on episode 4 and not put a tagline that spoils it for people that don't get to watch it at 9 p.m.
Yeah. Were they really outside, not in a simulation? Does that sound clear enough?
Yeah, but how did he drown Helena if it's the water real?
Seemed
real?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I think it has to be real, but we'll see what the chat says.
Yeah.
And I already have an idea for another one, maybe about Irving after.
Okay.
But we'll do that first, because like I know that's a like there's also there's a theory that all of it is a simulation too.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I hope.
See, I thought that was what the big reveal was. The whole when people say it's going to change your view of this forever, it's usually something that ends up upsetting me and basically, making me not like the show anymore.
Yeah, this doesn't change my view of Severance forever. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
It didn't really change my view of Severance forever.
I don't know why people were saying that. Yes, this was a weird episode, but I mean, like, it doesn't change the game. It's not a game changer. It's not. Irving is gone, or any Irving is gone, but it's not a game changer other than that. The whole thing is, I mean, yeah, okay, we already knew they could be woken up on the outside. Big deal, like.
Yeah. And it's kind of like a Marvel death anyway, so.
Yeah.
Well, it's the characters that is. That's why I thought, oh no, is he going to drown himself or something where both the Innie and Outie die? And then that would be a big deal for me, at least.
Oh God, yeah. That would be a huge deal. I'm glad that didn't happen. I really like,
because then the only way they might be able to, resurrect somebody is taking out that chip and then working on that chip. But it'd be more on the line. It'd be more of a gambit.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. Hey, Gabrielle. Yep, it was Helena all along.
It's like Agatha all along.
Yep.
Helena all along.
Thank you, Fletch. I appreciate it. And yeah, if people aren't subscribed, please subscribe. I would truly appreciate it. We do these lives every Monday night. Shooting for around 10 p.m., 10:15 p.m., but we were running late again.
Yeah.
That's Eastern time. And I'm almost caught up on my videos. I released earlier tonight. If you haven't seen it, if you haven't noticed it yet, because it was only a few hours ago, I did finally put out a deep dive into episode 3. So I'd appreciate it if you could give it a view. Even if you just watch 30 seconds of it, it counts as a view. If you don't have time and you're over episode 3 and you don't really care, that's fine. I mean, it's not a recap. It's a deep dive. I don't do recaps. It's it doesn't go in chronological order. It's a deep dive. It's analyzing what happened, theorizing, making connections between things. So hopefully it's still worth a watch, even though it's late. And I managed to get it to only 30 minutes, not 40 something minutes. For me, that's progress. So yeah, if you could give that a view, I'd appreciate it. It's the latest video on my channel. I forgot to put the link to it in the description of this, but I'll add it later. That's the deep dive for episode 3. Episode 4 deep dive, I'll have that out before episode 5 comes out, and I will finally be caught up. So thank you for your patience with that. I appreciate the people who are still watching them, even though they're late. Finally going to catch up. I just didn't expect to have so much to say about this show. It's so complex to talk about. Anyway, I agree, Matt. I am vehemently opposed to any simulation hypotheses for this show. I don't mind Sims. I really don't, but not for this show, and not for From either, for that matter. Can't stop thinking about Dieter spilling his lineage.
Yeah, I know,
right.
it's sexy.
Yeah.
Drippy.
Yeah. Yeah. This episode is going to be confusing. Yes. I typed up the quotes of all the bizarre all the bizarre creepy shit in the stories, so I have the quotes. So yeah, we can go over that. It'll be fun to actually read it. Matt says, I say everything we see is real unless it is a dream sequence. No simulations, no clones, probably no robots. I agree. I don't think we're dealing with any clones or robots either, even though
that tease.
Yeah. No,
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Robot tease.
Yeah. Now, Miss Casey, she acted very much like a robot, but I believe she's real. Like, she's legit. She's in the flesh, just with brain damage, and her brain is altered by that chip. So, did you hear about Netflix asking writers to dumb down shows and using other tactics to appeal to more people? I hate that shit. Samuel, no, that sucks.
Yeah, there was a case of Justine Bateman. I don't know if you know who she is. She's sister of Justin Bateman. They're a whole acting family. She was like on Family Ties and stuff.
Yep.
And she was doing a project, and they told her to dumb down her project because people are on their cell phones now, so they need something to watch while they're on their cell phones because they can't devote 100% of their mind to one thing.
No.
So we have to write in a way somebody can follow it, even if they're on their cell phone too.
No, you got to be kidding me. This kind of shit has already like had a negative effect on music. We have we've got stupid music now. It's not just pop either. Like hip hop, a lot of stuff has started to become tailored to be like a catchy little TikTok thing. And
yeah.
So it's some simplistic, stupid shit that works well in a TikTok video. So you can do a little TikTok dance to it. And now we're going to have this ruining TV too. Come on. That's bullshit.
Release on Netflix.
We've been going in the other direction. It's been refreshing.
Yes, it has.
We've talked about this just recently, how TV has actually been elevated to a much higher level of that. I mean, I should say actually it's got a much deeper.
Yeah.
I'm mixing metaphors. It's gotten much more depth. It's elevated to a higher level of intelligence, and it's got more depth. It's not like old time network TV, where it was more commercial and more cookie cutter. It's been more artistic, and you have shows like From that have theatrical like monologues. You would never see that on network TV in the past. You never see someone delivering this monologue like they're on a stage somewhere. And the subject matter, I mean, we've got such deep, challenging shows. That's why I started this channel, to cover shows like that. You'll never see me covering something shallow. I mean, I hate that idea that we're going to start going back the other way. So I hope other streaming services don't pull that shit too. That would suck. Because we've got Severance, we've got From, we've got Silo. We have so many deep, complex shows that really make you think. Dark and 1899 before it got canceled. Archive 81, things like that. So yeah, sorry for the tangent. Let's get back to Severance so we can get into the breakdown. But that sucks, Samuel. I think they're all Lumen still, so it's not real outside world. Biggest waterfall in the world. Well, that could be just a lie, and it is. So to me, it's some sort of simulation level or a mind control state. It did feel surreal, 100%. If it wasn't for that drowning thing with Helena and shutting off the Glasgow chip, I would I would have said probably simulation for the outdoor part, but I don't know in this case.
Or that bird. There's a bird behind Helena in the scene, like a real bird.
Oh, there is.
Yeah, people are pointing it out. I think that's cute.
Oh, okay. Sorry you can't stay today, Dieter. Well, I appreciate what you are able to do, so thank you. John Answer says, I think Dieter was made up so Kira didn't have to feel any remorse for his actions, just like Audis use innies to escape their problems. I think it's possible that Dieter was a metaphor. Yeah. We'll get into that. I think people are used to seeing such stylized shows and have gotten used to shows with simulation at the core that they've forgotten how to deal with metaphor and style. That's true, Matt. That's true. And Dieter's lineage got into the roots that made the symbol and the
Ew.
My lineage guides people to the lighthouse or the wall. Nice, Dieter.
That's ain't cooey.
That's fantastic. Severance crossover again. Okay, I think Dieter was real. He fathered an alternative lineage and illegitimate Eagan lineage, and Kira disowned him and his children. Yeah, that's possible. And I don't know if it was you, Matt, who said maybe Rickon is part of that lineage. That would be interesting.
That's a little like Cain and Abel.
Yes. Reminds me a lot of Cain and Abel,
Yeah.
which fits with the biblical themes in the show. Yes, I noticed there were no opening credits, only on the second viewing, as a matter of fact. I didn't notice.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there were no opening credits.
I thought they were trying to make it like a Russian movie and very deep and, very quiet. So there was a very quiet Severance that came up instead of the sequence.
It was so subtle that I didn't even notice that word Severance on the screen until I watched it again by myself outside of the watch parties. So it was my third watch that I saw. Yeah, I was just so distracted by how weird everything was, I guess. So we may have two main Eagan lines, or more of our characters might be descendants of Dieter. That's a good possibility. Dieter, I'm like a dog that hears his name now. It's all over the place. Yeah. Now you're gonna know how I feel all the time.
Oh, From.
When Julie's brought up on From. It's very confusing. Yes. John Answer says it could go either way. We don't have enough information, but Helena laughing at the whole thing makes me lean that way. Yeah, I don't know. I just felt like that was her pretending to be Helly, because Helly would be irreverent, but I don't know. Matt said I take the book 4 story as metaphorical, like Bible stories in our world. Yeah, like kind of like parables.
Or I would take something from Jazzy from Cyber Queen Media and say corporate mythology.
Yeah. Corporate mythology. Gabrielle said excellent Super Bowl coverage. Thank you. I should just do a separate live about
That's
that.
what we're here for.
Yeah. Dieter said I should be covering Kendrick Lamar, and I was like, I can't. I'm not qualified to do that yet. I'm still educating myself. I was a casual fan, and now I'm diving really deep. But I'm way too new to it all. I would sound like an idiot if I talked too much about it. So maybe someday, but not yet. But yeah, I could go on and on. I should just do a separate. I could totally do a separate live just on the halftime show. I bet Drake would want that severed chip after last night's live globally broadcasted murder, right, Fletch? Damn, the biggest stage in the world, the most watched thing in the entire world. Can you even imagine how that feels to be Drake right now? Wow. Yeah. Sorry if there are any Drake fans. No hate. It's just Kendrick won. I mean, somebody's got to win these rap battles, and he won. And if if the allegations against Drake are true, then he deserves this. Someone needs to investigate. Anyway, have you guys read or listened to the free 39 pages of the UUR? Actually, no.
You know what?
What?
You know what? We should do that as a part of a live.
That's a good idea. Yeah, we should do that if that's allowed. If it wouldn't like be a copyright infringement, I guess not? I
Well,
want
we wouldn't have to read it verbatim, but like just read, little parts of it, or like at least have us both listen to the audiobook, because I think the audiobook was probably a blast.
Oh God, yeah, I've got to check that out.
But I mean, more analyzing it, like analyzing what it's about.
Oh, definitely.
Applying it to Severance.
Yeah, I want to do that.
Yeah.
Do that.
Kind of
Yeah,
like the Lexington letter. Let's have it be this instead.
absolutely. I only wish it were longer. This UUR thing. I'd like a whole book. I think it would be hilarious. Yeah, Fletch. K. Dot is the GOAT after Tupac. I would have to agree. 100%. Some interesting lines in there. They cannot crucify you if your hand is in a fist.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow, that's interesting. That's not wow. That's nothing like what that's nothing like Jesus. Jesus would say, "Turn the other cheek." That's very
or
antithetical to Christianity. I'll tell you that.
Or I bring up historically people were crucified through the wrist and not the hand, but I get what they're saying.
Okay. Wait a minute. Hey, it's Michael said, better yet, have you all read that other Severance book? Yes.
Yes.
The Lexington letter. Yep. Very enlightening. Highly recommend everyone read it if you haven't.
That's in our analyzation of the final of season 1, right? If people want to check it.
What? What did you say?
People can find it in our finale of Severance, season 1. That's like our extra Ephemia, I guess, part.
Yeah. No, we covered it. We talked about it in the last live we did before season 2.
Sorry.
Yeah. That's okay. Matt says, Dieter, let's cure guide his hand, if you know what I mean.
Ew.
That's great. John says the Montauk Project references were most interesting, and I noticed many YouTubers missed it. Yeah, I didn't know what that meant either, so like I need to actually look into that myself.
It has a Stranger Things connection. It has a Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind connection. It has a lot of connections.
Oh, okay. Actually, I've never seen that. I need to put that on my list, by the way. I need to see that. The first clone looked like Smiley, Muncher Luncher. Which clone?
Yes, my question.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean. Don't know what you mean. Definitely Irving's best episode. I mean, I don't know if it was Irving at his best as a person, because he was, he went to some dark places in this episode, but it was like his best performance as an actor. He was incredible.
Yeah, it kind of escalated quickly, which makes me wonder, when exactly is this episode taking place? I feel like there's something before this episode.
Right. Because he just went from 0 to 100 real fast.
Mm-hmm. And plus, Mark, Mark was looking for his wife, and then he got reintegrated maybe in a basement, and now he's not really looking for his wife. It's kind of confusing. It seems to be like a gap in time.
Yes. Wow, Matt, this is a great insight, and I agree. I think love is correlated with blindness in this show. Irving had lost his love. He was no longer blinded. Mark was unable to notice it wasn't Helena because of his love for Helly. Yeah. Irving, he could see everything. Like he had no trust in anything at all. Like, and Mark was completely blind. Yeah.
Well, and before he was blinded by his love of Kier and, reading the philosophies, those handbooks and everything.
Right.
So he had love for the corporation first.
That's true. And it's crazy to think how pious he used to be, and what a 180 he's done. Yeah. Hey, with Alice, welcome. Hey, Amy, nice to see you. Good evening. Helena wasn't a mole as such. The only reason she was down there was because they promised Mark his team, but they couldn't send Helly R down. She was an imposter, not a spy. I mean, Irving called her a mole, though. He said she's an effing mole. I mean, we don't really know why she was there, if she was there to spy or not. We actually haven't been told that. We don't know if I would say she was a spy, though. Glasgow, the the name of the mode that she was in, that her chip was in, was Glasgow, and that sounds, I don't know, that sounds like something spy related. Glasgow. Why does that, what does that sound like? Why did they call it that?
All I thought it was Glasgow necktie, but that's not it at all. Or is it?
Glasgow. Yeah, why is it called Glasgow? That might give us some insight, but yeah, I mean, I figured she had personal motivation to want to go in there and see what it felt like to be loved and appreciated, but they knew what she was doing. They shut it down. So, I mean, why else would she be there other than to spy on them?
So do you think it's just too dangerous of them to send Helena down when she knows what she knows now?
That's a good question. I mean,
because she hasn't been mother at all.
I don't think it's dangerous. She all she knows is that she's an Eagan. I mean, what can she really tell them that would be that big of a deal? Like, she knows she's an Eagan and they're doing a publicity stunt, and that's it. I don't think it's dangerous to send LER back down. I think they can do it, and they're gonna have to now. No marshmallows. They're only for team players.
I honestly thought if they left Dylan alone, he might try to fish out one of those marshmallows out of the fire.
Oh, yeah. Dylan was obviously the most upset over that. Welcome, Vanessa. Golden Child thinks it's an outside Lumen created environment. Okay, so still kind of artificial. The TV didn't show up out of nowhere, though. It was already in place when the innies arrived. Yeah, and it wasn't plugged into anything. It's another thing that made no sense. I think the twins were animatronics, and I think that's why the new transfer employee mentioned her branch having animatronics in the first episode to set us up for the possibility. Now that makes sense. Yeah, because that didn't make any sense. They weren't even wearing coats. They seemed like robots. So yeah, I think you're right. Hey, it's Michael. Let's see. Hey, Ryo. Nice to see you. I'm going to try to skip through these quickly so we can get started here. I lean towards it being simulated because Petey's map had a team building room in Lumen. Okay, John. Let's see what's winning. It looks like no is winning right now. Not a simulation is winning right now. It is 44% yes, it's a simulation. No, wait, no, I'm wrong. Sorry. Were they really outside? 41% said yes, they were really outside. Oh, now it went up to 47%. And 53% said no, they were not really outside. So it's almost, right now it's 45-55. It keeps kind of going back and forth between the two. So it's almost a split. Anyway, I'll just leave that up for a bit. Okay, they're not outside, I think. How do you explain? Yeah, the TV. The TV wasn't even plugged into anything. That was weird, Fletch. I agree. And I don't know, did it disappear? I didn't notice that if it disappeared. Yeah, that was glitchy too with the weird, like, maybe they were animatronics or maybe it was a sim, but yeah, that was weird with those doubles. Matt says, yes, it's real, Scarlet, but the idea with the simulation is the mind makes it real. Like the Matrix, you can drown in the Matrix. I don't believe any of the simulation stuff is true. It's all real. Okay, so it could still be a simulation that they're outside then, because she could have still drowned, I guess. I didn't know I've only seen the first Matrix. I didn't know if you can drown in the Matrix. I've never seen the other movies.
I can't remember. But I like your blue rose, Matt. It's cool. It's a David Lynch reference. It's nice. It's my mother's sister's girl.
the rap reviews, Julie Kendrick deep dives. Yeah, maybe not yet. I'm not qualified yet. But maybe someday. I mean, it could be a simulation, but I think what we saw were stylized filming decisions, not necessarily correlated to narrative content. Those images of the doubles looked projected to me. Yeah, there's something really weird about that. If it's a Lumen-created environment, they could have wireless technology and old electronics. Also, they could have technology popping out from underground.
That's what I thought too. It like pops up from underground to the cliff.
Yeah, maybe. I guess.
Then goes back into the cliff.
Yes, yeah, they could have wireless tech in an old TV, I guess.
In a hollow mountain.
Yeah, that would be crazy. Also, if you notice the scene, the sun sets super fast, and how do you have a television working on top of a mountain? Exactly, John. Yeah. And they didn't see their breaths or Irv freezing to death outside. Yeah, I mean, that's
I did
weird.
see breaths on my television on occasion.
Yeah.
I had to stick pins in any balloons.
Oh, okay. Vanessa said, I think Irving has had the reintegration process. Well, if he did, then he'll have all his memories, so that would be nice. That any Irving wouldn't be dead then. That would be great. And he could still have it done too. So I'm hoping that happens. So even though they looked fake, it's because they were projected onto the environment like holograms. I think we are meant to accept certain details about this world on the face of it, says Matt. Okay. Okay. Fletch says, honest question, why did everyone all of a sudden start hating the simulation plot on every show? It's wild. Everyone hates simulation. I wonder why. Maybe because we live inside one. I'm kind of with you on that, Fletch. I don't hate simulation stuff. In fact, I loved 1899, and it involved a simulation, and people hated that in some cases. I loved it. I just don't want it to be the case in certain shows. I don't want them to be like with From. There have been too many seasons now. We're too invested in the real story to find out that it would be fake. So I wouldn't like it in that case. If they reveal it early, like they did in 1899, then fine. Simulations are cool. I like simulations. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get all the simulation hate either. Hey, faith and repentance. What do you call taking your soul from one body and putting it in another? Reincarnation? Soul rebirth, like Amy said. Matt says it's because we have had decades of shows with Sims. I mean, we have, yeah. And clones and robots, we default to thinking it's all a simulation. Sometimes style is a decision. The show is stylistic and anachronistic. It has been done a lot. That stuff has been done a lot. I will say that. If they were outside, how did the TV work or the instrument that Ms. Wong plays that needs to be plugged up? Yeah, it could be batteries. True, Matt. Fletch says, question, do you all believe this Dieter Eagan tale to be true or another made-up tale by Lumen to have them controlled? I think it's made up. I think it's an old fable. I don't believe it. Yeah, I don't believe it personally. Amy says, why I think them being in a simulation in that cold place is that they are seeing mimics of themselves and there's computers in shots where there's ice. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty surreal. I'm going to skim through these real quick so we can get into the breakdown now, guys. Sorry for the long wait. Yes, Fletch, I'm sad about 1899 too. Always will be. Matt believes that it's metaphorically true. Dieter fathered an illegitimate child, thus establishing an alternate Eagan lineage. Kier disowned him and his children. I could totally see that. Yep. Samuel thinks it's the real world, but the snow is artificial or near a ski resort. John says Irv should have froze to death, or maybe it's suspension of disbelief there. That's true. It's true. And Amy thinks the same. Okay. Yeah, Matt says my money's on Rickon. If anyone is a descendant of Dieter, it would make sense for it to be him. I agree with Alice. What about Helly's potential surprise pregnancy? Will she understand what's happening to her body if she actually is? We could have already had that foreshadowed in season 1 when Innie discovered she was pregnant and sued the company. So I really hope we don't go there. I don't want another pregnancy storyline.
I know how you love them.
Yeah, you know how much I love them.
Yeah.
I hope not. It's just so predictable. I hope not.
Women be fertile.
Yeah. Golden Child said they purposely said about do you all think it's freezing? The innies may think 50 degrees is cold. It looked pretty damn frigid out there.
Yeah,
The ice,
that's kind of one of my complaints of the episode, especially a person like Dylan. When would they be touching trees or saying, "Wow, it's really cold in here," or experiencing that because it's the first time they haven't really experienced it?
right. They should have been a little more like shocked by it
In
all.
awe, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Um, Fletch says, "Do you think they have more than 2 mind splits? Any outie thruple or maybe a fourth? We all know this show goes around with fours a lot. 4 tempers of Kier, MDR refiners are 4. Well, that's an interesting thought. Maybe 4 mind splits. Interesting. Yeah, it could be Dieter wasn't real. Could be he was. Either way, I think that book 4 was metaphorically true about something. I agree, Matt. Um, Ed says maybe it's like Matrix movie. If you die in the Matrix, you die in real life. Yeah, it could be. Dieter can't say or show anything, or I have to ban myself. Okay. Oh yeah, definite Cain and Abel vibes, and yeah, I just actually put this in my video that I put out earlier today in my episode 3 deep dive. I discussed how Rickon's book is going to be basically like the New Testament. So you and I are on the same wavelength on this, Matt, because the original handbook, the employee handbook, it's very harsh, and Kier is kind of like the vengeful Old Testament God. Um, and and then like taming the tempers, he's standing there with the cat of nine tails and he's like the vengeful god. And now Rickon is going to be like, he's like a messiah figure to these employees. He's like, they revere him like an idol, like a messiah, and he's going to write this new version of the handbook, a kinder, gentler version. And it fits with the new painting of Kier pardons his betrayers, where the 4 of them were being pardoned instead of being executed by Kier with that sword. He was pardoning the MDR team after what they did. And then all these severance reforms, like it's a kinder, gentler environment. So it's like the New Testament. They were being that Kier pardons his betrayers thing. It was like Jesus, that theme of Jesus forgiving sins in the New Testament. And so that's what I think Rickon's handbook is going to represent. I discussed that in the deep dive video. If you guys haven't checked it out yet, it's the latest video on my channel. It's just one of multiple things. I covered the whole episode, but yeah, major Cain and Abel vibes. Muncher Luncher says, I'm pretty sure I heard one of the clones saying cooey under its breath while it was pointing. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Could this whole story be written by Rickon? We saw Natalie having a meeting with him. The story looked kind of stupid. Maybe it was him indeed. Oh, geez, I hope not. Okay. Teeter, oh my god, no carrot. Damn, I mean, now that I am famous, I get this. Not even good looking like Julie, but I get the carrot, not even an eggplant. Yeah, sorry, Dieter. That sucks. Matt says, yes, corporate mythology, the self-mythologizing of the bourgeoisie. Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Okay. Scrolling down. Oh geez, what? DJ Khaled? Oh my god. Yeah, there's some crazy stuff in the chat here. I won't even go into it because it'll be a tangent, but that's pretty funny. DJ Khaled, oh, he seemed so wholesome. Oh man, that sucks. Anyway, he was always annoying as hell. With his another one at the beginning of every stupid song that he did, that he produced. Oh my god, and there was some other thing he said at the beginning of every song. It was so annoying. I think it was he screamed his own name. That was it. DJ Khaled. Oh my god, shut up. So freaking annoying. Matt says Jesus could be pacifist or not, depends on the mood he was in. I come to bring a sword, another language I associate with rebellion, not necessarily violence, but aggressively rebellious. Okay, interesting. Alrighty. Almost there. Okay. It's always the true believers who become most radical after they lose their faith. I've known quite a few angry ex-Christians. Yeah, Matt, I've seen that too. Fletch says, I think Helly will try to unalive herself again to bring any Irving back to the squad, and that's how we get any Irving back by the end of the season. I would like to see him come back. Dieter said the creepy dream from Irving with whoa and the letters on the screen that spelled Eagan, so weird. I really loved the vibe of that. That was cool. Matt said, I just meant she wasn't collecting information for Lumen. She was there because they needed Mark to complete Cold Harbor, and to do that, he needed his team, but Lumen wouldn't give him Heliar. I just wonder why. Why not? I mean, she didn't find out anything that crazy. So she knows she's an Eagan. I mean, what's she going to do with that? I don't know. I don't see why they can't bring her back. Mark's Russian watch, German-Russian teacher. They wore Russian outfits this episode. When Mark goes to work, we see what appears to be a relief of Lenin on the wall, and his watch has a red star. Oh, that's interesting, John. Nice catch.
Maybe I'll show people my Russian outfit later.
No, yeah.
Julie
Yeah.
said she's seen it.
Scarlet has a Russian hat that looks exactly like theirs in the
Is this what I wear in the winter in Michigan because it's cold? Because it got to -9 and I walk outside.
Yep. Oh geez. Yeah. Yeah, you need that. Yeah. Dieter said in that video in the break room we saw Helly going underwater grabbing pineapples. Well, it happened without pineapple though. Yeah, nice foreshadowing. Let's see. John, I've been saying that Kier looks like Lennon since season 1, especially that side portrait. Matt, oh that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Glasgow could be related to the Glasgow coma scale. Okay. I take it to be a comment on how company towns and tech fusel platforms resemble the old Soviet Gosplan model of federal planning. I don't know what that is. Faith and Repentance says it seems like Helena was afraid of dying. Oh, definitely. Definitely. Oh, tech feudal. Okay. Tech feudal platforms. Gotcha.
Yeah.
If you zoom in, the feet of doubles or twins are glitching. That's AI. Oh, I'll have to take a look at that, Fletch. I didn't see that.
Yeah, I somebody said that Dylan was kind of floating too, but it's something I would have to really look at, you know.
Mm-hmm. Not AI, just a projected image, Matt said. Amy said, I think it was like virtual reality where they're in a real room, but it's simulated. Yeah, that could be. We had holograms long before we had AI. Lumen could have just turned them off for a second and moved the TV. This could explain the change in time too. Yeah, I think they can like freeze frame them. There's one of the functions is freeze frame. They can probably like freeze them at any time they want, Samuel. So that's possible. Okay. Hey, Quan Solar. If you don't think the shadow selves are clones, then what are they? They weren't outside. Nobody was freezing, in my opinion. Well, I don't think they're like. What do you mean the shadow selves? I just don't think there are any clones. I think those people we saw were fake. They didn't look identical to them either. If I don't know.
Are they supposed to represent the shadow selves though, like the Jungian kind of shadow self?
That's possible. Yeah.
I just thought they were the things that Gwendolyn Y was talking about in the first episode.
Right.
Because she made a real simple motion with her hands, and I thought, well, they're just making a simple motion with their arms.
Yeah. Yeah. That it could be something like that. They're just images, but you can freeze in a simulation. If you get killed in the Matrix, you die for real. Yeah, that's right. I remember that. I watched Matrix for the first time a couple months ago, believe it or not. I had never seen it. Suspension of disbelief. Thank you. Irv survived because he didn't die. If he had died, we would not have a show. These are writing decisions. It's not reality. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the fact that he didn't freeze to death. That's true. Okay. Hey, Jermaine, welcome. What people are missing, and I haven't heard talked about anywhere, is that that was Audi Irv in the dream Irv was having. He has his clothes on that he would have come to work in. He was wearing a suit. He was wearing a suit and not his regular clothes from the, this outdoor retreat. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it represented Audi Irv in the dream. It's possible. It's possible. I did notice that he was wearing a suit. So good catch there, Jermaine. Let's see. I think that Irv falling asleep was a hint, just letting us know that he's not really outside, says Quan. Okay. Samuel said 6 on the Glasgow scale is obeying commands. Severance workers could be in a coma-like state with just enough consciousness to work. Ooh. Okay. Good evening, Grow and Thrive. Nice to see you. All right. I'm going to skim down to the bottom here so we can get started on the breakdown. I'll just, highlight this. Jermaine says the severance chip cannot block subconscious. Audi Irv had been keeping himself awake purposely so that his innie would fall asleep or doze off. Oh, that's why the black paint was bleeding through. Yeah, he's been using sleep deprivation 100% to do something, like to try to get memories to bleed through to his innie self and get messages through. And he's gotten memories from his innie from doing this, like it's bleeding through more. So that's probably how he was able to just fall asleep outside in the freezing cold and, all this sleep deprivation that he does. That's interesting. Severance chip cannot block subconscious. So that's why when he dreams, he's able to see this black paint that's a memory from his Audi life. That's really interesting. I never thought of it that way, but that makes total sense. So in the dream, that was like his Audi, like making these connections. That's cool. I like that. I like that a lot. Anyway, okay. Hey KP, have you watched Severance yet? We're doing Severance tonight, but nice to see you. You should check out Severance if you haven't already. It's a great show. Also, why after a certain time in the break room could they hear things from their Audi life? Dylan, a child talking. Helly, a muffled. Oh, I forgot about this.
When they're in the break room.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dylan heard a child talking because he has a son.
Mm-hmm.
In his
A
real
baby,
life.
specifically.
Helly heard a muffled, angry male voice. Her father.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like some Audi stuff seeps through, probably because of all that psychological torture, that prolonged torture that they're going through. Yeah. Okay. Hey, David Agil, nice to see you. Helena's reaction to the 4th appendix was similar to Audi Mark's response to Rickon's book. Yeah, she thought it was hilarious. That's true. Okay. Faith says Milchick told the story of Eagan and Dieter saying through his life, Eagan always had his twin, and we've done the same for you. Something like that. I take it to mean that there are 2 of each characters. Yeah, I just took that to mean, yeah, I took that to mean like those weird doubles that they had. That they just did that. But maybe there's a deeper meaning to it. And well, I mean, there's also the theme of the duality of themselves. They are basically 2 people in one body. That was it. We the best music. That's what I was trying to remember. God, now I want to forget it again. I'll have that in my head. We the best music. And then he'd scream his own name. It's so stupid and corny. Anyway, let's get to the breakdown of the episode. So we're not on here for a crazy amount of time. I truly appreciate everybody showing up and participating in this lively discussion. Thank you so much. It's awesome. Thank you. Got 33 people. Truly appreciate it. If you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like and subscribe. That would help me out a lot. Trying to build up a presence in the Severance community, and there's a lot of people covering Severance. So thank you so much for watching. Welcome, K Brew. Nice to see you. Marshmallows and vodka. Yeah. Yeah. Those marshmallows going in the fire. This made me sad.
Me too.
Yeah, that was awful. That was awful. Jermaine also said the subconscious goes both ways. That's why I believe that this was Irv's outie in the dream. What will come from that, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I like that. That's really interesting. I like that a lot. Okay. All right, let's start breaking down the episode. So took wait, that's not the right one. I gotta get the right one. Doing episode 4, not episode 3. And I don't know why, but I take even more screenshots for Severance than I do for From. It's even
That's
worse.
impossible.
If you thought that was bad, I'm now taking like 1,000. I've got 1,000 pictures in here. I'm not kidding. 1,000. But of course, I'm not going to just stop on each one. I'm scrolling through, kind of like a flip book.
Yep.
Since we can't show clips safely without this getting taken down, well, look, I've got like 5 pictures of the same thing.
Yep.
So Irving, wait, I need to close some tabs. Hold on.
See, but I have a hat just like that.
What?
I have a hat just like his.
Oh, yeah. I'm closing some tabs, so it
now
runs
it's this
faster.
white lake, white frozen lake. See, okay, first off, I'm like, how did they convince? Did they just like put everybody on like lock and then move the outie who agreed to this to the middle of the lake and then turn the innie on? Because it's the middle of a frozen lake.
Yeah, it's very strange. Like, what exactly went into this? Are we gonna see any of the other side of this? Like, sometimes they show us the flip side after.
Yeah.
See it from the other perspective. I don't know. It's very strange. So I don't know. But anyway, okay, I just closed a bunch of tabs, so that should help speed things up. And maybe if I wait, let me know if it's lagging too much as I go through the pictures, but I think it should be good. So we open with a shot of Irving's face, and we close with a shot of his face, which I thought was artistic the way they did that, bookending it. Weirdest episode of Severance yet, and that's saying something. You think this show can't get any weirder, and then it's like challenge accepted. They get weirder. But honestly, this wasn't my favorite episode at all. It's not that I didn't. It's not that I disliked it. I liked it. I love this show, but they set the bar high with the first 3 episodes. They set the bar high, and so if we're ranking it, this would be my least favorite yet of the season. This would be number 4.
Me too.
It's still.
I'm glad I watched other videos too, so I wasn't alone because there were so many people who are like, "Oh, this is my favorite Severance episode ever of all time in both seasons,"
What?
and I'm like, "It's not to me." But then other people were like, "It's my least favorite one of the season." So.
Okay, so it's polarizing then. All right.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I could probably see it either way. It didn't grip me as much as other episodes did.
Yeah, I wasn't as big a fan of it. And for one thing, I really hated what happened to Irving, and
yeah,
I didn't like seeing him turn so dark that he actually was trying to drown Helena. I didn't like that side of Irving. I mean,
I feel like there's something missing. Like I'm missing something because last episode he was laughing with Felicia, and it seemed like maybe his personality had turned, and then Mark got reintegrated, but none of this was really addressed. And maybe he's not totally reintegrated, but I don't know because this is like a bottle episode.
It is like a bottle episode. It is, yeah, and I don't know. Mark
Kind of
only
weirdly placed. A weirdly placed bottle episode. Sorry.
It was weirdly placed because we ended with Mark starting his reintegration process at the end of episode 3, and that's a huge game-changing thing. And it was barely even addressed at all in this episode. All we had was a really brief glitch toward the end where he glitched and saw Gemma instead of Helena in front of him, and that was it. Yeah, so I just found that weird, and I just wasn't that big of a fan of some of the things that went down, seeing Irving turning to like actually trying to drown Helena, and then what happened to him was so sad. It was basically watching his execution. It was conducted. It was conducted like an execution. So I just
Yeah, it gave me Mice and Men vibes, that's for sure.
I didn't find it enjoyable like I have with others. Not as enjoyable, you
It
know. So
wasn't as funny as a lot of the other episodes too, and there
no,
wasn't as much Dylan as I normally like to have.
yeah.
He
Anyway,
kind of just took off during part of it.
I know, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, this was some really weird, like, I don't know if if we need to just suspend our disbelief. I guess we just do, because look at that tiny dot. That's Irving.
It's beautiful. That park's beautiful. The national
Oh,
park they filmed in. I can't remember what they called it.
the Dieter National Park or National Forest.
Where they actually shot it. It was like the
Oh, okay.
Malawak National Park and National Forest.
It's gorgeous,
I'm not really sure where they shot it, what state it's
but
in, but I was trying to remember the name of it.
look at this tiny dot where Irving
Yeah,
is, and look at the
yeah.
tiny dot where Mark is. Now we're supposed to believe that he got himself up that mountain, like he hiked up there in that short of an amount of time. Are you
Hmm.
kidding me? I don't like, it didn't seem like any time lapsed either. Like, okay, we cut to another scene and he finally makes it to the top. That made
Hmm.
no sense. Why didn't Mark just come down to them for one thing? But
Well, it was
anyway,
kind of funny. It was kind of funny that scene was.
it was. It was. I just we have to just suspend our disbelief,
Yeah.
because yeah, he was just yelling like, "What's going on? Where are we?" And Mark's yelling for Irving to come up there, and it's like, okay, why don't you come down here? But um,
Hmm.
anyway, they don't seem that amazed, like they should be, but um,
Yeah.
you know, he's in the middle of the ice. He's like, "I'm on the effing ice," and Mark's saying, "Well, get off of it then." And look how far apart they are. Like, they're two little ants.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
here to tell
crazy.
you. I'm here to tell you. I've hiked a mountain like that. I've hiked it.
Hmm.
Well, it was taller than that actually, but I've hiked a mountain in the snow, and it takes a few
Yeah.
hours to
Hmm.
get up the top. You don't get up there in a few minutes. It's hours long. Anyway, I've done it in treacherous conditions. Back when I used to be able to hike, I wish
Hmm.
still could. This made me kind of sad because it reminded me of the hikes I used to do, which I can't physically do anymore. But he makes his way up there and starts climbing up, and this is not a young guy, and yet somehow he manages to get up there insanely quickly, and um and then he runs into Helena. Now I'm just going to refer to her as Helena because that's who she is now.
Yeah.
um and she says she just woke up on a cliff. It's just a random cliff. So they continue going up together, and and uh and yeah, so somehow they're up there insanely fast,
Hmm.
and they look over, and Dylan is over there on another cliff, and he's the only one who is sufficiently shocked. He's also
Hmm.
the only one of them who's never actually been outside.
Yeah.
He
Uh-huh.
he was he was woken up in his apartment briefly, but he's never actually seen the sky and stuff. So
Hmm.
he he had a realistic reaction. He was like, "Holy shit, out effing side." I mean, I knew there was no actual ceiling, but this is effing
Hmm.
insane. That was a fun Dylan line. Um, Helena says that she woke up on a cliff. Yeah. So then they hear the Kier hymn, which I immediately recognized. Kier, chosen one, Kier.
As you should, because we should all have it memorized.
Oh yeah. These shots were gorgeous, by the way. Like, this is stunning. Absolutely
Hmm.
beautiful. Um, they really were filming in like
Hmm.
an actual natural environment in the wilderness. They didn't CGI all this stuff, so that makes it even more impressive.
Hmm.
Um, Yeah, so then we have the magical TV that's plugged into nothing.
They have batteries.
Yeah.
Came out of the ground.
Yeah.
But then Miss Hung come up and like she like just wipe out the snow real quick, so you didn't see that.
Right.
Oh, it's like robot, but not robot. Such a tease.
Yep. If you scramble the letters around.
Oh yeah, that painting of Kier looking out now, like somebody said, looks like he's looking down into a map of Michigan with the 4 Great Lakes, like 4 of the 5 Great Lakes around the sides, and now I can't unsee it.
Oh,
because I'm Michigander. It definitely has like the mitten, and then it has like 4 of the Great Lakes, because there's 5 Great Lakes, but there's only 4 in the picture. I mean, because 4 is a running thing in Severance. I don't expect it to be 5.
Oh yeah.
But I thought it was cool.
Yeah. And so this is their outdoor retreat team building what is it? Occurrence.
Mm-hmm.
Ortbo. Okay.
Not robot.
Yeah. Not robot, but so Milchick comes on the screen and so he welcomes them to this outdoor retreat, and he says with their Audi's blessings they'll spend the next 2 days walking through the brambles and brooks of Dieter Eagan National Forest. So until it is like who the hell is Dieter Eagan? Because they've never heard of him.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that they would get the Audis, because Mark was also trying to find Miss Casey, so I was like wondering why they would just do this unless time had elapsed.
Right. Yeah.
And he wanted to try to find his wife instead of, milling around this place.
Right. I mean, I guess they probably just didn't give them any choice. Like, this is what you're doing for work tomorrow. So, I'm sure they didn't have any say in the matter at all. And then Milchick says the truth you seek lies within the 4th appendix. Kier dictated it in his final hours of life, a text of such sanctity that it is forbidden on the severed floor. It's waiting for you in Scissor Cave. Weird name. The very same grotto where Kier Eagan tamed the 4 tempers for the very first time. And do remember, stray not from Kier's path, lest you roil nature's wrath. Nice rhyme there. There will be help along the way, helpy fortunes, MDR. Scissor Cave? Really? That's weird.
He fought the lesbians in Scissor Cave.
Yeah. It's where he tamed the tempers for the first time. Like, is this like the Waffle Party kind of stuff we saw? Is this why it's called Scissor?
That's Scissor Cave. I don't know.
I don't know. It's super weird. Oh yeah, there's that picture of Kier. So like, I'm assuming then like this is where Kier had that portrait done of him standing on the mountain. Mm-hmm. There's pictures right there. So, and in the featurette at the end, Dan Erickson, the creator of the show, said that he always wanted to have them wake up on the outside, out in the cold wilderness somewhere. And so that was always kind of be part of the plan somewhere. They didn't just shoehorn this in. Like, he always wanted to do this. And they see the first Mark double. The first double is Mark. Irving doesn't trust a word. Like, he doesn't even think they should follow this guy because, Irving is just like, the blinders are just completely off now that he's lost. Like Matt was saying, like, losing the person he loved is just completely taking his blinders off to everything. He doesn't trust anything. He said out of that Montebank's mouth. What the hell is a Montebank?
I love Montebank. It's a great word.
What the hell? I've never even heard that word.
Montebank.
Montebank.
Oh, I had a fun fact before you get too far along here. The actor that's playing this automaton-like dude, and it is actors playing them, is also the guy that's playing the guy in the hallway behind Mark in a prior episode.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I wonder who that
was. Tinfoil hats on.
I wonder who that was supposed to. Maybe it's like his shadow self stalking him then. Like, that's creepy.
Yeah.
I wonder who that was supposed to be. That better come back around eventually. Who was watching him? Um, himself, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
We could only see half of him too, so it was a cool image. It was like he was severed,
Mm-hmm.
So exactly half of his body. Um, so like, this was that shot we saw in the trailer. We were all just like, "What the f? Like, what is
Mm-hmm.
happening? Why are they hiking up a mountain?" And even watching it, it still didn't make any sense. I, I understood. Okay, it was an outdoor retreat, so it was a little
Mm-hmm.
less random than I expected, but it was still random as hell to have this in the show.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Other people just go to the park.
yeah, right. Like this is kind of extreme for an outdoor
Mm-hmm.
retreat. Um, and then yeah, so like they travel, like it takes them a while clearly, so like the scenes kind of fade in and out, and
Mm-hmm.
uh these effects they did were really cool, like showing
Mm-hmm.
the sun kind of behind the clouds and then it would dissolve into a shot of them. Beautiful work. So it's all beautifully shot and very artistic.
Mm-hmm.
Got to give them props for this. It may not have been my favorite episode or anything, but I mean, it's
Mm-hmm.
still
It's beautifully shot. I'll give it that.
it's beautiful, and it has its strong suits for sure. It's
Mm-hmm.
even on its worst day, this show is still head and shoulders
Yeah, exactly.
above other
Exactly.
shows. We just have the bar set very high. Anyway, there's the heli one, and again, she'd be freezing out there if she's a real person. She's wearing a skirt with her legs exposed, no coat.
Weird neck
Um,
bend.
so it was already surreal seeing them in this environment, but then these doubles made it seem even more like like the Matrix or a simulation or whatever, but maybe
Mm-hmm.
they were animatronics. That's a possibility. Um,
Mm-hmm.
pointing into a cave. That's where they find the fourth appendix. This is where things start to get real interesting. So I when I saw this, we were watching it in the watch party. She opened it
Mm-hmm.
up, and we already heard of the Dieter thing. It was just so funny seeing like for Dieter, like this episode is just is dedicated to you, Dieter. It's all for you. We dedicate this episode to I mean from. My God,
From.
I've got from on the brain. I've got from on the brain. Freudian slip, guys. This episode of Severance
From the
is
slip.
dedicated to Freudian slip. Yes, there's a Freudian slip. There's a Freudian slip. Anyway, this episode of Severance just seems like it was dedicated to Dieter right here. This is a dedication for Dieter. Chapter 1. I was not born into this world alone. The lodgings of my mother's womb I shared with another, a twin brother who was called Dieter. In infancy, he was my bosom friend, but as we blossomed into boyhood, he beseeched me to take to the wood with him to live as paupers. Let's see. My love for my twin unbalancing my judgment, I acceded, and we ventured into the wood towards Woe's Hollow. And Irving says, he deduces from this, so we are to walk in the brothers' footsteps. And then Irving continues reading. This is where shit gets really perverted and yet in this weird biblical veiled language. Irving reads, he always now, and this got super spooky sounding too, because Irving starts reading it, but then it blends with an audio voiceover of this like feeble sounding old man voice,
Mm-hmm.
because Dieter Eagan recorded this on his deathbed,
Mm-hmm.
according to Milchick. So he got that creepy Kira voice talking over Irving. He always crept like this at this hour, once concealed by Flora. My brother unfastened himself. The din of his fervor fell strangely into concert with the music of the wood. His every thrust found rhythm with the trill of the crickets and the moaning of the wind and the snowfall's yearly thaw. Now, all of this is written in such a florid, beautiful vernacular that we were all starting to think, like, wait a minute, why does this sound weirdly sexual? Are we reading in too much into this? What's going on here? like, because it's so like artfully disguised in this beautiful language, but we were like, wait a minute, thrust, moaning of the wind,
Uh-huh.
and then it became pretty damn obvious. It says, Dieter became on that night an instrument of nature, and nature played Dieter with elegance. I had no choice but to listen as he spilt his lineage upon the soil. So, yeah, he spilt his lineage as in his,
Lineage.
yeah, that kind of lineage that makes babies, yeah, that kind.
See, it just reminds me of, I sent you that link to Wikipedia, like when the Bible mentions Onan and Onanism, it's kind of a similar thing
Okay,
about
yeah.
not letting your seed spill into the ground. But
So
I think he was in mid coitus at the time, but he did spill some on the ground.
so is that like sinful? Is that considered like a sinful thing?
Yeah, I mean the guy's
Okay.
name is Onan, and there actually is a word called onanism for people
Okay.
who apparently do that.
Really? Just they do it just because it's
Ejaculate
oh,
other places like the ground, not in the normal
oh,
places.
gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah. When we get to a point where one of the things you sent me is relevant, just stop me and I'll show it. Is this the point or is it later?
Oh, I was just pointing out the part in the Bible because it just seems like that it seems similar. Like what Kira's saying is kind of like sinful in the Bible as well. Spilling your
Gotcha.
seed on the ground. I mean, that was really the only thing I was touching on. I mean,
Gotcha.
I could go on, but I don't know if people in the chat want me to talk for a half hour about it. I mean, that's the basis of
No,
the
no. Well,
thing.
yes. I think we got it.
Yeah, you
But
probably got it.
if there's anything you want me to share that you sent me, just stop me and I'll share my
Okay.
screen. So they continue on and they find wait, is this really again the Dylan one? Now this is the one that was the most obvious to me, that it looked the least like him. It didn't look
So it look like
much
he's floating?
like
I don't think it looks like he's floating. It looks like his legs are on the ground.
I zoomed in a little bit. It won't let me zoom in anymore. It looks to
Yeah.
me like wait, now I can get closer. It looks like his feet are in like covered in snow, kind of.
Yeah.
Like you can't see his shoes. It looks like there's snow on his shoes.
So he says his
That's
feet are in deep snow,
right.
as they would be.
That's why it kind of might look from a distance like he's floating, because his pants just kind of stop there, that it's
Mm-hmm.
snow on his feet from what I can see.
Mm-hmm.
So there's our forensic analysis of that.
I guess so. Sure.
Hey,
As
this
me
is
being a Michigander, I can say the snow gets deep and your feet disappear when you get in the snow.
yeah. See, look, his shoes are completely not even visible at all. You can see it even better in this one. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
No
Yep.
shoes. It
No
looks like he has
shoes.
no feet.
No
You can't
feet, but under the snow, I can attest.
yes. Yep. Okay, so mystery solved on that one.
So,
See, this
snow
is
cover up the shoes.
yep. This is why we do the deep dives, guys.
Or else
We're
he
here
has
for the
no
deep,
feet.
or else he just has no feet.
But
Yeah,
I don't think so. I think that actor has feet.
I'm pretty sure he's got feet. Yep. But like this dude has considerably more hair than Dylan. They should have used that guy from the door factory. He looked a
Oh
lot more
yeah.
like Dylan. Look at that. He has way more hair than Dylan. Look at that. Anyway, um, the guy from the door factory. I mean, he looked a little older, but other than that, he could have
Yeah.
been a
Uh-huh.
clone. I loved all the imagery of the four of them against the landscape. It was all in black. The imagery of it, the design of it was
Mhm.
so artistic. Just it was beautiful to look at. There's a lot I enjoyed about the episode, so I don't want to sound like a hater when I started criticizing it at the beginning, but it's beautiful. Look at the imagery.
Mhm.
It was just so artistic.
They look like little
Deep,
hands.
They do look like little hands. The attention to detail showing these frozen branches is just gorgeous. And the way that it kept dissolving between shots. I love the way this show does that. I've been noticing it a lot more this season. I don't know if I'm just paying closer attention, but they've been doing some beautiful dissolve effects from sea to sea like this. Just gorgeous. Every now and then I remember some stuff I can pull out from the 2 film classes I took. I'm no film expert, but I know what a dissolve effect is. You know a whole lot more than me. But so Mark and Helena have a little conversation, a brief one. He just asks if she's okay, and she says, "Yeah, I just wish I knew where we were going." And meanwhile, Irving is giving them side eye in the background, and clearly not trusting her. And so Dylan is like really wearing out. This is a lot for him.
Yeah, too much for Dylan.
He's like collapsing against the mountain.
Where's
look at
that
him.
Dylan, that Audi Dylan? I was supposed to be the muscle guy, the guy who lifted weights.
Yeah. Come on. But yeah, I guess his Audi doesn't get that much exercise. He's not used to this.
Get to the gym.
It's a lot. He's like hit the gym. Oh, the snow was so gorgeous. I've hiked a mountain when it looked like this, and it's difficult. And I did not have the proper gear at all. I hiked a mountain. It was my favorite mountain. It's Mount Willard in the White Mountains of New Hampshire. It's in Crawford Notch State Park, and I've hiked that multiple times. Unfortunately, I can't physically do that kind of stuff anymore, but I have wonderful memories of it. And one of the times I did it, it looked just like this. There was treacherous ice all over the trail, which got pretty steep, and there was this tour guide who was bringing a group of people down and looked at us like, wait, do you have like walking sticks or spikes on your shoes or anything? And we said no. And he's like, he was looking at us like we were insane. And it was not easy, but we made it to the top. We made it to the summit, and it's a beautiful view from the top too. So it was so worth it. And it was like Christmas time. Someone had decorated a tree for Christmas with edible decorations for the wildlife out there. It was like magical. Except I was with my ex, so I just have to delete that from the memory.
Just imagine it, just you there, you know.
That's what I try to do. Like, still look back on that and enjoy it for what it was, and just delete him from it. Because it was magic, you know.
Just imagine throwing him off the top of the mountain. Oh, this is beautiful. Push.
There we go. Yeah. That helps. Yeah. Just shove him off the top. Oh God. Wow. Even with my bitterness, I didn't even go that dark. Wow.
Oh, sorry. I'm not sorry.
No. That's great. Anyway, so they find the dead seal, and I didn't know what the hell it was. You said it was a seal, and I couldn't identify what the hell this thing was. A lot of people didn't know.
No, because it's like my avatar, the Sulkies. That's my theory about the seal.
Right.
Because other people are saying like Navy SEAL, other people are saying, I feel like that is almost the discarded skin of a Selkie that is a metaphor for Helena, trying to make them think that she discarded her skin and she's the real Helly R, but in fact she's not. She's an imposter. She's a seal woman, and that's why she even brings a seal to Irving.
Oh,
because in the myth of the Selkies are mythological seals, but they occasionally take off their skin, and if somebody takes their skin, then they have to be with that person, but they're also very seductive.
Right.
So I think it has something to do in there, and I think it might be a reversal instead of having the man take the skin and hide the skin so the Selkie can't return to the ocean. I think it's kind of turned on its head.
Okay. Interesting.
that would
Yeah.
be like that she is like giving up the skin and trying to get into that world and not trying to get back to the ocean.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shapeshifter.
Yeah.
Like a spiritual shapeshifter, not a physical shapeshifter.
Right. Yeah, and I could see that as a metaphor for this, a dead seal of all things turning up. And look at the way she's looking at it too. It's that's an interesting connection there. Um, yeah, I like that.
But I don't think nobody's ever like talked about that. But the first thing I came to mind, because I've watched movies like The Secret of Rowan and Nish and Song of the Sea. I think
Mhm.
it's Song of the Sea. It's by the same people who did the Book of Kells movie, but it's about a woman who falls in love with this guy, but she's a seal, but also a woman. But he finds her skin. But I think in that movie she offers it almost to him so they can live and have children together. But the woman always wants to go back to the sea.
Mm.
So I don't know if Helena wants to go back to the sea, or maybe Helly wants to go back to the sea, and the sea is the Severance floor. I don't know. I'm trying to make it work.
Okay.
But I
Yeah.
feel it's very telling that she made a seal. Like the seal like represents her.
Mhm. Right,
You know,
because
maybe coming out of her dead shell, like the skin is like a dead shell, and she's enjoying the any life for the first time instead of being controlled.
yes. I'm laughing at
Mm-hmm.
some of this bullshit about Dieter Eagan. And anyway, but we'll get to that. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and she also makes a little seal out of snow. So yeah, I could totally see that
Mm-hmm.
connection, the mythology there, that they're making a reference to that. I could see that. Um and Irving Irving is immediately it's just I just found it so funny how he's all of a sudden he's like, we should eat it. He doesn't even hesitate at all. He's just like, we should eat it. And he says, we don't know if there's food waiting at the hollow. We don't even know where we are. Dylan is still very much like, I'm surprised actually that Dylan sounds so innocent in what he says after everything they've been through with this company. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Dylan says that they can't let anything happen to us. It's
Mm-hmm.
an outdoor team building experience. But like, dude, you really trust the company that much? I don't know. That was weird to me. But Irving says we don't know what this is. We don't know anything, and he's right. Yeah, his blinders are completely off. But he's so combative, and he doesn't have to like he doesn't have to call him he calls him a dumbass too, because Mark says like, we know you had a difficult time on the outside, and Irving says like, yeah, no I didn't, and says to Dylan, what did you tell him, dumbass? He doesn't need to be mean to his friend. Dylan cares about him, like he's just mad at the world. He's mad at the world after losing Bert. So any Bert died essentially, and then he gets to the outside and he sees that Audi Bert has somebody and partner apparently, and so I think he's just mad at the world, and he's just so done with everything, and lashing out even at his friends. So I understand that, but he does kind of take it to an extreme in this episode, as we see.
And it's really quick too, so I think there's something else. There's been some kind of time lapse between Mark reintegrating the basement and this.
Yeah, it does kind of seem quick, like we missed something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. Then they finally get to Wolves Hollow, and I don't did I miss something, or when they were on their way to this place, they
Mm-hmm.
ran into Mark's double, Helly's double, and Dylan's double. I didn't see an Irving double until this point. Did I miss
Yeah,
something?
I don't think I saw Irving double either.
I find that very weird. Maybe it was foreshadowing that Irving was going to be gone, and like, Boo, what are you doing? Boo, stop it. She's trying to knock this box of donuts off. She'll try to eat anything. She's trying to get into this box of donuts and eat them. Like, Boo, knock it off. So yeah, so I didn't miss something. I took a million screenshots, so I think I would have spotted it. Okay, seriously, Boo, she's really getting up my nerves. What the hell? Sorry, gotta get her out of the way because she's gonna end up knocking this on the floor. Cats. Anyway, so this is a cool shot. The four of them up on top of the cliff where the waterfall is. It's just gorgeous.
The
And
tallest waterfall ever.
the tallest waterfall in the world. Yeah, tallest waterfall on Earth.
Well, I like the actor that played Milchick though in the featurette. He's like, well, it's the largest waterfall they've ever seen, so it's the tallest waterfall, right?
Yeah,
Like they say it's the tallest water. I said largest, but I mean tallest.
that was funny. Yeah, I love the featurettes. They're great.
Mm-hmm.
I like how the four of them lined up here, facing the four of their doubles. That mirror duality. I love that. Interesting how they're all dressed in black, and Milchick and Miss Wong, who are management, they're in all white. The the clear distinction between them. Beautiful costumes too. Really gorgeous. Yeah. The aesthetic value of this episode for me is the biggest strength. Purely the aesthetic.
Yes.
So Milchick shows up and says Kier's twin was always with him. That's why we provided the very same for each of you. Of course, Dylan has the best lines. I need more Dylan one-liners. He says, F you all, I was right. Because he guessed that this is why they had doubles there because of, because Kier had a twin. Milchick says, this is the tallest waterfall on the planet. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You have followed the path of Kier and Dieter and reached Woe's Hollow. You stand upon sacred earth. And Irving has just got no time for this shit. He just says, we're starving, Mr. Milchick. And so, yeah, they Milchick says, oh, I thought the waterfall's grandeur would satiate you. Oh, I'm kidding. And then they go, yeah, so gorgeous, these shots. Look at how stunningly beautiful. They are so creepy. This is like something out of a horror movie. I find them creepy as hell. Like, look at how she has her head tilted.
That's what I say. I think that it's a head tilt. You never saw Haunting a Hill House, the TV show, the Mike Flanagan one.
No.
I
watched a little of it. The bent neck lady.
Yeah, the bent neck lady. She looks a lot like the bent neck lady, which I think is probably supposed to symbolize her trying to suspend herself of a rope. Earlier.
I actually started watching that show, but I found it too depressing, so I stopped watching it. It was too much about like this funeral and death, and I don't know. It was just, I found it way too depressing, so I just gave up on it. If they had kept up with the creepy fun stuff like the bent neck lady more, I would have liked it better. Anyway, I love the original Haunting of Hill House, like there's a movie from the 60s.
Yeah,
really I like that.
I like that a lot. Yeah.
So
but that lady has a real good payoff if you're willing to stick with it.
Oh, the bent neck lady comes back. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, it's a really good payoff. It's one of the best payoffs I've ever seen.
Maybe
in television.
Maybe I should stick it out.
I won't spoil it for you. It's just fantastic.
I gave up on it when they had the funeral episode. I was just like, okay, enough. This is too depressing. So more gorgeous scenery. They have the 4 tents lit up with their innie blue glowing like that. And they go to the campsite, and Milchick says, Ms. Wong is readying the grill with luxury meats. You'll have a fire with marshmallows for a recital later, and a washroom with 4-ply washroom tissue. 4-ply. I've never heard of 4-ply toilet paper. Wow, that's some 1%. Yeah. That's some 1%er shit. Like, that's for the elite. Wow. All I have is that we have the cheapest 1-ply shit around here. Anyway. Yeah. We're not rich. We're not rich. We get the poor people toilet paper. And they have torches for heat and a light source for comfort and safety. And Irving and Helena have this little scene She makes him that snow seal, says, "In case you were hungry," which I see this as her, playing the role of Helly. This is something Helly would do, some silly little joke because he was talking about eating the seal. So she made him a little snow seal in case you were hungry.
But like in my
So,
avatar here with a lady taking off her seal skin, it's deception.
yeah. No, I lost the picture of the snow seal. Did I go buy it?
It's cute,
Or
but I think it's a symbol of her deception,
yeah. Where the
mythologically
hell?
speaking.
I thought I have a picture of it here. Where?
Scottish mythology speaking.
I guess I missed
Yeah,
it
I
in my
thought you would
1,000
have about
pictures.
800 pictures.
I have
Did you
1,000.
back one?
I have
She
over
has it in her
1,000
hand.
pictures.
She has
That's
it in her
it.
hand there.
That's it. But I guess I missed it after that. Wow,
Bummer.
1,000 pictures, and I missed one. I missed that one. But anyway,
I
he's
swear
he's not.
the seal is Helena. I swear.
I like that. I get that. That makes sense to me.
The duality, the skin, discarded skin, makes sense to me.
Oh
By the
yeah.
ocean, by the water,
Yep.
lumen,
So
water.
lumen and water and all that. Oh yeah, the water theme. So Irving asks her what she really saw during the OTC, and again she says, "I told you." And he says, "It's okay, it won't change anything." And she just says, "Irving," and just gives him a look and leaves, just like, okay, and just leaves. That was the end of that. So here we go with another hilarious, this one is quite disturbing, but also kind of hilarious reading. And I typed this all out, so here we go. Story time, everyone. Get your marshmallows ready to roast on a fire, and
Yeah.
time for a nice, fun little campfire story. Oh, you ready for this? Okay. Dieter lay unwashed in his bedroll through the Hollow's pool, though the Hollow's pool was primed for bathing. We ate of the hare we caught and told each other rhyming jokes till our gullets ached. But at last the thought tickling my mouth emerged. We must return to father, I said, but I will promise to look after you in the ether mill. When at last a sound came from him, it was a bewailing whimper. He believed, I suppose, that we'd be woodland paupers forever. I was looking at him when his eye came out. It popped from his socket, driven by a sudden torrent of pus from his skull, and he reached up to grasp at his hair, which was suddenly moss that tore easily from his bleeding scalp. And as the pus from his eye thickened into sap, I turned from my gargling brother and walked to the pool of the hollow where I knew the waterfall would drown out the sound of my brother's cries. And it was here that I first encountered the temper woe. A gaunt bride, half the height of a natural woman. She spoke to me directly from her eyes and said, "This is your doing. You suffered his wantonness. Now he's no one's brother. He's chaos's whore." The end. The end. That was how he said it. That was how he literally said it. Now he's no one's brother, only chaos's whore. The end. What the
Here's your
hell?
marshmallows, kids.
Yeah. Lovely campfire tale there. Wow, A plus. Jesus. What the hell? I was like, what am I listening to here? I mean, what is it with all these shows I'm watching having people's eyes popping out? First Elgin on From with his eyeball popped out. We got to actually see that. Or well, not see it, but we saw the aftermath. And
Yeah.
then now we get to hear in graphic detail about some dude's eyeball popping out of his scalp, out of his skull, and his like like his moss hair like getting ripped out of his bleeding scalp. Like, Jesus. this is insane. Like it was the gruesome with the pus, and I apologize for the graphic reading there, but hey, you guys chose to watch this show, so it's, you know, I mean, wow. That was disgusting. I mean, that was almost as bad as actually seeing it because it was such graphic detail. You could picture it.
So
God.
she looks very Ankui though.
Doesn't she though?
Mhm.
Yes. She looks God, From and Severance. It's almost like you would think they're made by the same people. They need to have a
Mhm.
crossover event. There's so many parallels. She looks very Ankui. She really
Mhm.
does. And for those of you in the chat, if you don't watch From, if you've never seen it, don't know what the hell we're talking about, this Ankui and gibberish, just watch From. It's an amazing show. You won't regret it. If you like Severance, you're gonna like From. I guarantee it. But anyway,
You like creepy things like this character right here? Watch From.
watch From. Just watch From.
Let's watch From.
Yeah. Thank us later. So yeah, very Ankui. She's half the height of a normal woman, so small like a child. Her hair's falling out, just like an Ankui kid. She's very pale, ghoulish, dirty looking, especially when you see her in the dream in a little bit. So I'm gonna post another poll to see who won the last poll. And the next poll I'm gonna post is like, do we believe this story? I'll have to put in a few different options because one option will be, do we believe this literally happened? I don't think anybody will actually believe that, but the second option would be, is Dieter like, is this whole story like, does this mean like it's Kier's like there's a theory that this is like the dark side of Kier, like his another part of himself that needed to die, that the part of him that was full of vice needed to die. I don't
Like
know how to,
like a shadow self?
like his shadow self that needed to die. This full of sin and vice because he's jerking off in this sacred ground and yeah. So he turns into a tree. I don't know how to put that succinctly in a poll though. Like,
It
do
seems kind
you
of long.
like is it his, I guess I could say, was Dieter just a part of Kier? Just a part of Kier that needed to die.
Was he actually his twin?
Was he yeah.
Is
And
he a metaphor?
then another option would be what Matt has been saying, which is he's, this is a metaphor for like he's a black sheep of the family with an illegitimate line of Eagans. That's another one. See if I can put that in a poll succinctly. Jeez. I'll see. I'll figure out. I'll try and figure out a way to do it because I'm curious to see what you guys think. This is such a weird story, and I still haven't 100% made up my mind. I definitely don't believe it literally happened. Okay, so the poll result, the final poll result, we had 45 votes. Were they really outside? Not in a simulation. So 42% said yes, they were really outside, not in a sim, and 58% no. 58% they think that it was a sim. So pretty close. It wasn't like a lopsided thing like last week, like with Helena. So yeah, I don't know. I'm still trying to make up my mind, to be honest. So new poll. And hey, I see a new name in the chat. Hey, Captain Cardwell. Nice to see you. I'll highlight you in a sec. I'm just making a poll. Okay, so what's the deal with Dieter?
Sounds very Jerry Seinfeld.
What's the deal? Yeah.
What's the deal?
What's the deal?
Dieter.
Yes. So what's the deal with Dieter Eagan? Okay, he was really Kier's twin. And story. See, true story. Let's see. Okay, that's one option. Option 2 is metaphor for Kier's dark side, I guess. Metaphor for Kier's dark side, I suppose. Another option, or maybe sinful side. Okay, another option. See, black sheep. See, maybe black sheep of the family. Illegitimate or disowned.
Disowned. Yeah, disowned.
Disowned from, let's see. Dieter was disowned. Dieter and his progeny. Dieter and his progeny were disowned. So Dieter and any of his descendants.
The Mark of Cain.
What?
The Mark of Cain path.
Wait, what? I still can't understand what.
The Mark of Cain.
Oh, Cain. Yeah.
You should probably put an other there because I'm sure people are going to have other as an idea.
Okay, there it is. There's the new poll. Oh, 47 people watching. Thank you so much. Wow, I really appreciate it. 48 people now. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. Please hit the like button if you haven't already and subscribe. I would really appreciate it. We do these lives every Monday night around 10:15 p.m. Eastern, and I do Severance deep dive videos every week. I'm a little bit behind. I just put out my episode 3 deep dive earlier tonight. You can check that out. My episode 4 deep dive will be out within the next few days. And so Jesse J2G, yes, you should watch season 2. 100%. Yes, it's killer. This episode wasn't our favorite, but it's amazing. Definitely watch season 2. Hey, Captain Cardwell, I search Severance at least once a day to get fresh perspective. This one's live, so I joined. Well, thank you so much and welcome. Welcome. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. And we do these lives every Monday around, again, 10:15 p.m. Eastern. Also, I should mention we have watch parties in my Discord every Thursday night when the episodes drop. If you're interested in that, you can join. I stream it at 9 p.m. Eastern and then again at 10 p.m. Eastern for Scarlet and anyone else who missed it the first time around. Anyone's welcome to join. We also have a voice chat after, and also people who don't want to talk can just write. They can type in the chat and then we can read from it and just have a conversation that way. It's a lot of fun. There's my Discord link. The link is also in the description of the video too, once that gets buried, because my poll is up there. I can't pin this link. So yeah, there's a Discord link. And anyway, let's see what you guys are saying. I'll check in with you guys and then we'll get back to the breakdown. Hey V Sky, nice to see you. I think V Sky was a lurker for a while, and now V Sky is always out of the bushes, came out of the bushes and into the chat now. And I'm glad to see you. That's great. That's awesome. But we appreciate anybody who is lurking right now. Thank you for watching. I appreciate every single view, whether you're in the chat or not. From Helly R's perspective, she went from yelling, "We're slaves down there," to almost drowning. What's happening? Oh, damn. I hadn't even thought of that. That's crazy.
Like her body herself, like her body's been through so much trauma.
Oh my God. Yeah. That's wow. Just imagine that. God, she's going to be messed up. Yeah. This has to be about Dante's Inferno and the 9 circles of hell. Ooh, interesting, V Sky. Hadn't heard that brought up. That's cool. Hey, Bill Chill. Nice to see you. Hey, AA. Nice to see you too. John Answers says, maybe I'm throwing hypotheticals, but I'm pretty sure Seal is Montauk monster reference. I gotta look up Montauk. Have you looked that up yet? I don't know what that is. Or maybe you said that earlier and I forget.
I haven't really looked it up because I've had zero time, but we can look it up. We can look it up
Yeah,
right now if you want. Let me look it up.
I'll look it up. It'll kick you off StreamYard
I
if you
know
look
it
it up.
will. I take the risk.
Montauk seal. Wait, Montauk. I think
No,
he
this is
said
a
to go
Montauk monster. I think.
monster. That was it, not seal. Okay.
I don't know. It could be a seal. Who knows?
Montauk monster. It was an animal carcass that washed ashore on a beach near the business district of Montauk, New York, in July
Mhm.
2008. It was a mysterious carcass. Um, so I guess they don't know what it was exactly. Wait a minute. The corpse was eventually decided by experts to be that of a water-degraded raccoon.
Yeah.
Um,
Huge
yeah,
raccoon.
yeah, yeah.
Ugh.
That's weird. Yeah. Um, yeah. People wondered if it was like a turtle or some kind of mutant experiment from this animal disease center. Um, so there were all kinds of conspiracy theories about it too. Anyway, that's interesting. I'll have to read more about it later. Um, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe there is something to do with that. Yeah, reference to that, perhaps. Anyway, death is not a part of this world, said Milchick in season 1. Yeah, yeah, that's what he said. But wow,
And yet,
and yet it was like it totally is, because when they leave there for good, it's like they're dying. It's 100% death
I,
for them.
I honestly thought when Irving was drowning Helena, I thought, what if he accidentally kills her? What if her head hits a rock? What if she just dies? Where did they go from there? I mean,
I
I didn't think
know.
they would use it as an option, but what if that happened? What if an accident happened? I
Oh,
mean, what if an accident happens during the day and then he dies? I mean, how does that work with Lumen?
I know. I don't know.
Like the whole body dies, like both the innie and outie body that they share.
Yeah, yeah. They must have some kind of paperwork that people must sign to kind of like, give up their right to sue them or anything if something
Yeah.
happens. Maybe, some kind of paperwork thing. Uh, Captain Cardwell says Irving woke up at Bert's store, then got reintegrated, and that's how Doctor Fixie Brain got better. Doctor Fixie Brain. That's possible. Yeah, maybe he did, because there's something missing. There is something missing. I don't
Mhm.
understand why they didn't show us the immediate aftermath of Irving banging
Mhm.
on Bert's door. The next time we see him on the outside, he's at his house again, and Milchick is at his
Mhm.
door. So there's got to be a reason that they didn't show us, and I think we're going to find out later what that was. So, and now Bert is following him and being creepy. He's a creeper now. So
Mhm.
there's a missing piece. We're gonna have to eventually find out. I think it's gonna mean something. But Golden Child said, I think it has to do with the Prometheus theory, which carries the torch, only to be the torch of truth, only to be sacrificed and left for the animals to eat, then only to eventually be regenerated. Hmm, that's interesting. Anyway, Helly's twin is all weird because she's got that Glasgow block, so it's the only one that's not connected to her chip. Oh yeah, maybe those weird like doubles of theirs are like somehow connected to their chips in some way. That's interesting. Interesting, Captain. So okay, the block was taken off and she goes right back to Helly R. Wait a minute, Matt said, wait, John Answer said, I don't think Irving is reintegrated. The dream sequence was Outie Irv communicating to any. Matt says that block was set some time ago so she can go in and out of severed floor with no switch. Because John was asking, why did Helena have a block if they weren't on the severed floor? Wouldn't she just be her normal outie self without it? Oh, she could be an innie anywhere at all. So yeah, it doesn't matter. Like they can just keep her in that mode wherever she is. So that's why I think too.
It's kind of frightening.
Yeah, it is. Yep. The idea of the unconscious remaining unsevered, it would explain what Milchick said to Mark about the long-term effect on his grief. Yeah, Milchick said to Mark that the solace that you're gaining on the inside will make its way to you eventually. Just give it time. It needs more time. I think they're marketing this to some people who have experienced grief or trauma, saying that this is some kind of therapeutic tool. You're giving your mind a break from it for 8 hours as an innie, and eventually that solace will bleed over into, your outie self, but I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. I think that's a false promise. But yeah, the unconscious remaining unsevered, yeah, that's interesting though. Foreplay is Charmin and Downey mixing their lineage. That's great. I'm just looking at a few comments I missed while we were going through the pictures, so then we'll go back. All chips are working as if on severed floor, then remove Helena block. Exactly, John. Then she's back to Heliar. Yep. Yeah, they can do that anywhere. Yeah, 100%. Anyway, belated good night to Amy if she listens to the replay on this. Some people say they listen to replays, and it's crazy. So I've actually started for our episode breakdowns of this. I've started putting chapters in for people.
Yeah, I think that's really good. I think that's really a good thing for you to do.
Yeah, because we do these detailed breakdowns, and people on the replay, if there's a specific part that you're interested in, and you like I know most people don't have time to watch an entire live like this. So if people don't know, if there's any part of the episode that you're really interested in hearing the discussion on, or then on the replay, I've already started doing this the last few weeks. After this live airs, I'm going to put chapter timestamps in a comment on this video and pin it, so you can jump to whatever topic you want, any scene that you want. So that way, if you don't have the time to listen to the whole thing, then you can pick out the segment that you want. So to make it easier for you.
It works really easy when you have like a 15 or 30-minute break at work. You can just like listen to a little snippet of something.
Yeah. Yeah, and I wanted to do that because I noticed that we do get a lot of people watching the replays of these. It goes up by like a couple hundred more views. So, and I really appreciate that. So I wanted to make it easier for people. Anyway, Captain Cardwell said in season 1, episode 1, Mark tells Helly they recently expanded, expecting more severed people. I'm thinking Lumen is causing people to move into PE by causing terror attacks. Rickon moved to PE due to the Lexington letter. I forgot about that. That recently, that's right. Yeah, he said they're expecting more. Yeah. Yeah, maybe they are causing terror attacks. That's possible because there was some kind of bombing. Or shouldn't have said that word. I think that's one of the words you're not supposed to say on YouTube. But yeah, in the Lexington letter. So, anyway, let's see. John Answers said, I think the whole Kier/Egan/Lumen as a collective is trying to make a perfect world of workers with no personal life who focus purely on work and never embody the temper frolic. This is what the innies are supposed to do, or be perfect workers to further the Lumen goals. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. I think they're trying to definitely make a perfect world of workers and cure disciples, basically, yeah, and flatten their emotions so they don't feel any strong emotions at all. That's what I think. Like Miss Casey, when she said she was afraid for Mark and Helly in season 1, she didn't look scared. She said she was scared, but she didn't have any facial expression that showed it. She had a flat affect and a flat tone. Then when she was sent back to the testing floor, she had a tear running down her face, and yet she was completely composed. And that's because they're messing with her chip, and I think they're trying to balance the tempers, keep her emotions flat. I can only imagine how robotic she'll be when she's 100% done. She's only 68% done, according to that little file that popped up on the screen in the season 2 premiere. So yeah, I definitely think this is what they're doing, and I think it's like a more technologically advanced way of brainwashing people. They've already been doing it the traditional way for many years, I think. Doing like, brainwashing people into the cure cult, like the Myrtle Eagan School for Girls, getting them young like that, like Ms. Wong and stuff. But I think this is a much more technologically efficient way of brainwashing people. That's what they're doing. Let's see. There's a half-bald child threatening a grown man on screen right now. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Yeah. But yeah. Metaphor for illegitimate lineage. Yeah, did I leave a good enough option for that? Let me see. What did I put in the poll again? Yeah, maybe I didn't phrase it right for what Matt was talking about, but yeah, right now metaphor for Kira's sinful side is winning by a lot. And okay. Second, so right now it's 67% metaphor for Kira's sinful side, 19% other, 10% Dieter and his progeny were disowned, and 5% he's Kira's twin true story. Yeah, I don't think it's a true story at all. And it's very complicated to try to boil it down to a simple thing to write in a poll, but I did my best. Anyway. Yes, Dieter. Yeah, I have a Lumen. I have my very own Lumen MDR key card thanks to Dieter. He got it for me from Etsy, which is really cool. It's great quality too. One of these days I'll do it on camera live and I'll show it. I'm hoping to try to get an interview soon. And when I do, if I do manage to get this interview with someone from Severance, then I will be on camera and I'll definitely wear my my Lumen keycard lanyard. Thank you, Dieter. David says it's his Audi /Shadow for as in terms of Dieter Eagan, that is. Let's see. What else? Montauk was a conspiracy theory about psychological warfare. Well, that's interesting. Well, 56 people watching. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate it. Please hit the like if you haven't already. Thank you so much. Please check out my episode 3 deep dive. I know it's a bit late, but it's not a recap. I still hope it's worth a watch. Not a recap, so I'm getting into theories and ideas, my own interpretation of what's going on. So that's the latest video on my channel, my episode 3 deep dive, and I will have my episode 4 deep dive out in the next couple of days. Then I will be caught up, finally. John Answers says, no, it's about immortality, they are transferring consciousness, and other is recycling damaged people into what Lumen sees as perfect slaves / soldiers for them. Yeah, that's a great theory too. Yeah, it's a great theory too. I like that, John. Captain says, Helly's perspective is wild. Threatens to cut fingers, is told she'll be kept alive long enough to regret it, tries hanging, then OTC, wakes up underwater. P.S. Watch why files for Montauk. Yeah, poor Helly. She has been through it. V-Sky says, the more I think of it, if this series didn't have something to do with death, they wouldn't have shown us a huge cemetery next to Mark S.'s neighborhood. Good point. John says, in the Kira Forgives painting, you see his blue army behind him. Yes, you do. Matt used to think Lumen's goal was immortality for the owners, but you're saying they have already achieved it. John Answer says, no, that's what Cold Harbor is about. Ooh, now we're getting somewhere. So this is what I've been wondering. Why is Cold Harbor so important to them? Why is Cold Harbor I know that it's vitally important to them, clearly, that they are willing to, and I put this in my video, that clearly this is so important to them that they're willing to do anything. They'll let Mark get away with anything, murder, just to get him to finish this thing. So why? That is what I'm wondering. John answers, thinks they can transfer consciousness, but not vessels. Yeah, Cold Harbor is like everything to them. And I mean, think about it. They immediately, after the OTC, they fired Dylan and Irving immediately, but they gave Mark a 20% raise just to get him to come back after firing the other people who did this. And then he wrote this letter completely trashing Keir and Milchick and ran to the board and all of that insubordination, and yet they complied with his demands. They brought back his team. They pulled out all the stops. They did severance reform to make things nicer for them. I mean, why are they doing all of this? It's to make sure Mark completes Cold Harbor. So Cold Harbor has to be of vital importance, and the question is why? And Mark is the only one who can do it. And I think the reason why Mark is the only one who can do it, I put this in my video that I released earlier, and also my episode 2 deep dive. I think I might have put it in episode 1 deep dive as well. I think Mark is the only one who can do it because that's his wife. And when they look at the numbers and they're refining the numbers, they make them feel a certain way. There are feelings associated with the refining of the data. So on some unconscious level, even though he doesn't know he's working on his wife's chip, it's like he's the only one who can complete this because on a deep emotional level, he has a connection to her. So that's the only thing I can think of as to why it has to be him who's doing it. It's no coincidence that it just happens to be his wife's chip he's working on. And of course, that's what he's doing. They showed us the file. They showed us her face. It says Cold Harbor, and it has 5 bins where they're sorting numbers. It couldn't be any more obvious that he's refining data for a chip, because it had the same 5 bins at the bottom of the screen with Gemma's face. And so he's working on his wife's chip. So yeah, they're willing to let him get away with anything. They'll give him anything he wants just to get him to finish this file. And then who knows what they're going to do with him. But yeah, what is Cold Harbor about is the big question here, the $1 million question. Why do they care so much? I honestly don't think Helly, Dylan, or Irving are even working on real chips. I honestly, at this point, I think they're just there to pacify Mark and make sure that he's productive enough to get this done. Because they replaced those 3, like, within 48 hours, they had two people who were laid off and a floater just thrown in there with him. And Milchick said, I hope the chemistry is good. I only had 48 hours. They were willing to fire the other 3 so easily, but and just replace them just like that. But Mark, they'll do anything to keep just so he completes this particular file. So yeah, I think the others are not even doing anything significant at all. Maybe they're not even refining real data, and it's just Mark out of those 4. I wonder what the other departments are doing too, but that's a whole other tangent. Matt says, if the tech feudal connections run as deep as I think, it's worth noting all those tech bros are obsessed with extending their own lives. That's possible. Yeah, that's totally possible. I don't think it's possible. Huh? Sorry. What?
See, it seems very Westworld. I know you haven't watched Westworld, but it seems very Westworld.
I gotta watch this show. Yeah. The only thing I don't understand the theory that Keir, they could somehow resurrect Keir. He's been dead for too long. Like, it's not like he's a recent demise, like they could have his brain preserved somewhere or something.
They will create him from his writings.
Yeah. So yeah, good luck. He's been dead for too long. If he were someone who recently died, yeah, they could like have his brain in a jar somewhere or something. But
maybe they still have his brain in a jar. Maybe it's from 100 years.
Yeah, I guess you never know. Let's see. James has consciousness of previous CEOs, perhaps. Yeah, there's something about him that seems very dated and old-timey, and it's not just the language that he uses. They all use dated language, but there's something about him that, I don't know, I get this sense that, yeah, maybe he does have the consciousness of a past Eagan in him. He looks like one of those mannequins just
I
came
was
to
gonna
life.
say he looks mummified, so
He looks like one of those wax figures just came to life
Mhm.
and started talking. So, yeah, he seems very Kier-like. Yes, V-Sky. And then there's this whole thing about the board. Who the hell are on the board? Why have they still never revealed anything to us about that? There's got to be some reveal coming about the board. All we heard was a yes, a creepy yes from that speaker. That's it. And we've seen the outside of things now. They could have shown us the board at this point, but they didn't. So I'm hoping there's going to be a cool reveal. Adam Scott was laughing in one of the featurettes about the theory that the board is a bunch of Eagan brains in jars. Matt says it always seemed like the voice of the board is ghostly, like it's coming from a long way away. It could be a way to signify its disembodied or signal it's disembodied, literally. That's possible. Yeah. Yeah, maybe they're working on vessels for the consciousness. That's possible, John. Hey, it's Michael says, I think each of the characters are assigned to a temperament, like Mark would be woe and maybe Dylan is shame. I would say Dylan is probably frolic, right?
Dylan's frolic, and Helly's malice.
Yep.
Mark would be woe, and Irving would be, what's the last one? Dread?
Dread. Yeah, I would say dread.
That's the way I've always seen him. I mean, everybody can debate that. I mean, it's not set in stone.
Yes. Okay.
But I assume frolic because Dylan's always making jokes.
Yeah.
And woe because Mark is sad, and malice because, well, they are. Irving could be malice, I guess.
Not certainly now he could be. Oh,
Yeah.
this is super cute, Doc. I play the FROMACADEMY replays for my dog while I'm at work. I made a public playlist. That's really cute, Doc. You're adorable. That's so sweet. Anyway, so let's see. Well, we should get back to the breakdown. Oh, 88 keys. Nice to see you. And thank you for asking for likes. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, please hit the like. And thank you, Dieter. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here as much as you could. I really appreciate it. Okay.
Those triple X's are for him spilling his lineage.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, what is this?
Triple X.
Yeah, I didn't know what that was about. Jesse says, I would love to work on my wife's chip. Oh, jeez.
So sever wives.
Yeah. Anyway, Golden Child says, I think Cold Harbor is activating your inner four tempers to activate the original Kier consciousness, which they could put into their innies consciousness. Could be. Could be. Jermaine says, I believe Gemma was never dead, but is in a coma. Subconscious is still active in a coma. That's why it's Mark that needs to work on it, and that's why Cobell was so pressed on them interacting. Right, like when people are in a coma, sometimes, like, some people believe that if their loved ones are with them and talking to them, that somehow it could help in some way. They could hear them. Like, some people wake up from a coma and, like, say they could hear them, like they heard them say something to them. So, like, I've heard stories like that. So that's an interesting point. Okay, so let's get back to the breakdown. All right. This stupid thing it's hard to zoom back out again once I'm zoomed in. Okay. I'm still zoomed in too much, but I guess this looks okay. So, okay. This was the end of that lovely little campfire tale. Nightmare fuel. And yeah, like eyeballs popping out of sockets, and um, so then Milchick says perhaps tomorrow we'll have time for the next chapter, Kier and the thieving nanny. I want to hear that. I want to hear the next story.
Can't wait.
Yeah. Too bad I don't think we're gonna get that though. I think story time is over now.
Is that anything like the bard bandit?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the Bard Bandit, the Bard Creek Bandit. So so Irving asks. So Irving is skeptical of everything now. He doesn't trust anything. He's gone from a 180 from being the most pious person there, so reverent of Kier, to now the most like distrustful, cynical person imaginable. He doesn't trust anything. He says, immediately he says, did where is it? Did Kier's brother really die that way? The old him would have just accepted that on faith immediately. And Milchick says the handbook enriches our work with tales of the founder's life. Every word is truth. Yeah, okay. And then Helena busts out laughing, or Helena busts out laughing. And she says, he turned into the forest because he masturbated. She says, seriously, that's actually the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And then Mark starts cracking up too. And it is hilarious. And she says, right? He jerked off in front of his brother and then he got punished for it. And yeah, like it's like it finally just hit her with that. She was connecting this story with with the story he told earlier. And she was like, "Oh, okay. So he turned into the tree because he jerked off in front of his brother in the forest." So let that be a lesson to you. Never jerk off in the forest in front of your brother, or you might literally turn into a tree and have your eyeball pop out of your socket.
Let that be a lesson. Praise Kier.
Praise Kier. Milchick is not amused. He says, we often laugh at what we don't understand. The team I thought I knew would have processed more thoughtfully. Sorry. Now, now this whole thing about her busting out laughing, I didn't think this was so strange, even knowing it's Helena, because she's putting on an act. This is in character for how Helly would act. In fact, as I was watching this, I was thinking, oh, maybe it is Helly, and she doesn't have to worry. Like, people were saying, like, why would she say this? She would get in trouble for saying this, this kind of stuff, because Milchick is there, and she shouldn't be like irreverent in this way, but she's playing the role of Helly, so I don't see this as strange at all that she busted out laughing. She's playing that part. So there aren't any consequences for her, and it probably feels freeing to her.
But there is consequences for everybody else because they don't get those sweet Kier marshmallows.
That's true. Yeah.
How dare her and her entitlement?
Thanks, Helena. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ruined it for everybody. But you always had that one kid in school who would ruin something for the whole class, and everyone would be pissed at them. Like, there'd be that one asshole teacher who would make everybody. I had one who would like make everybody take a pop quiz just because a couple people acted up. Like, how do you punish the whole group just for something one person did? That's not fair. Collective punishment.
Or somebody does something, they say, okay, the person has to admit what they did, or everybody else will be punished.
Yeah, that's called collective punishment, and that's not fair. That's bullshit. Like, yeah. So I mean, yeah, Mark is laughing too, but Dylan didn't do anything. Dylan should have just gotten all the marshmallows then.
Yeah, I know. I was surprised he didn't dig them out of the fire because they're like really sweet.
Right? Yeah.
They're big.
So yeah, I think that this was probably a freeing moment for her. Like, her whole life, I do think that she's a believer in the cult. I mean, either that or she's putting on an act, but pretending to be a true believer. But the way that she talks, you know,
Mhm.
let Kier guide your hand and all that. I mean, who knows?
Mhm.
Maybe she's putting on an act and inside she doesn't really believe it, but
Mhm.
I think she's been indoctrinated from a young age, and there is, like you have suggested, Scarlet, I think that she has an inner rebellious side that's never gotten a chance to get out because of her family, and
Mhm.
that's probably why Helly is so wild. That's her inner, you know, rebel finally
Mhm.
getting a chance to be let loose, like her subconscious. Uh,
Mhm.
I think you were right when you pointed that out, and look, we see what her life is like on the outside. She's gotta be so, you know, composed at all times, and it's actually a burden to be an Egan. Yes, she has money and power, but
Mhm.
she's been controlled her whole life and indoctrinated, and she's very isolated, and apparently she's never known love, appreciation, or respect, according to the creator of the show.
Mhm.
So she's probably got a lot of pent-up anger and rebellious feelings that wanna get out, and so this was like a release for her. She got a chance to just let it all out. That's what I think.
Mhm.
Without any consequences other than losing the marshmallows, you know? Um,
Yeah, and on a slight tangent, but kind of adjacent to this, the chat was saying that the innies would not know what jerking off was, but I do believe they would know in the rudimentary sort of way.
yeah, yeah, I mean, like, you know, you know how Dylan was lusting after Miss Casey in
Hmm.
season 1? Don't tell me that he might not occasionally have gotten a little excited. Like, they still have body parts that work down there, and I'm
Go off to the washroom with its 3-ply paper.
yeah, you know, like, they're very much like children, but even children are starting to discover their own
Hmm.
bodies, and
Yep.
it's normal. It's a normal
Yep.
thing. Children discover this stuff pretty young, so I
Hmm.
think they would have figured it out by there's some kids discover it later than others, but, you know,
Hmm.
anyway, um, so
What a tangent.
yeah, weird tangent. Hey, what the hell's going on? I think my mom's cat is starting to knock stuff over, demanding to be fed, and this is ridiculous because it is way too early. I'm hearing noise. What the hell? He's climbing in the cabinet. Henry, Henry, what
Oh,
the
it's not
hell?
even your cat.
Sorry, I gotta get the cat down. Hold on a second.
You want me to do some promo?
Yeah.
Okay, so on Wednesday we're having a talk about From that starts about 10 p.m. EST. We will be talking about the first episode of the second season. It's kind of a rewatch party, theorizing, you know, every little bit of this and that. And then on Thursday we'll have our Severance watch party, and that will be in Julie's Discord at 9 p.m. and a follow-up viewing at 10 p.m. followed by some chatting in the voice chat. Um, Then on this Sunday, I'm going to be in Sci-Fi Visions channel at roughly 11 o'clock doing Yellow Jackets, the first 2 episodes. I'm not really sure why they're showing the first 2 episodes, but if you're a Yellow Jackets fan, you can catch that. And I think we'll also be taking call-ins if you want to call in and talk about the first 2 episodes. I think there's a watch party before, but I'm not certain on any details of that. And other than that, what else do we have going on? I know there was a watch party going on for Yellow Jackets, but I think it's done now. I don't know if we're having anything before any kind of pre-party that would like encapsulate the last 2 seasons. But I highly recommend Yellow Jackets because it kind of goes along with From and Severance in kind of a weird way. And I think I don't know, I like all 3 of them. I like folk horror.
Sorry about that. Henry was trying to climb into the kitchen cabinet and knocking stuff over.
Does he get in the cabinet?
He was trying to, but he wouldn't have fit. But in the meantime, he was knocking things on the floor. So, I gave him some dry food, so hopefully he'll leave my mom alone and not terrorize her. He goes in the living room and she sleeps in there, and he starts knocking things over until she or I feed him. Anyway, hey Larry, no sympathy for Helena. Sorry, pro Helly here though. I have some sympathy for Helena, but yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll get to know her more, and then Jesse, women never have to jerk off. That's facts. Are you a woman? How do you know?
Okay, sure.
Is that a serious comment?
Yes, completely 100% true.
You gotta be joking.
Pure as driven snow.
Yeah, sure. Women don't have any needs at all.
They never diddle the skittle.
No.
They never flick the bean.
Oh my god. Look at what this show has done to us this week. It sent us down these dirty paths. It's crazy.
Just not right. It's all Dieter's fault.
It's all Dieter's fault. Damn it, Dieter. Look what you did. Look what you did. You sullied all of us. You corrupted us all. Well, we're all sullied and what's the word I'm looking for? Corrupted. Yeah, we're
forever changed.
Yes. Tarnished.
Like they said.
Yes. Captain says trailer shows her saying she won't go back because her innie is trying to kill her. I think they convinced her saying she can be free for once, and she used it to laugh at the lie her life is built on. Yeah. I didn't watch. Wait, is that an episode trailer? Yeah, it must be, because I haven't seen any of those. Okay. Anyway, they were laughing like kids who don't normally hear that kind of talk. Oh yeah, Larry. Anyway, I just imagine any Dylan running out of the bathroom one day. It works, figuring out his own talent of theater. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. Eventually, they would discover their own bodies for sure. Yeah, they would do it. I mean, they're human beings with needs too. Anyway, hashtag blame Dieter. It's too bad Dieter isn't here to see this. Oh my god! Look at this! Look at what Look at what Dieter has done.
Happened. This is like a Friday night after dark, but it's not. It's Monday.
Yes. It's Severance after dark now. Samuel says men jerk off, women flick the bean. Well, technically, yeah. Jerking off is not technically what women do with it. We don't have that anatomy, so
they can jerk it though. And jerk the bean.
Yeah. Larry says, we'll see. Maybe Helena will grow on me. Yeah, right now I have some sympathy for her, but not much, trust me. But we'll see. Like how much I want to see how much she's being coerced by her family and mistreated. Yeah. I have some though.
Getting somebody to get into unconsensual sex has a problem is a problem with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big, like, I don't know if I like this character anymore kind of a deal.
Oh, that's a great point. What she just did. Yeah, absolutely. That was messed up because he thought he was with Helly, who's like a different person. So, yeah, that's really messed up.
Deception. Deception of the worst kind.
Yeah, it's basically like SA happened here. And yeah, and it's honestly, she basically violated Helly and Mark in one fell swoop by doing that, because Helly didn't consent either. And so it's like Helly, Helly's autonomy, like bodily autonomy, I know it's the same body, but Helly didn't have a say in that, and she's like another person in the same body, so she violated both of them. Helena, yeah, it's a great point. Anyway, let's see. It's thruple time. And yes, I agree. Not okay. Yes. Okay, Matt says episode
That's
5
more like
trail.
quadruple time.
Yeah, basically quadruple time.
Mm-hmm.
Things are getting messy, messy,
Mm-hmm.
messy. Um, I mean, everything's so tainted now. Mark and
Mm-hmm.
Helly are gonna have a relationship now. It's just they're starting out
Mm-hmm.
so tainted by this experience. I don't know, like if they can even get past it. But Matt says in the episode 5 trailer, you see Helly saying, "My innie tried to kill me. I won't go back." Maybe that's when they decided she can go down as
Mm-hmm.
herself, fake being Helly. Yeah, we might see the other side of it. They keep doing that now, showing us one side of
Mm-hmm.
events, and then they show us the other side on the in the outer world. So, like, they did that with episodes 1 and 2 of this season. So maybe this is becoming a thing. And in season 1, they did a little of this with, like, Helly's introduction to yeah, I won't digress down that road, but they did this kind of thing in season 1 too. Anyway, okay, so back to the breakdown. Um, Irving is just so done with all this shit. Like, just the expression in his eyes. He's just full of hate. He's full of hate. This Irving. It's kind of sad. I really liked Irving as a character. I'd hate to see him, end like this. But any Irving anyway. But so anyway, Dylan. So wait, let's see. Where am I at? I lost my place in my notes. Um. Okay. Okay, so yeah, he tells Ms. Wong to throw the marshmallows in the fire. And he says marshmallows are for team players, Dylan. They don't just hand them out. Okay. And and Ms. Wong doesn't even care. She's so stoic about it. She doesn't act like a normal child at all. She's not disappointed. Like, she's more mature than these adult innies. If anything, she's completely stoic. She doesn't look sad at all, like, no emotion. I definitely think it's from brainwashing. Probably lives at the Myrtle Egan School for Girls and then works there. Um, so yeah, they tossed them in, and and Dylan is very upset. Um, Dylan didn't even do anything. I don't think and he's the funny one. I don't even think he was laughing about all this jerking off stuff. But so once Milchick leaves, Helly says, "Hey, what do you think his dick turned into?" Another hilarious line, and Irving doesn't agree though. Irving says it isn't funny, and they're cracking up about it. Um, then he gets really intense. He's like, "Just tell us, Helly, tell us. Just tell us about him. The night gardener. Did he have a flashlight? Hmm? What was he wearing? What color was his shirt? Did he have on a vest? A luminescent vest? Tell us exactly what he was wearing. Using your pupils," and then he looked at Mark. "Using your pupils to make love to her while your outie's wife rots away somewhere." Damn. That was harsh. That was really harsh. Um, this is not our typical Irving. It's like losing Bert just broke him as a person. Like he's being cruel to Mark too, saying that. I mean, yes, it is problematic what's going on with Mark, but technically he didn't marry, like, he has no memory of marrying Gemma. So is it a little weird that he's still, hooking up with Helly? Yeah, or who he thinks is Helly, but yeah, that was not nice of Irving to say to Mark. And Dylan and Mark are just kind of yelling at him like, what the hell is wrong with you? And this is where Helena finally just completely tips her hand. And at this point, I decided it had to be Helena, rather. I keep saying Helena. Helena. Um, Helena, her whole face changes, and the actress did her. This was a Helena facial expression, just ice cold. And she says, "It's okay. We all know Irving's upset because he can't ever see Bert again. And he's really lonely." Just ice cold delivery of that line. Ice cold. And just look at her face, you know. And that was it, you know, that was the final straw. I mean, I was back and forth ping-ponging around, but at that point, I just thought, it's gotta be Helena. That Helly would never say something like that and be that cold. So Irving was right about that. Um, and Irving just takes a torch and leaves, says, "F you all." And so, yeah. Um, the poor marshmallows melting. I'm surprised that it almost seems sacrilegious. They revere Kira like a god, and
Yes,
they're throwing something in the fire with his face on it,
a
burning.
tragedy. They're probably still delicious.
Probably. What a terrible waste. So, Helena and Mark have a scene here. Another poor Dieter, another joke. Mark says, "Probably a carrot." Helena says, "What?" Mark says, "Dieter's penis." I can't
I
believe
mean,
this show is making me say these things. What the fuck?
that's what I'm saying. Mark, he's got knowledge of that.
Mhm.
I think they have a rudimentary knowledge about the human body and sexuality.
I think they do. Um, I watched a video that really explained different types of memory well, like different. So, like, yeah, I don't remember how it was broken down, but I know there are just separate, different types of memory, and certain ones it seems like are not affected by severance. They have access to knowledge about certain things, but they don't have access to knowledge about like events going on in their personal lives. But they have knowledge about facts and history, you know, things they've learned, skills they've learned. So yeah, I think they have some knowledge about that. So Helly says, yeah, or some other root vegetable. Oh God. That was just too funny. And Mark comes into her tent, and I think she realizes that she screwed up. She tipped her hand by being that cold because she immediately says, "That was mean of me to say to Irving." I don't think she feels bad about it at all. I think she just realizes she screwed up, and you know, Helly would never say something like that. Mark is so blinded by his feelings for her that he takes her side. He's like, I mean, he kind of deserved it. Uh, Was he acting like a jerk? Yeah, but I wouldn't say he deserved what she said. Bert basically died. Like we got to think of it that way. Any Bert basically died. On this show, that's the equivalent of a death. And what she said to him was absolutely cruel in that context. So, no, I don't think he deserved it. And Mark's, you know, just blinded by this, and he's asking her if she's okay. I mean, he is just so, you know, eh, like infatuated that he's not seeing the signs in front of him. So he says, you know, she says, "Sorry if I'm distracting you from looking for her, your wife." And he says, "It's okay. I know we'll find her, and you've already helped so much." And then literally a couple seconds later, they're making out. Like,
Oh
I
yeah.
fo I found that so weird. Like, they literally just mentioned his wife, and they
Hmm.
didn't even say anything else in between that. They go from saying like, talking about searching for his wife to making out. Like, I found that really weird. No transition. Al Also, I think she kinda slipped. Sorry, what?
I was gonna say, Miss Casey gets them all hot. That's the
I guess.
thought.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of messy knowing that he's married on the outside and he's technically kind of the same person. And so I don't know. I feel
It's
like
kind
that
of
would go.
messy that she's portraying somebody else that he loves and still having sex with them without the knowledge that she's not who she seems to be.
That's that's the worst part of it, and he knows that he's married on the outside, and
Mm-hmm.
and he just like I just find it weird that this wouldn't I would be turned off by that thought. I wouldn't
Mm-hmm.
like that would kill the mood right there just thinking about that.
Mm-hmm.
I could see him blocking it out, not thinking about it and doing something impulsive, but they literally just said it. So that was weird.
Yeah, I
Um,
just wonder sometimes how much time has elapsed between him getting the first time he was getting reintegrated in the basement and now, because they were like vehemently running around with a flyer in the last episode
right.
trying
Yeah,
to
they
look for
were.
his wife.
Yes, they were. That's a great point.
I mean, not only his wife, but the missing Innie that they said if you lost a goat, you would search for them, right? Like it was almost like an Innie solidarity as well to find
Yeah,
her. Yeah,
yeah. He was so focused on finding his
yeah.
wife, and and yes, I think he was mainly doing it, you know, on principle, not because he doesn't remember her as his wife, but
Mm-hmm.
he really cared about that and was focused on that, and
Mm-hmm.
now it's like he's forgotten about it completely in this episode.
Yep.
It's weird. It's like we missed something somewhere, but we
Yeah,
didn't.
it gave me a weird feeling that I like had, there might be some things missing here, some time perhaps.
Maybe there is some time in between and we're gonna find that out. But also, by the way, her wording was weird. I thought this was kind of strange. She said, "Sorry if I'm distracting you from looking for her, your wife." That's not how they usually talk. They say your Audi's wife. That
Mm-hmm.
Why would she say your wife? I think maybe that was a slip because she's not used to portraying this role as an innie and talking this way.
Mm-hmm.
So she kind of slipped and talked like a normal person, saying your wife.
Mm-hmm.
That's how a person who's not an innie would talk.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Normally they're like, your Audi's wife, your Audi's
Mm-hmm.
kid, whatever, not your wife. Anyway,
Yeah, but it gets messy if like an Innie and an Audi have a baby like that. Like if Helena gets pregnant, which I hope not. I mean, that's messy
oh
because
God,
it's the
yeah,
body carrying the child. The child doesn't really know that it's an Innie and an Audi.
I know,
It's
right,
just part of the body.
right, yeah. Yeah, and only one side of yourself can decide or consent or to do this,
Mm-hmm.
and so it gets very messy. So it's like the other side is kind of violated and pregnant, and yeah, it's weird. But
I'm just saying that they keep the people in the Waffle Party probably on like some kind of birth control,
no, they've got to, yeah, for sure,
or
for the
else there's a bunch of like little like you know out of wedlock here babies running around.
yeah. Oh shoot, my cat is now making loud noises, and she's gonna wake my mom up. Oh, these cats. These cats run wild, I swear to God. Come on, Boo.
Feral cats.
Okay. She needed to be let back in my room. Hopefully now she'll shut up. Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
Irving goes off. I'm not really sure why he did this. Irving
Mm-hmm.
he went rushing off with a torch, and then he was yelling for Mr. Milchick. I think it was because he was lost. Like, I don't know why he was off yelling for Mr. Milchick, and then he winds up falling asleep outside. Can he
Mm-hmm.
not find his way back? That part confused me.
I don't know.
Um,
Maybe he wanted to talk to Milchick about Helena or Helena. I mean,
Maybe, yeah, but I mean, shouldn't Milchick be sleeping near where they are? Why would Milchick be
yeah.
somewhere
There's a
else?
weird like white tent, and there's only one. Does that mean Milchick and Miss Hung are like in the same tents?
Oh, I hope not. That's
Because there's like a
creepy.
little white tent in the back, and I'm like, there's only one though.
That's so creepy. Yeah, I saw that white tent. I forgot about
Mm-hmm.
that. Um, Also, did you notice how red the lighting was during
Mm-hmm.
this scene with Mark and Helena? It was extremely red. I think that was a clue that that's Helena and not Helly.
Mm-hmm.
Another clue to that, I think, was in episode 2 when Helena shows up for work to go in for the first time. There's a beam of sunlight coming in the window, hitting her red hair. I think that was a clue that it was really Helena going in. And this red lighting.
I don't even know what level Mark is at this point. Is he a little bit outy, a little bit inny?
Right, because he's starting to reintegrate. So the red lighting kind of works for both of them. Yep. So yeah, Irving, I don't know what happens. I think he just gets so exhausted and maybe lost. So he just lays down and falls asleep. And Mark and Helena, now this was a really interesting thing that she said, and I actually believe she meant it. She said, I didn't like who I was on the outside. I was ashamed. Yes, this could apply to Helly if she were. So when I was watching it, I was thinking, okay, this could still go both ways because
yep.
because Helly would be ashamed to be an Eagan, but I really think that Helena might feel shame as well because she knows the damage that her family can actually do to people. She probably is ashamed. I that was genuine. I just got that sense that it was genuine in that moment. And he says, who were you? And she just kind of stares at him silently, and then he says, I don't care who you are out there. I care who you are with me. That's all. And yes. Mark is gonna come to regret those words. Those words are gonna come back to haunt him. Yeah, that's not his Helly. And it's like, did he fall for the temptress Helena more than Helly? I don't know. I don't think so. I think he would have done the same thing if this were Helly. Because she was acting like Helly would with him.
Yeah.
So I don't think this is him falling for Helena over Helly. Personally,
I think he's being deceived.
Yeah. So I don't think he's like, now gonna be just into Helena and not Helly. Yeah. So yeah, I think she does kind of feel shame for for being an Eagan, for like some of the things that they're doing to people. She's aware of the the horrific things that her family does, I'm sure. Then there's a glitch. I don't know if I caught it.
Yeah. But now getting weird vibes that she set this whole thing up just so she could get laid.
Right.
You think she could just get a gigolo or something, but she's like, no, I have to do all this.
Yeah.
This complicated hot mess is what I'm going to be doing.
Yeah, right? I know. I think there would be easier ways to do this. It wouldn't be that hard. She's, Now, in this shot right here, I think that was Gemma.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, so he starts glitching and seeing Gemma instead of Helena, and I'm sure that's a side effect of his reintegration, memories of his wife. That was Gemma. Then she's Helly again, or Helena, and she's like, "What's wrong?" And then this is so creepy. Then she turns into Gemma again, and not robotic looking weird Gemma, normal looking Gemma from the pictures that he has of her. That's like a normal look, not that weird fake looking wig and robotic looking face. That's his Gemma, so he's remembering. I think we're gonna see him glitching back and forth more and more as time goes on, and hopefully it'll be a slow process because I don't want to see any Mark go away. I like any Mark. I wish they wouldn't rush that.
Didn't really stop him from kissing her again, I guess.
I know, right?
Didn't really stop him at all. He's like, okay.
I know.
It's kind of like a threesome, but not really. Or a foursome, or a quintuple, whatever it is now.
I know, right?
Or 6. What's 6? Because they all have 2 of themselves. Oh my god, it gets messy.
Oh my god. Yeah. Well,
It's like a whole room. It's like an orgy.
I know. Now, wouldn't you think that actually not only did he do this immediately after talking about his wife,
Mm-hmm.
but he just saw his wife, a memory flashed in front of him and saw her, and then he still goes back in for it for again. Like,
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't that be a turn off? Wouldn't that mess with your head? That's so weird.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Not for him. He's like, all right, let's keep going.
yeah, get right back in the mood again that easily. No, I mean, he's basically like an adolescent now, and
Mm-hmm.
how adolescents are, they're very, like, I don't know how to say it, like, in a appropriate way, but
Mm-hmm.
teenagers, like,
Mm-hmm.
once they discover their hormones, that's it.
Mm-hmm. But
Hormones.
that makes it even worse from Helena's standpoint, because it's not only is she deceiving him, but he's pretty much in the body of an adolescent, like almost a teenager state,
Mm-hmm.
and she's taking advantage of him.
Mm-hmm.
I just have less and less feelings for the woman.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah,
She
he's
may
like
want love, but this ain't the way to do it, sister.
no, he's like a hormonal adolescent.
Mm-hmm.
If she wants love, like, maybe try a dating app or something. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know, seriously. Maybe her feelings for Mark on the inside are like bleeding through. When she saw that on the
Mm-hmm.
security footage, he was irresistible to her because
Mm-hmm.
maybe like Dylan said in season 1, maybe love transcends Severance. Who knows?
Or maybe his lineage
There's lineage.
transcends Severance.
Yeah, maybe. So now we get to one of the most interesting parts of the whole thing. Actually, I personally think this is the best part of the whole episode, easily. This trippy dream. Irving wakes up in a suit, so it's like, so you immediately know it's a dream. It's like everything looks different, the environment looks different. He's wearing a suit, the trees look different. It's like something out of a horror movie. I love how they did this with the twisted up, gnarly trees with no foliage, just all bent over and foggy. There's a shot, I immediately remembered seeing like trees like this in other things, like like there was, I think, in one of the universes in the multiverse in Dark Matter, I think one of them had trees that looked like this. And in the opening titles of From, there's a shot that has like bent over trees like that too, I believe. It's like, I don't know, it's just like a common thing. Anytime you want to get a creepy vibe, you have trees like this. I know I've seen it in multiple places, and it's cool. Like, the way they did this was just brilliant. He finds a bunch of cubicles.
You always get like a slight misty fog too, like you're on the moors.
Yep, just a little bit of fog. Yeah, this is so good. He finds the cubicles in the middle of the woods. The lighting of this was so good. I used an image of him from here in my thumbnail for this live because it was just so perfect. The lighting of it was just brilliant. It was spooky, surreal. And he sits down at the computer and it says Montauk. So there's that reference maybe to that animal carcass. That's got to be what they thought of. I mean, why they picked that. So then this is so trippy. Then Bert rolls down the cubicle wall and it looks so creepy too. Looks at Irving. I swear Outie Bert is trouble. I can feel it. Outie Bert, that was so sinister. Outie Bert watching Irving in the phone booth. He looked kind of like this, like sinister look on his face.
Yeah, he didn't exactly have a look of love on his face.
No, he's up to no good. It's kind of like Irving seems to be investigating Lumen, and maybe Bert is investigating Irving, like for the company now. I think there's something going on there.
Mm-hmm.
If he just if he had feelings for him, he'd get out of the car and say, "Hey, Irving," he wouldn't sit there and like.
Or if he even wanted to help him, like he came to his door knocking, he was just curious, he would have a normal look, not a sinister look.
Right. Yeah.
If he was just curious.
Yeah. So we don't know what went down at his house, but there's something off about this, and I think he's not a good guy on the outside. That's the vibe I'm getting, especially in this dream, which is it's kind of like a revelation dream for Irving, and the fact that Bert is in it looking sinister is another clue to me that he's up to no good on the outside. Because Irving is like kind of smiling and Bert is not. So yeah, there's that, and then he looks over, and this is such a great shot. This is what I used for my thumbnail. It's just beautiful. The shot of Irving, so cool. He looks over, and there's Woe typing at the computer with those gnarly fingers. That was so well done. What?
And she's in the position that Helly is in when they work together on the floor.
Oh, okay. Yep. Interesting. Yeah. And you can see
she almost looks like she has red hair in the shot too.
Yeah, she almost kind of does, and like it's so dark it's hard to tell, but she might. You can see she's very small, like in relation to her height over the keyboard. She's half the size of a normal woman, supposedly.
I don't know why. I wonder why they say that.
Yeah,
I
don't know. I don't know either. And she's also like a bride or something.
Yeah.
Why is she a bride? That's odd.
Something happened on the wedding day.
Yeah. I like to know more of the story behind this, but they did an amazing job too. I looked at behind the scenes photos. The actress who played her posted them on social media. She was so happy and proud that she got to do this, and it was cute. They did a phenomenal job. Yes, they did some stuff with CGI. Clearly, they used some CGI on her, but the photos of her are wild. Wow, the hair and makeup, they went to town on her.
Yeah, I think when they use CGI, it's just to enhance usually, which I enjoy, instead of it being the whole show.
Yeah, like not too much, not so much that it looks really fake. Look how tiny she is sitting there. Look how short she is.
What is she working on? What's she working on here? I can't read that.
I wish I could see it.
Yeah.
It's too blurry. Damn.
Yeah.
There's a word there, but it's too blurry.
Looks like it starts with a W and ends with an N or something, but I can't see the letters in between.
Yep, that looks like a W for sure. Yeah, I wonder if I sharpen it, if it'll do it, if it'll help at all. I'm gonna try. So it's interesting. Yeah, she's sitting in Helly's spot, and she's got a little picture frame there with the four of the MDR team there, like Helly would, like they all have on their desks. And let me see if I make this pop. That might work. Sometimes it helps, other times it doesn't do anything, but I mean, it doesn't always do enough. Still can't read it. Looks like a W, but wisdom, maybe?
Wisdom? That'd be cool if it was wisdom.
It looks like W. It looks like WI, and maybe it ends with an M. I can't tell. Maybe wisdom. It looks kind of like it's the right length to be the word wisdom. So maybe. But yeah.
If anybody in the chat knows, let us know.
Yeah. That was a cool shot. Oh yeah. Disturbing.
He's got to
This
control
was
his tempers.
yes.
Tempers.
And I think this was also a premonition of his impending demise as an innie. The fact that she's making eye contact, locking eyes with him, and she's terrifying. So and she personifies woe. This is like him staring down his impending death, I think. But he, of course, at the time, he wouldn't know what to make of that. The way this was shot was so nightmarish. It was so cool. With him right in the shot there, just kind of looking around, and then the numbers start going crazy, and they don't do that on the screen normally. They start flying around, and he's staring at it, and then this is so well done, and then it dissolves into this, and it's not numbers anymore. This is what people were pointing out that I couldn't see on the screen when we were watching it. It's all Eagan. It's all the letters of Eagan are all over the screen. So that's his revelation that Helena is an Eagan. And then it starts to form what looks like a face, which is even cooler. It's not that clear, but it resembles a face. It's all Eagan letters. So really cool way for him to, it's basically his subconscious revealed it to him. And maybe like someone in the chat was saying, I can't remember who said it earlier, maybe this is like in a dream, his outie is able to communicate information to him through his subconscious. So in this dream, maybe he's basically his outie, and his outie has kind of figured this out. Who knows? Maybe his outie figured out what's going on with them. He's investigating. And what is this? What is it doing there? It's like, I can't even tell what that is. This is just like Eagan and a bunch of zeros too. Like all the letters of Eagan and zeros, and I don't know what that is. I don't know if
it's an eyeball.
It's an eyeball? Oh,
at the bottom.
Yes.
The bottom is eyeball.
You're right. It's an eyeball. That's cool. Yeah, that's definitely an eyeball. An all-seeing eye. Maybe they're always being watched. Yeah, fantastic dream sequence. That was easily my favorite part of the episode. So, yeah, so he wakes up, and Mark realizes that Helena is gone, and Irving is missing. So he's calling for Milchick to I love messed up hair Mark. His hair is crazy when it's messed up. Like his hair is so long and wild when it's not slicked back. Yeah.
Get him, girls.
Nice bedhead Mark. So
I wish I would have known about Dylan's nighttime experiences.
Yeah, we didn't get to see that. He was all by his lonesome. So we don't know. But it's it looks like they slept in teepees rather than regular tents. It looked like teepees.
Or having a scene with him when he tries to get to sleep because they don't sleep. They never had the experience of sleep.
Oh my god, that's right.
Like, would they even know how to go to sleep or how to sit and calm themselves down so they sleep?
Oh my god, I totally forgot about that. They've never been allowed to sleep before. Wow.
I would have liked to have seen that, even a short scene.
That was a big oversight, I think. Like, for the show not to address that. Their innies have never slept. Wow. That's crazy. That didn't even occur to me. Like, they'd never slept, and and it's, falling asleep at work, you get in trouble. Irving, like, he didn't get sent to the break room, but he got sent to a wellness session for sleeping on the job. So they actually got to lay down, granted not in a bed, but they got to lay down and go to sleep all night.
But not only that, it was probably the first time they ever dreamed.
Right. Yeah.
I want this in here, and that's what I was somewhat disappointed it wasn't.
Well, Irving got to experience a dream, and I would say that was probably his outie, dreaming that in his subconscious. Yeah, that's wild.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that show should have addressed that for sure. I feel like that was
But not somebody so much as troubles who is left, but somebody who, like Dylan, would just be the tent trying to get to sleep and then seeing some dream and being like, what is that?
Yeah.
Because they never had that experience before. At least Irving's had a little bit of a bleed through. So he's had kind of waking dreams, so Dylan probably hasn't had any. Like, this is also like pictures in his head when he's sleeping. It might be terrifying.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, like they've never experienced, like when you're a kid. I remember as a kid, I had nightmares. I had horrible nightmares, and a lot of kids are terrorized by nightmares, and it's upsetting, and they've never gotten to experience what that's like as innies. So that's pretty wild.
Or like sleeping is like a little death, like they're just like, kind of dying in a way, and the hell that would just be weird.
That's got to be
They
weird.
just go out of consciousness.
Right. They're always on. Yeah. That's so strange to think about. Matt Gilbert said this is right. This is why it works. Irv has never had this much time asleep. That's the point of this scene. So yeah, I feel like if he was allowed to sleep longer, those dreams with the black paint, maybe he'd see more revelations through them. Maybe he'd actually get more insights bleeding through. Yeah, sleep is the key. They need to just go to sleep more, sleep on the job. Like, that's what they need to do. Yeah, Quan Solar, it's Helena's face. It's hard to really see it, but it's definitely representative of Helena's face. Oh, at least the Gaunt Bride won't get obese. The glitch ring movement always freaks me out. Oh yeah, super creepy. Matt said that any sleeps, they are able to access their unconscious. The outie uses dream logic to communicate. It's well thought out. Yeah. Yep. That's why I knew it. See, I knew this is why Irving has been using sleep deprivation, playing rock music, blasting rock music all night, painting, so that when he falls, he'll doze off as an innie and he'll be able to get messages from his outie, like from his subconscious. I think that's what Irving was talking about in the phone booth, talking to somebody saying my innie got the message. He's communicating through dreams, that sleep depriving himself so that he can communicate messages through dreams.
I thought that was a message when I thought it was when they did that event and the Indies woke up and he saw the paintings. I thought that was a message.
Wait, what? When the innie woke up and wait,
the end of season 1 where they had the event where all the innies woke up in the outside world. I thought that was the message. I thought the outer Irving knew the inner Irving got the message because he saw all the paintings.
Oh. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think
because then he started to draw them too. He drew the painting too, and the book of all the births.
The only thing is how does he know that his innie got the message? How does he know?
I don't know.
But,
Question mark. That's it.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that last shot of Irving's face was the same as the first shot of the episode, and again, also the last shot of the episode too.
Yeah.
Yep. Matt said, I think they did that deliberately to convey the feeling the innies would have. We woke up with them, hence the cold open. Yeah. Oh yeah, like it was just completely disorienting. We just kind of woke up and we don't know what's going on either.
I like the use of the word cold open because it's also cold.
Because it's also cold.
Very nice.
Literally, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Harrow. Nice to see you. Welcome.
It was a sex scene. It was a sex scene.
I know, right? Watching this scene in stills is hilarious. And I had practically frame by frame screenshots of everything because that's what I do with every show. So it's like a flip book. You might as well be watching the
Mhm.
scene. I'm surprised they don't pull it for copyright.
Mhm.
I can't show clips, so Helena wants Mark for some reason. I think it's because Helly fell for Mark.
She
Maybe that's
wants
why
his baby.
he's drawn to him because Helly fell for him. I think that's
She's
why.
drawn to him because she wants his baby. She wants his seed. She wants his lineage. Lineage.
Lineage. Yeah. Truly deep dives after dark. Yeah, it was feeling that way. It was definitely feeling that way. Um, um,
Hey man, I didn't write the script.
Mark is spilling his seed just like Dieter did. Yeah, yeah, he did. Yep. Um, yeah. Irving knows that Helly is Helena. He's trying to expose her fake ass to the innies. Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, he got lost. That's what I thought. I thought he got lost. Absolutely. So yeah, he was yeah, maybe he was looking for Milchick. I feel like Milchick should have been in his tent. Um yeah, let's see. Yeah, if Mark wasn't so blinded by his lust for Helly, he might have caught her in that slip up 100%. Hey Zulinator. I voted without even a clue what I was voting for. Well, I guess that's politics for you. Do you even watch this show? Oh, that's right. That's politics in a nutshell. Most
Mhm.
people are voting without a clue what the hell they're even doing. Yeah, it's about right. Zulinator says, "Who is Dieter? I am confused. Is it from or Severance? It's Severance, Zulinator. I know it's confusing because we have a Dieter in Severance now. He's not our Dieter. Um,
Or is he?
or is
He
he?
goes by Dieter Eagan, by the way.
Yes, Dieter has been exposed as an Egan now. He has been exposed.
Yep.
Just like Helena, Dieter, who knew?
Yeah.
He's been hiding in plain sight the whole time. How do you like that?
Can't
Our
trust
own
him.
our own Dieter. And I know he's gonna listen to this on the replay later.
Yeah, because Lumen's listening.
Lumen is listening, so Dieter's always listening too. Helena needs Mark's lineage to complete Cold Harbor.
She needs
I
a
don't.
sweet sperm to complete that.
Oh my god. Maybe? I don't
Some kind
know.
of like fuel.
Yeah. Some kind of fuel, maybe? I don't know. Yeah. Uh, I don't
I don't
know.
know how that quite works.
I don't either. Helena Chill says Helena equals a master manipulator. That immediately just put a Kendrick Lamar song in my head because he called Drake that. I've got Kendrick on the brain. Sorry guys. Everything's reminding me of Kendrick these days because he's basically winning everything in life right now. Anyway, S Rely 378 says if they really are outside, this is such an uncontrollable environment, and there are so many
Mhm.
ways that these inexperienced innies could get hurt or killed. Milchick even gave
Mhm.
them fire to hold. Yeah, I thought that was unsafe too. What the
Mhm.
hell? They don't handle fire at work. I
Mhm.
mean, that was weird. It was supposed to be for their warmth and light and warmth or
Mhm.
something. Well, how about flashlights? Like, how about
How
you
about
use
not being on a cliff with ice and snow that
yeah,
they haven't had any experience walking on?
that would be good too, yeah.
And then plus, I know there's at least one bird and the seal-like animals, so there's got to be probably other wildlife around.
Yeah, that's so this is a great point, and welcome, by the way. Welcome, I haven't seen you before. We do these lives every Monday night around 10:15 PM Eastern, and, in my Discord every Thursday, we have watch parties when the new episodes drop at 9 PM Eastern. My link to the Discord is in the description of this video if you wanna join. We do watch parties when it drops at 9 PM Eastern, then I stream it a second time at 10, and we also have a voice chat where we discuss it, and people can type in the chat if they don't wanna speak out loud. It's a lot of fun. So, Yep. So just letting you know that. And I do episode deep dives too. So I just released my episode 3 deep dive because I've been running behind, but that's the newest one on my channel right now. Episode 3 deep dive, and my next one will be in the next couple of days for episode 4. Anyway, yeah, that was crazy. That made no sense. Like they could have fallen off a cliff. They've never even walked like on snow or ice or anything before, and they literally just hiked up a mountain, a giant cliff, with no experience, no proper gear for it, really, like no hiking sticks or anything.
I mean,
That
I don't know what their rudimentary knowledge they would even know they could freeze to death.
Right. And there's so much that could have gone wrong. There's so much that could have gone wrong. So maybe this is a controlled environment, like a Truman Show kind of deal. Like, in the Truman Show, it looked like the real world, and they could even simulate weather conditions. I don't know. I don't know if it's something as crazy as that, but like this environment, like maybe it is a controlled area. It's just hard to say. Or is it a sim? Yeah, I just don't know. I don't think it's a sim. I don't think it's a sim, but I don't know. What do you think, Scarlet?
I don't want it to be.
Yeah, like it's probably real. Maybe there are just some flaws
I want this to truly be Dieter Eagan National Forest or National Park.
Maybe there are just some flaws in the writing. I mean, like there could be some holes here and there, like that don't really make sense. Like the way that they can hike up the cliff in a ridiculously short amount of time, like a huge cliff that should take hours. It could just be some little plot holes.
Or
Anyway.
they just didn't want to be extremely slow.
Yeah.
Because it already was kind of slow.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Like they could have done a little montage though to kind of show that time passed. There are ways to go around it, to get around it.
Well, plus I know they kind of were a little tight shooting in the national park anyway. Like they couldn't disturb anything. So I don't know if they could do a really long montage because they'd have to go through places they probably can't put all their equipment and everything.
True. Yeah, they talked about how difficult it was filming in this environment. They had to build like some kind of bridge to get their stuff across it because they couldn't like they had to leave everything exactly how they found it in this national park protected area. So yeah, maybe they just had issues because of that. John answers says, I think water is the biggest key if they are outside. Also, it relates back to the story. Irving saw woe just like Dieter, and Mark spilling his seed like Dieter. Yeah, Irving saw woe, and Dieter saw woe too. And Mark spilling his seed like Dieter, definitely. Because Irv was asleep for so long, he cracked the code with help from the knowledge his Audi has shared unconscious. That's a clever way to do it. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's it. Like that, I knew that's how he's been trying to communicate with his innie. So it makes total sense that this dream would be the key for him. With Alice says Dylan may have slept at one of his waffle parties.
No sleeping, just doing.
Maybe after the orgy. Maybe after the orgy, he gets to take a nap in that nice.
To take a slight nap.
A nice luxurious bed there. Maybe
he has to sleep on all the tempers though.
You gotta sleep with all the tempers. They all have to fit in that big king size bed there.
Oh, I just saw on top of them.
Or on top of them. Yeah. Hey, Mark. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Doc says, I'm wondering, same as Scarlet, but not sure if that's what he meant. He could have. Well, if he woke in Irving's house, the painting is everywhere. Yeah, the paintings are all over the place. So.
And he also had that map in his pocket too, a bird's address. So he might have thought that was a message that Irving also got.
Right. Wait. What thing in his pocket?
The map. Audi Irving finds the map in his pocket, the map that Irving took to get to Bert's house, with Bert's address X'd on it.
Oh, right. So, yeah, so I mean, he knew that Irving had like figured some stuff out because he saw some stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah, like that list of the employees he had and everything. He probably got that feeling.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. S, I don't know how to say it. S rely, I guess, 378. They would never be content to go back to their contained indoor existence in the Lumen basement again. Why would Milchick think this experience would motivate them to work harder after seeing this? 100%.
Me too, yeah.
100%.
I love being outside. I wouldn't want to be outside and like experiencing all that and then go back inside.
I love being outside too, and this is just that makes no sense to give them a taste of this and then take it away. It's the same thing with Dylan being allowed to see his wife. It makes no sense to give him a little taste of that. I just don't get it. Like, how is this supposed to help? I mean, I could see with Dylan, the damage is already done because he accidentally found out he had a son, and so basically they did this because they couldn't get him motivated to work for just stupid incentives like finger traps anymore. So they had to give him something, like they had to let him see his wife, and they could have just kept him fired, but they need Mark to finish the Cold Harbor files. So it's basically all because of needing Mark to do that they're allowing Dylan to see his wife. I doubt they're allowing anybody else to see their family. I'm sure it's just Dylan, and it's only.
Well, Dylan's the only one technically with a family, as Milchick said.
Right, but like, I don't believe anything he says, for one thing, and
that's true. True.
And another thing, that we don't know how many other departments there are down there that are severed. Those people in the GOAT department might have families, and I doubt they're going to be allowed to see them. I'm sure this is just for Dylan, so that Mark is satisfied and completes Cold Harbor. So, okay, so I can understand that. And then once Mark completes Cold Harbor, maybe they can just get rid of. I mean, I hope they don't get rid of these people, but they're really only back so Mark can finish that. And so maybe that's why they don't really care about this whole showing them this outdoor experience thing, because they're not planning on keeping them for the long haul anyway. Mark is close to finishing Cold Harbor.
Yeah.
I don't know. And maybe they figure, well, Mark has Heli, or so he thinks. So that's all he's going to need. He'll still be content to go back to his indoor existence at Lumen as long as he's got Heli. Maybe that's their rationale. I don't know. But it is, I don't know. It does seem foolish to give them a taste of this.
Yeah, it seems to create a lot of danger, a lot of bad scenarios.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Grow and Thrive. Nice to see you. Audi Irving found the map to Bert's house in his pocket, so he knew the innie got the message. Yep. Matt says the painting is the message. Yeah, the painting is everywhere. That's why he's painting it so many times. And so, since he knew his innie had seen all that stuff, then his innie got the message. So, Audi Irv said he got the message because overtime contingency innie Irving saw the exports hall painting. Right. Helena was slumming, right? She was slumming with the subhuman innies.
Yeah.
Wow, 61 people. It keeps going up. That's crazy. Wow. Thank you so much for watching or listening. I appreciate it. Please take a moment to like the video if you haven't already. Please like the stream, and maybe even share it if you have a moment. You could share the stream. But definitely liking and subscribing would be a big help. I'd appreciate it. We do these lives every Monday, 10:15 p.m. Eastern. And again, Thursday night, we're going to be streaming the episode again. I'll stream it in my Discord at 10 p.m. Eastern 9 p.m. Eastern when it drops. And then second time at 10 p.m. Anyway, so let's see. Matt Gilbert and Irv moved stuff around inside the apartment. Audi Irv would know what he's seen. Figure it out. Yes. Golden child. Maybe Ms. Cobell is from Dieter's lineage. Maybe.
Maybe. I don't
Yep.
know. Charlotte and Dieter getting it on? Oh, maybe that's too soon. That's too far back. One of Dieter's great grandkids.
Could be.
Maybe Ambrose.
Maybe Ambrose. Doc, we're doing After Dark. In that case, anyone else see that undies pic Hassan Piker posted? Who is that? I've never heard of that. Who's Hassan Piker? I don't know.
I don't know.
Mark says Helena needs Mark S to fill the vast hole in her heart, but she dishonestly used the any Mark. Yes, she did, and violated him too.
Lisa said vast hole in her heart.
Yeah. Yeah. My mind went right in the gutter there.
Fill me up with your lineage.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to have cure babies.
Seriously.
A whole room of cure babies.
A bunch of bunch of little cure babies running around. Yep. Whole family full of them. Matt says we don't know they hiked, but I mean we saw them going up the mountain. Like we saw them trudging up there. It seemed like too fast. Helicopter? What? I didn't see any helicopter.
They kind of just start at the bottom of the mountain, turn them off, helicopter them up to the top, turn them back on again.
Yeah.
It's very difficult.
It would be crazy. If you think about it, if this freeze frame function of their chip can actually freeze them still like statues, and they don't remember anything that would happen, or they're unconscious completely, they could do anything to these people. Just imagine, like they could do anything, and these people would never know what happened. Anyway, I think that's one of the functions. I think that's what freeze frame does. I hope they show us more. We got to see Glasgow. So I want to see goldfish, elephant, open house. Goldfish is probably, they like really short memory, because that's the cliche with goldfish. Elephant, again, the cliches, they never forget. They probably remember everything. Yeah, I hope they show us more of that. A chopper followed by a ride on a snowcat. Yeah, that would make more sense, Mark says, plus they watched a hokey corporate video without a connection to any power. Yeah.
It gotta have batteries.
It probably just looked like old tech, and it had something in it that could power it. That's the only way I can explain it. Doc says, oh wait, I voted for it being a sim, but if it was a sim, could Helena's life have been threatened? We actually talked about this a bit earlier. And somebody in the chat said that in the Matrix, if you die in the Matrix, you die in real life. So maybe that's the case here. If it could be a sim, it's still possible. I still think it doesn't make much sense. I think they shut off Glasgow and they brought Helly back because her life was in danger, and this is real. But I guess if you're going by Matrix rules, it could still be a simulation either way, if it is like the Matrix. But anyway, Dylan can fight a bear. Yeah, he probably could.
I like to see that.
Dylan is used to bears. He goes to BDSM gay clubs. Where did that come from? What the hell? Where did
Dylan's secret life, when his wife goes to work, he gets a babysitter for the kids, and then goes,
oh my god,
parties it up in a bear pile.
Yeah, maybe Dylan's got a freaky side. I thought he was straight, but maybe he's bi. Who knows? I don't know where that came from, but
and all the bears look exactly like him. They look like the guy that you got an interview with. I mean, the one that was interviewing him.
Yeah. I don't know, but John Answers says they can't afford to lose Mark. What if Irving tripped and set Mark's tent on fire and burned them up? Yeah, all kinds of things could have happened. Irving could have fallen through the ice and died. That's another one.
Yeah, he could have been drowning Helly and hit her head on a rock or something and just ended her.
Yeah, could have. I mean, Golden Child, no, I don't wanna see half the episode watching Irving climbing up a mountain, but they could have shown a montage, like, or cut the scene, have the scene cut, and then be like, "Oh my god, that took so long," and have them talk about, like, "Oh my god, that was torture," or whatever, like, let us know some time passed, that's what I
Mm.
wanted to see, but, John Answers thinks it's augmented reality. Mark, yes. Did this episode make anyone sad and angry? It made me sad. I thought it was a bummer. I think Woe's Hollow is a good title because it
Mhm.
was depressing.
Yeah, on a
Yeah.
bunch of different levels.
Yes. 100%. Yeah. Um so somebody said, I guess somebody said no simulations or clones associated with the show. Is that true? Uh, that would be great. Let me see. John says, I thought they said what goes on the Severance floor actually happens. Did they specifically say everything ever they see is real? That they see is real. Yeah, I'd like to know that myself, if anyone knows. Hey, randomer. I mean, they put them in a harsh environment in winter, added a dead seal, and the horror story in the middle of the camp made by Lumen. Yeah, that's nuts. Seriously. Quan says, "Why is Dylan's wife on a first name basis with Seth, in your opinion?" Yeah, it was weird that she called him Seth. I guess it's not her boss, so I guess it's
Mhm.
not that weird that she's not calling him Mr. Milchick.
Yeah, she's just probably being invited to come in there for a visit. He probably introduces himself by his first name to be more intimate,
Yeah, that makes sense.
to get over, that Milchick way.
Right. So weird that they won't let the innies know the
Mhm.
first
I
names
could
of
have
their.
swore they knew his name was Seth, but I guess I totally put that idea in there that wasn't there.
It's so weird. Like, what harm would it do to just let them know their first names? And they don't even know their own surnames, if I'm not
So
mistaken.
much, so much horror would be done. So much bad.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the innies don't know their own surnames, right?
There's
Like,
no their, yeah, they know their letter.
that's so weird.
Mhm.
Matt says it makes total sense. Nothing motivates like the threat of giving something you love than threatening
Mhm.
to take it away. Um, wait, giving what? Giving what that you love? Um, oh, I guess like letting Dylan see his wife. Maybe that's what that is. Yeah, team players.
Maybe that's something they can take away later as punishment.
Right. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah,
Hey,
once they have a conjugal visit, then they take that away from Dylan. He's heartbroken.
that would be a motivator. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey Trace, nice to see you. I think we can relate every episode back to the Lexington letters. Maybe. There are a lot of common threads there. The car accidents and stuff. Lumen gains more control by appearing to cave into the innie's demands. Yeah, that's true, Matt. Yeah, I agree. John Answer says, I think I agree. This takes time away from completing Cold Harbor too. Only thing I can come up with is it was for Helena and Mark to hook up. So maybe that was the whole point. I don't know. Because this is random. Yeah, like why did they do this all of a sudden? Um,
They need an heir.
yeah. They need an heir, maybe. I don't know. Look on Ms. Wong's
Well, I
face.
mean, the whole opening sequence, you got Audi Mark, he's sitting on a bed, baby Kier walks by with snow on his head. It makes you feel like that's where, the conception was.
Yeah. Um, I really I hope that's not gonna happen because we
I just
just
think it's funny that you don't like pregnancy storylines. And I'm like, oh no.
yeah, you know how I'm gonna react
And there's
already.
already been two of them. It's already been Devin's and then Gabrielle, like Gabby's too. And I'm like, here's the third one. Oh, and then the one on the television.
Yeah, it's enough already. If this one happens, it's gonna be front and center, like the
Yeah,
main
yeah.
storyline of the damn show. Oh, ah, too much. Ugh, like anyway, Golden Child, the vast hole, deep canyon, which was her. Oh my god, this episode's got our minds in the gutter. It's crazy. Um, I never expected that from this show. It's a great way to get partway up a mountain, chop her up part of the way, hike the rest, but I don't think it's important. We're meant to feel as
Mhm.
disoriented as the innies. Oh, definitely, and it worked. They did a good job of that.
Yeah. I'm
Yep.
disoriented.
Oh, hell yeah. Matt, are you actually saying you think a helicopter did take them up part of the way? I can't tell if that's serious or not. I'm curious. The point of most simulation stories is you can't tell if it's a sim, but this isn't a sim, it's all real except for dreams. I agree. Let's see, this one says, I hope they show us how they explained this overnight thing to their outies. Like Dylan's wife works nights. Would she be cool with them staying at work for 2 days overnight?
Yeah.
They have children.
They have to
Good
get a babysitter.
good point. Very good point. Yes, I think we might get the other side of this in the next episode. Maybe we'll get a little bit, at least. Um, V Sky, I just realized I had no idea what was going to happen next. Yeah, me too, V Sky. I'm right there with you. I'm lost at the moment as to what happens next. I really don't know. This is different than From. It's a lot harder to make theories on what's going to happen on this show. Holy shit, Tony Teflon. Hey, what's up? Nice to see you, my friend. Julie P still awake, dropping videos for the people. Hey, I haven't seen you in the chat in a while. Nice to see you. Sorry I missed your stream. I missed your 100K stream. I was pissed. You disappeared for weeks and then you came back and I didn't see the notification. So I missed your stream. Hopefully I can catch the next one. Thanks for popping in, Tony. Tony's a great guy. He's been a great friend and a huge supporter of my channel, and I truly appreciate it. Tony Teflon has great theories. I thoroughly enjoy his lives. So, you know, yeah, nothing but love there. And yeah, hopefully you don't wait a few more weeks before going live again. We miss you when you're not around, Tony. We all miss you. People were wondering what the hell was happening because I had people asking me like, where's Tony? Have you heard from him? Yeah, people miss you. The people really want to see you. They need their Tony Teflon fix. Ed Hernandez says, I think it's a form of control not to let them know certain details of their lives. Oh, definitely. The control of information, holding back information. Absolutely. They have an iron grip on that. Yeah, Miss J's reviews, they don't know their last names. Absolutely. Doc says, it's our Don. Yep, it's the Don Tony Teflon. In person. Yep, that's him dropping in. I appreciate it. It's a great guy. Really great guy. Let's see. Uh, let's see. Scrolling down. Okay, so John says the office is real. It exists physically, and everything we see there is actually happening, except the black goo, which is Irv's dream. I agree.
That's from the maker Dan Erickson then?
Oh, is that what he said? Okay.
Well, it said Dan Dash.
Oh, okay. I thought he was talking to somebody in the chat. Yeah, but there is
Oh.
no Dan. You're right. There is no Dan in the chat.
Unless they're
Doc,
watching.
Doc says, I love Tony Teflon. I'm a member. Me too. I'm a member of Tony's channel too. And I don't join a lot of channels. He's got the only channel that I've actually joined. I don't have the money to be joining channels, but I joined his. And thank you for dropping Tony's link, Doc. I appreciate it. Thank you for doing that. He's done nothing but support me, and so I'm happy to support him, although I'm just a small fry compared to him. But yeah, I'll yeah, just whatever I can do. for him in return, I'm happy to do. And including having his back when people come for him, because some people can be jerks. So I've called in and backed him up before. Anyway, I think Milchick will get demoted or fired for this going sideways with Helena and Irving. Cobell will be asked to come back and lead the MDR group. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, and I want Cobell back on the severed floor, so I hope that happens. Oh, hey, Mr. Grant Gregory AI. You're small fry for now, Julie. It won't take long. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. I mean, my channel grew pretty quickly over the course of a few months, but now it's kind of just very, very slowly creeping up. So it was easier when From was on, and I got to 1,000 subs within a month and a half. Now I'm at about 1,500. And that's great. I'm happy with that. I don't have any grand ambitions or anything. I don't know. I'm just doing this because I love it. I don't need a ton of views or subs or anything like that. Subs. About now I'm tripping over my words, but you know. Anyway, we got to get back to wrapping up this breakdown. So let's see. John Answer said it's like an escape room. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Matt says, I think it's reasonable to say if the office is real, then everything else is real. There is no evidence that simulations are possible in this world. Very true. So anyway, getting back to this, look at the look on Helena's face. She doesn't look like, ooh, some evil mastermind right here, like, you know, enacting this evil plan, and she's only there to spy for Lumen. I think she's really enjoying this bit of freedom from her family and this burden of being an Eagan. Like, she looks like she's just standing there and admiring this waterfall and embracing her freedom. And I forget who it was in one of the featurettes at the end of the episode. I don't know if it was Dan Erickson, the creator, or somebody else, but one of the people in the featurette said that Helena is going to be surprised to discover this season that Helly is somehow living a freer and richer life than she is, which is ironic because Helly is basically a prisoner, but somehow she's living a freer and richer life with love and appreciation that Helena doesn't have. Helena is kind of coming to grips with this and realizing this person that she's been trained from a young age to look at as subhuman, the innies, now she's envying that side of herself and wanting what Helly has. So it doesn't justify what she did. What she just did is extremely problematic and basically violating Mark.
Despicable.
It's horrible. But I think that she's doing this because she wants to, not just because the Eagans told her to do it, told her to hook up with Mark or something. I think she really wanted to do it, and she wanted to be here and experience this freedom. And you get to laugh at the ridiculousness of that Dieter story. I think that was her just finally letting out her rebellious side, which she's never been able to do. I mean, Irving pops up behind her, kind of creepy. And look at him.
Yeah.
Look at that shot. Yeah. He's like a creeper, and he comes up on her, and it's interesting how he words this. He says, "Hey kid, what are you doing here?" His go-to line was always, "Hey kids, what's for dinner?" And so he calls her a kid. You know, he's the senior member of the group. He's the oldest one, and that he knows at this point, he knows it's Helena, but he's kind of playing along saying, "Hey kid, what are you doing here?" And she's like, "What are you doing here?" He says, "I slept outside. I almost froze to death." And then he just kind of cuts to the chase and says, "What you said last night, it was cruel. Helly was never cruel." And he was right, and that's when I knew it was Helena, when she said that. that thing to him about he's just sad because he'll never see Bert again and he's lonely. And she said it in such a cold way. It wasn't like, oh, feeling bad for him. It was cold. And she was never cruel. He's right. And she responds like, I'm right here. He says, so if you're not her, then who are you? Who would have the power to send their Audi to the severed floor? And, he has a point, like, yeah, he's jumping to a conclusion. He can't be 100% sure, but I think his dream made it click in his head along with all of his other suspicions, the night gardener thing, and her being cruel to him like that. They clinched it for him, and that dream is with the final straw. So he's thinking, well, she must be an Eagan. That's why he's saying, who would have the power to send their Audi to the severed floor? She's got to be an Eagan. Now, the only other thing that she could be is she could have been like some kind of reintegrated person who's lying to them about being reintegrated, but I don't know why that would happen, though. I feel like, well, I mean, that could have been an alternative. She could have been just lying, and she could have been reintegrated. But anyway.
It would have been horrible if it would have gone the other way. Like if it was Helly and he was just paranoid and he just drowned her.
Oh my God, yeah.
And she never trusted him again.
Yeah. I mean, she could have died. Like if that really wasn't, if that was really Helly, then Milchick wouldn't have had any reason to, flip the switch on the chip, so to speak. So she would have just died. He was really going to kill her. I think he was going to kill her. I think he was serious. Anyway, she says, I'm sorry, which is essentially a confession. So that's it, like she kind of seems sincere even when she says, I'm sorry. I get this sense of sincerity from her, and I'm not saying I like her or anything, but I think that it's smart that the show is not creating a two-dimensional cartoonish villain. They're giving her a human side. They're humanizing her. Every villain, if the writing is good quality, every villain in any story that you ever create or come across, there's an origin story that humanizes them, and at least you can empathize or sympathize with them to some extent, even if you don't condone their behavior. You look at comic book villains; they always have some kind of origin story that's tragic. Like the Joker has a backstory that makes you sympathize with him, things like that. So I think that's the case with her. They've humanized her. I think she's a victim of a cult, but that doesn't mean she's not reprehensible in what she's doing. And she seems ashamed. And when she said, I'm sorry, it sounded like she meant it too. But, I'm not saying I'm like Team Helena or anything. It's just, anyway, he grabs her and just starts hauling her. This is crazy. He just starts hauling her violently to the pond or whatever this is. She's screaming for help. He's yelling, Mr. Milchick, Mr. Milchick. It is wild. I never would have expected Irving was capable of something like this.
Yeah, he was like so chill in the last episode talking to Felicia and everything.
Yeah.
It's a weird switch.
It's extremely weird. Yeah. I mean, yes, he's been dealing with grief, but you're right. He was also reminiscing about the good times with Burr and laughing with Felicia, and he wasn't this dark. So he's yelling, Mr. Milchick, and she's screaming for help. They come running. And this is just crazy. When I saw in the preview, in the trailer for this season, that's a funny still, Mark. In the trailer for this season, I saw, we all saw Helly's face being pushed underwater. I never would have dreamed Irving was going to be the one to do it.
Yeah.
Never.
I thought it was some kind of like punishment that Lumen had for the innies.
Yes. Look at this. This is insane. Look at her.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that they were gonna like water torture her at some
Mm-hmm.
point, and like it's very much so that pineapple bobbing thing in the training
Mm-hmm.
video was foreshadowing of this because
Yeah.
Helly dipped her face in the water.
Mm-hmm.
And she also had her hands tied behind her back in that
Mm-hmm.
video. So yeah, like this is wild. I never would have expected that, and he was serious. I think he was really gonna go through with it if he didn't
Mm-hmm.
listen and turn this off. Like this is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, wow. And then they're all yelling like, what the F? What are you doing?" And they're all up on a cliff. I have no idea how they're able to get down so fast, but again, suspension of disbelief, I guess. Um, so he screams, "Turn her back, turn her back." She's an outie. She's been an outie the whole time ever since she came back. She's an effing mole. I'm gonna kill her, Mr. Milchick. She's not Helly. She's an Eagan. Turn her back. So he even uses the word mole. She's a mole. and he figured out she's an Eagan. Um and yeah, and so he keeps shoving her head under the water repeatedly as he's yelling all this stuff, and she could have died. Like
Mm-hmm.
at the end she was coughing up water, and he took a while to finally listen. She screamed, "God damn it, Seth, do it." And I did kind of love his response to this. She said, "God damn it, Seth, do it." And then Irving's like, "Yes, do it, Seth."
Mm-hmm.
because they were never even allowed to know their boss's
Mm-hmm.
first names. And this is proof for one thing that yeah, she's an outie and she knows the guy's first name. And I love the nastiness with which he emphasizes the
Mm-hmm.
Seth. Yeah, do it, Seth. And it's kind of badass, even though this is horrific what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not
Yeah.
condoning it, but just the way he said that. So Milchick
Don't
finally
drown
listens.
people as a rule.
Don't drown people.
Don't try to drown people.
Don't try this at home.
The more you
No.
know.
Milchick says he gets on his walkie and says, "It's Milchick, remove the Glasgow block now." And we get a little ding noise. We finally get our little ding that was missing when she took the elevator ride. She took the elevator ride down, and there was no ding. Now, I didn't think there was a ding for any of them, though. I
Mm-hmm.
thought they all took the elevator down, and we never
Mm-hmm.
saw anything. But I'd have to go back and look again, I guess.
So is the
But
ding separate from the elevator? Like if they just turn, they just get a ding, like the implant dings.
yeah, that isn't that weird? Because the ding seems like it should only be in the elevator. It's an
I
elevator
mean,
door.
it could have been used just for effect for the watchers, but then I think maybe it just dings when it changes. You know?
Yeah, yeah. I think it was probably just for our benefit, just because we
Yeah.
normally
But it
that
didn't ding when they didn't. It didn't ding when Helly walked out the door in one of the beginning episodes. So.
I remember when they all went into the elevator. I think the elevator door is closed, and we didn't get a ding for any of
Yeah.
them. But I
Yeah.
might be remembering wrong. But at any rate, yeah, I think that was just for our benefit, is a kind of a signal that she's back to Helly R now. And um yeah, he genuinely seems very sorry. He keeps saying, "I'm sorry,
Mhm.
I'm so sorry, Helly." And this poor woman,
Yeah.
she doesn't know what the hell's happening. Like,
Last thing she was being tackled by somebody, by Natalie. You know,
yeah,
she was probably on the floor trying to get away, and then she wakes up and she's been drowned.
right? Like,
I
what
mean,
the
it's got to take
hell?
a toll on her body. I mean, like just everything that's happened to her body,
Oh God, yeah.
just the trauma, physical trauma.
And psychological.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine how crazy that is. That one moment she's being tackled by Natalie after screaming, You know, they torture us down there. We're prisoners. She's tackled, and then she wakes up and she's being drowned. She woke up with her head still underwater. That's when the ding happened. That's crazy. Wow. So, Mark runs down, somehow gets down there really fast again, and you know, he kind of takes over, and Milchick shows up, and now we basically have the execution of Irving. This is an all-out execution, 100%. The way that it's worded, it's hard to watch, really. She doesn't.
I have some confusion with this because they say they're going to erase him entirely. Are they going to erase the memories of all the innies that knew him too?
Oh, that's a good question.
How does this happen? How does this happen? Do they go Felicia and say, okay, we're going to wipe your memories of Irving?
Yeah, that's a really good question, because he says that it'll be like you never existed, but if they remember him, then there will be, traces of his existence, because they'll remember him. So I wonder that it's possible. I mean, they have that chip. Maybe they could wipe that part of their memory, but I don't know. That's interesting. That's a very good question. Yeah. So Milchick says, Irving B, stand. So he's ordering him to stand. And he says, you have threatened collegial murder in the pond of Woe's Hollow. For this there can be no penalty but immediate and permanent dismissal. There shall be no formal valediction, catered or otherwise. Your outie will be notified forthwith. I'm assuming, when he says catered, like normally, like when they leave or retire, they get a party that's catered or something. I don't know.
Well, I was thinking, since he tried to murder Eagan on sacred ground, it's probably the worst thing he could possibly do.
Yeah, it's the worst thing. Definitely the worst thing you could possibly do. He called it collegial murder. I'm assuming that means attempted murder of a colleague, but that's not just a colleague. That's she's an executive, and she's an Eagan. So that and they all know that now. So it's just weird to call it collegial murder. But Dylan is up there. For some reason, you can tell poor Dylan is not athletic enough to get up and down these things as fast as the others. Notice how Dylan is the only one who stayed up there. Poor Dylan. Dylan stays up there, even though you know how much he cares about Irving. They're like bros now. They've gotten close. He's the one who talked Irving off the ledge when Irving was basically going to unalive himself earlier this season. By quitting, it's essentially the equivalent of unaliving himself as an innie. And Dylan talked him off the ledge, and they had a beautiful moment. They're like bros. Dylan is up there yelling, Irv, I'm sorry, I should have listened. And Irving really, he's acting like a man who's going to his death now. Like this is exactly the way he would play it, as if he's about to be executed. He looks up and he reassures Dylan and says, it's okay. It's all okay. Just remember, hang in there. It's so sad. It's really sad. I mean, even though what he just did was so messed up, I felt really bad for him.
But then he's also referencing that time, that poster of him hanging in there.
Yes.
So I don't know if that meant something later, like he was going to do that again or attempt that again, or should attempt that again.
Yeah, I think that I thought of that myself. Yep. So, so then Milchick says, please refrain from any further speech, as you are no longer authorized to converse with any severed employee or they with you. I would just tell him, forget YouTube. I would just tell him, go fuck yourself at this point. I mean, what is he going to do? He's just going to shut him off anyway. I would just keep talking until the very moment he shuts off Irving's chip.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't have to comply with anything Milchick says right now. He doesn't have to get up and walk into the forest, or
he could just start running in a general direction.
Yeah. he could do whatever he wants at this point. I would
Mhm.
keep on talking. Give me a break. He's not allowed to talk to them.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. Um, Dylan screams, "Leave him alone," which is so sad. And Irving listens though. He gets up. I would just say, "Fuck off," like
Mhm.
I wouldn't do anything he says at this point. He knows what's about to happen anyway. So what's he got left to lose? He knows.
Mhm.
You can tell from the way he's acting, and you know, he gets right up in Milchick's face though, which I like. Like one last little act of defiance. They are so close. Sometimes I wonder when actors film these scenes if they're uncomfortable after having to be.
It's getting so close.
Don't you
Now
think that must be
kiss.
right? I always think this must be awkward for them to be inches away from each other's faces like this.
Mhm.
Right? You would like probably accidentally spit on each other. Like you see people talking in each other's face like that, they must spit on each other all the time. I would
Mhm.
oh my god. That'd be so gross. It's inevitable.
Mhm.
Um anyway, um Melchick says, "Turn around, walk into the forest." And Irving literally, I mean, he looks like a man who's like walking up to a gallows,
Mhm.
like he's walking to his death. He looks back at his friends. It's just like he's walking, being marched to a gallows or something, and he takes one last look back at his friends. It's so sad.
Mhm.
They're watching him. He looks back up at Dylan one more time. They do a good job of really portraying exactly what this means, for an
Mhm.
innie when they're kind of deactivated or fired or retired. It's a death, and it's treated as such. Um, and takes one last look up at Dylan, who's his bro, so that's kind of fitting. And he walks into the forest. I would just say "fuck you, Milchick" at this point.
Mhm.
He's even calling him Mister right up until the end. I say "fuck
Mhm.
you." I wouldn't listen to a word he said. But he walks into the forest and Milchick says, "Your workspace will be cleared and any personal items discarded. Your file and any and all professional interactions and personal relations will be purged and destroyed. It will be as if you, Irving B., never even existed or drew a single breath upon this earth." That's brutal. That's wow. I mean, that's just eviscerating him. It would be like you never even existed. And then the last thing he said is of course pseudo-religious. "May Kier's mercy follow you into the eternal dark." Damn. So that's like when someone is executed, they say, "May God have mercy on your soul." That's like something that used to be said when someone was about to be hanged or whatever. "May God have mercy on your soul." He says, "May Kier's mercy follow you into the eternal dark." And Irving is just kind of this is such a sad and powerful shot. He's walking straight into where the camera is. So he's looking straight at the camera, and his friends are looking on. And I think this is the last shot coming up of the show. It's just him looking into the camera. And poor Dylan. I feel so bad for Dylan. Dylan, he seemed like just comic relief in season 1, but he's shown real depth, and he cares about his friends. He talked Irving off the ledge this season. So this is it's just so sad to watch. And Melchick says now, and that's the end of that.
Mhm.
Irving just kind of and this is again just like a man who's about to be executed. He closes his eyes. Whenever you
Mhm.
see someone who knows they're about to die in a movie or a show or whatever, they close their eyes. But honestly, he's not grimacing like how some people who know when they're about to die, they're grimacing, they're like,
Mhm.
they close their eyes and they're kind of scrunching up their face. He
Mhm.
looks completely at peace with what's about to happen. Like he's ready to go. He doesn't he doesn't care. He closes his eyes. I think I mean after he lost Bert, he just didn't he just really didn't have anything left to he wanted to go on for, like, continue living as an innie. I mean, that's I mean, he was gonna quit, which is essentially the same as unaliving himself. He was just gonna leave. And now, yeah, he doesn't look like he regrets it at all or fears what's about to happen. He just closes his eyes, and then we hear I think that we hear a ding
Mhm.
to indicate that he's switched back, and that's it. That's the final shot, which bookends the beginning of the episode where it was his face waking up there as an innie on the ice. And this is a nice bookend to the end, although tragic and gut-wrenchingly sad. I mean, I know he's still alive as an outie, but this show does such a great job of really impressing upon us that the innie is a separate version of themselves, and this truly is a death going on. So, you know, extremely sad. I hope that he tries to reintegrate, and so innie Irving can come back somehow, or I don't know. I mean, I assume he's still gonna be on the show. We're gonna still see Outie
Oh,
Irving.
I assume it's a Marvel death, and he'll be back.
But, like, as an innie, could he be back as an innie somehow?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think there's
Yeah.
any coming back from what he just did trying to murder an Eagan.
He might come back like Miss Casey, a little bit lobotomized.
Well, that's possible. They could, if he continues this investigation into Lumen, which covert investigation into Lumen, and maybe Bert is still kind of working for Lumen on the outside watching him. Now, who knows? They could stage a car wreck and fake Irving's death. He could wind up as like robotic, creepy Irving, with some new name, Mr. Something. No, give him a new name like they did to Miss Casey. Yeah.
Or there could just be a lot more Outie Irving.
Yeah. Like, I think we'll definitely get a lot more of that. I wonder who they're going to replace him with. I was thinking maybe bring back Mark W because he threatened to sue them. He was like,
He had to quit his lease in Grand Rapids.
yeah, he said, I just broke my lease in Grand Rapids for the second time. Fuck you, Lumen. He said, go on, touch me. Give me another reason to sue, to the security guard. We saw.
Yeah, maybe if he threatens to sue him, then he might be back with a job.
Yeah, because remember, for those who don't remember, we saw a very brief scene at the end of one of these episodes. I think it was episode 2, where Mark W, you couldn't get a good view of it from a distance, but he was being escorted out of Lumen by security. And this was after they brought back the original MDR team. So he was being escorted out and he was yelling like, go ahead, touch me. Give me another reason to sue. I just broke my lease in Grand Rapids for the second time. Fuck you, Lumen. Yeah. So he's probably trying to sue for wrongful termination, I guess. Maybe they'll bring him back.
That'd be great. I love that actor.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they got to replace him with somebody. Replace Irving with somebody. They have to have a fourth person to round out that team.
Then again, wasn't Irving? Yeah, I guess Irving was the older guy, not the Italian guy.
Yeah. Irving is the older guy.
Yeah.
I'm going to put the link in the chat if anybody has anything they want to share. I need to get off pretty soon for my own health reasons, but
it'd be pretty fun. It'd be pretty funny if they weren't like going to put Helena back in for a while and just put Gwendolyn Y in.
Yeah. Bring back Gwendolyn Y for a little bit. By the way, so I'm going to close the poll so the poll from earlier, let's see where it's at now. That poll, what's the deal with Dieter Eagan? Let's see what the final result is. I have to reload the page to actually see it. Let's see. Yeah, this episode was a bummer. I loved episode 3, but this one, the ending of this was so damn sad and upsetting. I don't know. I still enjoyed the episode, but it was not my favorite. I don't like the way this ended. I don't like what
I don't
Helena
know.
did.
It was kind of jarring to have a bottle episode where they had it. It was kind of slow, and I'm used to David Lynch type slowness. I'm not like somebody who needs everything fast, and it was still really sluggish and slow. I didn't really understand why Mark still wasn't looking for his wife. I didn't understand why Irving had a major mood change.
Yeah.
It's almost like the people weren't really themselves or just slightly themselves, like something had happened prior that I wasn't privy to.
I know, right? Like there's a missing piece here, it feels
Like I
like.
was just dropped on top of a frozen lake.
Right. Yeah. I guess maybe that was the point. We're supposed to feel disoriented, and maybe the next episode will
Mhm.
make it more clear why this
Mhm.
happened. Maybe we'll see some missing piece in between. So the final tally on the poll, we had 47 votes. 72% overwhelming majority say that Dieter Eagan is a metaphor for Kier's sinful side.
Mhm.
So I think that's highly likely. Yeah.
His
That's
dirty
what
innie.
his dirty innie. That's what I would say. Yep. And he had to die. His dirty innie full of vice and sin.
Mhm.
That's what I think. 17% said other. So that was number 2. Number 3 was Dieter and his progeny were disowned, 6%, and 4% said he's Kier's twin, true story. So that's the end of that. I like doing these polls. They're fun. Yeah. I'm going to pin the StreamYard link if anybody wants to come on and say anything, give their thoughts. Let me see. We have 60 people. That is amazing. And
Mhm.
a couple of minutes ago, it was 68, which is
Yeah.
the most we had all night, actually. It just kept going up. So that's amazing. Thank you very much, everybody that's watching or listening. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Please hit the like button if you haven't already, and please subscribe if you're not subscribed. We're gonna be watching episode 5. We're already at episode 5 on Thursday. Can you believe that?
Mhm.
What the hell? Like, this season is flying by. Is it just me? Or man,
Yeah.
after Thursday, we'll be halfway through already. It's crazy, right?
Yeah. I think it's been going the speed that I think it should be going.
Not for me. I I don't know. Maybe you know what? Maybe it's because I'm behind on my
Oh
videos, and
yeah, that would be a point.
yeah, because I'm so far behind. Well, I'm catching up now on my deep
Mhm.
dive videos. I just released my deep dive for episode 3. That I put that out last night. So if anybody hasn't seen it, I did do a deep dive into episode 3. It's not a recap. It's theories and analysis, so it's still hopefully worth a watch if you have the time. Even if you watch it for 30 seconds, it counts as a view, so I appreciate it. And you can share your thoughts and theories. It's the goat field episode, so I'd love to hear what people have to say about that, and what you think about my ideas in the video. I always love to hear everybody's ideas and theories in the comment section too. So if you haven't checked that out, that deep dive into episode 3 with all the goat craziness is and everything else from that episode, that's there. It's the latest video on the channel, and I will be doing my episode 4 deep dive within the next couple days. I'll have that out, and I will finally be caught up so I can get back on track here, and maybe then I won't feel so overwhelmed like the season is flying by at light speed, the speed of light. Anyway, let's see. Well, what have I got? Mr. Grant Gregory. But what happened to Dieter's? I'm not even gonna say the word, but you know.
It's a carrot now. Tis a carrot.
What happened to his carrot? Yeah. Grant liked it. The episode. S rely, or I don't know if it's maybe supposed to be Shirley or something. I don't know,
I
but
thought it was supposed to be Shirley. That'd be my
probably
guess.
Shirley 378. Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. I truly appreciate it. Thank you. I love to see new people join this, these already this already awesome group of people. It's so cool to see new people pop up. So thank you for being here. And yeah, please join us again. We'll be live every Monday from 10 p.m. 10:15 p.m. roughly Eastern, breaking down episodes and doing those Discord watch parties. The link to the Discord is in the description of this video. If you want to join the watch parties at 9 p.m. Eastern when they drop on Thursdays. And yes, surely they will need that fourth person. Absolutely. AA says, I kind of want them to bring the girl back who had the animatronics at her lumen. Yeah, she was funny. She was funny. She was in...
Ela Shaw Cat is in one of my favorite shows ever, Search Party, which I just finished. There's 5 seasons of it, but all the episodes are like 22 minutes long. It's a mix between like a mystery, like a Nancy Drew, a comedy, a sci-fi, and a courtroom drama.
Okay. Yeah, see, I've never...
She was also on Arrested Development, but I really like Search Party. Search Party has a place in my heart.
Yeah. Yeah, well, maybe, who knows? I think they'll probably bring back one of those people. My guess would probably be Mark W, just because it seemed like Mark W was supposed to be like the stand-in for Irving. He's the older gentleman. And you had Dario, who was the stand-in for Dylan. He loved his perks. He had his little carved head on his desk. And then there was a woman who was kind of like a stand-in for Helly, even though her character traits were nothing like Helly. So yeah, if I had to guess, I'd say they're going to bring back Mark W and then save themselves a lawsuit for wrongful termination too.
It'll be my birthday twin, Bob Babylon, Babylon. Babylon.
Yep.
We should watch some Wes Anderson or Christopher Guest movies he's been in.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He's a great character actor. He's been in like a lot of stuff.
I've never seen any of these people actually, so
I'm a big fan of both of them. I'd love for them to return. And I got upset because on IMDb they said they are going to be in all 10 episodes. Lies.
Yeah, IMDb lies.
So much lies.
Never trust IMDb because a lot of times it's inaccurate. It lies. Yes, Matt, we're getting 10 episodes. Thankfully, this season they got smart and decided to make 10 instead of 9. That weird 9-episode first season. I'm so glad we're getting 10. I mean, 10 isn't enough for me. I'm old school. I want 20-something episodes per season. I want that back. Well, I don't think... I think those days are gone for the most part. Most shows are not going to go back to that. And
that kind of sounds like Yellow Jackets too. They had 10 episodes their first season, but 9 their second, and now they have 10 again.
It's flipped. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I feel like they probably made Severance season 2 longer because of its success. So they were like, okay, look, we'll give you a 10. We'll up the budget. This show costs a fortune to make. It doesn't seem like it would because most of it is set in an office setting, but they spend a fortune. A lot of it's probably the salaries of these big name actors.
I was gonna say Patricia Arquette probably isn't cheap, and neither is Christopher Walken.
Yeah, like they really aimed high. Creator Dan Erickson was like, "Oh my god, like we're really gonna shoot for these people." He was amazed that they were gonna get these people. And Adam Scott was basically the kind of person he had in mind for the role. He was like someone like Adam Scott. He didn't think he'd actually be able to get Adam Scott, but he did. He got the one that he wanted. Like, yeah. Listen to the podcast. You'll find out all kinds of cool tidbits like that. The Severance podcast. Quan Solar says, well, now you see, Julie, why content creators get burnt out. Oh, yes. You got to be on top of everything, doing everything, releasing episodes the same day as they're shown. Yeah. I'm falling behind. From season 3 burnt me out really bad. I still haven't recovered.
And you also have to like run up against people that have screeners that have probably made videos already that can release them at 10 p.m. after Severance is done.
Yeah, literally, they have their finger on that button the second the episode is done. They have that thing uploaded. That like, if if the episode airs at midnight at 1 a.m., boom, it'll be there.
Yep.
So, yeah.
But they have a head start because they have a screener.
Yep. And they tend to get more views and all that, but that's okay. I do this because I enjoy it, and I'm just grateful anybody wants to watch. Mr. Grant Gregory theory, they can erase people from the minds like Irving, but because Mark was de-severed, kind of, he will remember. Ooh, I like that. So maybe they can erase the memory of Irving from the other people's minds, but not Mark. That would be an interesting plot twist.
And not Helena.
Well, she would remember. But at this point, I think they're going to send Helly back. I don't see any reason logically why they can't just send Helly back.
Yeah.
I think they sent Helena in to be a mole. And
I mean, I really don't want a whole season without Helliar in it someplace.
I think she'll be right. I think we're getting her back now. I predict she's coming back now. I could be wrong, but yeah, I think it makes the most sense to bring back Mark W. Oh, maybe we got 9 episodes because of COVID, Matt. Huh. Yeah, they were filming during COVID. 9 is so weird. No show has 9 episodes. It's usually an even number. It'll be 8 or 10 or 12. You know. Hopefully Irving comes back, though. I think he will, or maybe he'll go find Mark and Dylan's outies. Yeah, he has the list of addresses, so he could go try and find them now. Remember when he was fired, he was upset that time he was fired in episode 2. He was saying, like, you can't just fire me if like this. Like, if I broke something, I'll pay for it. I have money here. He didn't want to get fired because he wants to keep doing this, like, this espionage, whatever it is he's doing. He's doing some kind of, not only is he doing research on the outside, but he's trying to send messages to his innie through sleep deprivation and dreams. So he's not going to be happy about this. So maybe I think he will definitely try to connect with the other outies, maybe Ragabi, who knows? He could try to reintegrate. So yeah, Quan, I liked it too. It was good. It exposed a lot of things. It just wasn't as fun for me as others. Matt says, great episode in my top 3 main character death done well. I hate seeing characters die. I hate that. I wish it didn't happen.
I don't really have favorite death scenes.
I don't either.
Oh, yeah. This is my favorite death scene. I mean, it's kind of like with From. I just hope everybody, gets to have a happy ending. They all get out. Exactly.
Like, I know people with From is a horror series, so people expect deaths, and they say that it's not good if there are no stakes, that there need to be major deaths, not just little deaths, not just side characters, major deaths. I don't care personally. I really don't. I don't care if none of the main characters die. I would be fine with it. I don't need that. The mystery is good enough for me, but
well, if you have good enough writing, you can come up with good enough stories that don't have to have that.
Right.
Or less of them.
Reality is painful and horrible enough. I don't like sadness in my entertainment. I like happy endings. I mean, don't get me wrong. The reason I like watching shows like From and Severance about people who are trapped, it's because it's cathartic for me, because I feel like I'm trapped and I'm battling and struggling every single day of my life. So it's cathartic and it's inspirational to see these people rally and find purpose in these horrible experiences and these nightmare experiences. But I want them to have a happy ending. Like, I don't want it to be too depressing, because then it's just too much like my like real life. You know what I mean? I've always been that way. I used to actually, when I was younger, I didn't want to invest my time reading a book unless I knew it had a happy ending, because I'd get so mad. Like, I wasted my time on this book and it had a bad ending, so I'd read the last page at the beginning of the book, which is terrible. I spoiled everything for myself.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I'm not investing my time. It's one thing to watch a show, but I'm not investing my time reading a book if I think it's gonna end depressingly. So I'd spoil it for myself.
No, you can,
I
but
don't.
you can have so many things happening. You can have tension between characters. You can have lust between characters. You can have all these situations come in they have to deal with. Maybe they even get
Right.
injured, but you don't really have to kill a bunch of people in order to make a point.
Exactly. Yeah, 100%. I don't need that. I don't need them to kill off anybody. Like I'm watching Lost for the first time, and Lost is not a horror series. It's
Hmm.
like an adventure mystery drama series. And they killed off a character and it was completely unnecessary, but I guess it was because the actor had some issues. I don't know.
Yeah,
Behind the
sounds
scenes
like a
issues.
Julia Lewis problem.
Yes. But they killed off somebody and I was like, this is completely unnecessary. No one needed to die. This guy did not need to die. So I don't know. It bothers me. But anyway, AA says this episode was definitely a slow burn for sure. I knew it would have been because of how hyped up it was. It was hyped up a lot. I feel like it was hyped up too much though.
Yeah, then it would change what you thought about Severance forever, which it really hasn't with me.
No, this doesn't change anything about what I thought about Severance.
Yeah, pretty much. It's about the same.
We already knew they can be woken up on the outside. The only thing that we knew
Hmm.
that we learned that was different is we learned what the Glasgow block is, and
Hmm.
Helena's a mole. That
Hmm.
doesn't fundamentally change the way we view the show, though. Like, so I don't understand where that came from. I
Yeah.
don't know.
That's why it
Is
put the
there,
fear in me. I thought it was like a simulation or something, and all suddenly would be the Matrix, and I'd be like, no.
oh yeah, yeah. When I heard that from you, I was worried.
Yeah, or a
So,
dream, like Mark just wakes up in this dream, or
oh,
just something that's just like, oh no.
that would. Oh my god, that'd be terrible. So, yeah, it wasn't my
It's just
favorite
Kier's
episode.
dream. Kier just wakes up and he's like, I had a dream. Imogene, come here. I must write
Kira,
down my dream in several books.
yeah, he had a premonition of the
I've
future.
seen the
Oh,
future.
yeah, this is all Kira's vision. Yeah. Oh god, yeah. I'm glad that it didn't do anything like that to ruin the show. It just was sad. It's kind of a bottle episode, like you said.
Hmm.
And as a bottle episode, fundamentally, bottle episodes, the whole point of it is that it doesn't change anything fundamentally about the show. It's kind of self-contained.
Hmm.
So, I mean, the only thing it changes is that Irving is gone and basically
Hmm.
died. So that's the only major change. And Helena is, well, I don't know what's going to happen with her now.
Exposed.
She's exposed, and I think Helly will be back now.
Hmm.
So there are changes, but I I don't think this fundamentally transforms the show or anything crazy. Does Irving get a severance package? They're using that word on purpose, like severance. That's what I thought of when I first heard the title. Um, I doubt he's getting a severance package. He's basically been executed just now.
Well, does
Yeah.
Audi Irving get a severance package?
Yeah, I don't know. Because Audi Irving, why does Audi Irving have to pay for what any Irving did? That's a good point.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
He shouldn't have to pay for it.
Hmm.
Audi Irving didn't do anything. So yeah, that's a
Yeah.
great point. It's a great point. Like if the any screws up really bad, like the Audi, well, hey, that's not their responsibility. So Milchick might regret erasing Irving's records. They may have need of them in the future. Yeah, that's crazy how they're just gonna erase everything, every trace of him. Damn, that's crazy. What the hell is this? Hey, Steve. I'm not above kissing a grown-ass man to diffuse an argument.
I
Oh,
think that's what I think that's when Irving and Melchick are looking really close at each other.
yes, that's right. That's right. Yeah. They were inches away from each other's faces, right? That's hilarious. Yes. What about bad breath, Matt? When they were that close to each other? I would eat garlic just beforehand. I've
There-
heard behind the scenes stories about people like
yeah.
that who had bad
Mhm.
breath and stuff. Sorry, what?
Or they didn't like actors that didn't like each other that purposely did it for like kissing scenes and stuff.
Oh, that must be awful for them. Yeah. That's gotta be so uncomfortable. And yeah, when they were face to face like that, yeah, that was just, pure defiance. That's what's so great about this show. Sometimes they communicate a lot with just their faces,
Hmm.
and you don't even need words. It's the same with any great show and great acting. Like, they can say so much. Like, the way he looked up at Dylan, that one last look, didn't have to say anything. Like, that affection on his face for his friend, and he looked back at them. But the way he looked at Milchick, yeah, it was just pure defiance right up in his face. Like, you know, fuck you. Like, he has no regrets. He's going to his essentially death with no regrets. It was great. Yeah. Great acting on the part of both of them. Really great acting. Um yeah, maybe they can wipe any memories. Petey says Mark S wasn't happy and wanted to get out, but that's not the Mark S we meet in episode 1 on the severed floor. Yeah, he said that Mark S kind of carried his sadness with him in, that he could see that he'd been crying and stuff. I think just hang in there means he put the testing floor drawing behind it. Oh. Yeah, I wonder what he did with his drawing, if they're gonna find it, if one of them is gonna find his drawing of the hallway to the testing floor. Oh, this is interesting. Miss J's review said, so metaphorically, Irving becomes Dieter. Dieter died, he basically became part of the forest, and
Mm-hmm.
Melchick just told Irving to walk into the forest, and he's walking to his death. And it also happened at Woe's Hollow, same spot.
But
So,
his eyeball didn't fall out.
but his eyeball didn't fall out, thankfully.
I think. It stops it for right now.
Hopefully. This is so weird. I don't understand this. Like Quan Solar said, they have a watermelon in the shape of Irving's head in the next episode,
Mm-hmm.
and they showed this in the trailer as well.
Yeah.
And when I saw that in the trailer, I knew that was bad news and that any Irving was going to die this season. I because why else would they do that? They do that kind of thing as a tribute to someone who's retiring or leaving. So I knew it. But in this case, he just tried to murder an Eagan. Why would they do that?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was supposed to be as if he never existed. Why would they make a watermelon like in the shape
Yeah, I'm
of his
confused
head?
about that too. It's like he's having a revolving or whatever they called it.
Yeah. Yeah, see, like Quan said, the watermelon doesn't seem like erasure to me.
Yeah.
Weird. Very
Mm-hmm.
weird. I don't understand it, but we'll see. Irving's chip is still in his head. His innie can be switched on again. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, it might not be the end, but I mean, he did just try to murder an Eagan. So, I don't think there's any coming back from that as far as working there.
Would
But
they
we'll
just
see if.
send people? Would they just send people to outer Irvings just to retrieve the chip?
Um. Wait. Would they take the chip out of his head?
Yeah.
I guess they could. They've never talked about that. Honestly, when they fire people, I feel like they should do that because how do they know for sure? I've mentioned this in one of my deep dive videos. When they fire people, like they fired they laid off those people, Mark W and all the rest. How do they know for sure that their any memories won't somehow bleed through and they'll remember something they shouldn't, some secret
Mm-hmm.
about? I feel like they should take the chips out. That makes no sense to leave them in.
Unless they want to keep them for the Cure Army, just in case they need them for their army
Yeah, like
later
they can
on.
suddenly activate them all at once
Mm-hmm.
simultaneously. The power. Imagine, like, when you really think about what they can actually do with these people, the power, the
Mm-hmm.
capability of what this could mean. It's mind blowing. The stuff they could
If they
actually.
do Beehive or whatever that one is.
beehive is probably like a hive mind.
Mhm.
So you could literally raise an army of these people all controlled by lumen with a hive mind. I mean, just imagine the level of mind control that they could possibly do with these people if they have if the beehive mode, um, the elephant thing where they never forget anything. I'm that's what I'm guessing. Goldfish would be like hardly remember anything at all. So if they're doing something that's really top secret, they could use that. Um, but yeah, like just the capability. And honestly, I think the ultimate goal is to, whatever they're doing to the people on the testing floor, like Ms. Casey, that's the ultimate goal, which is I think it's to flatten the emotions, balance the tempers. So basically they don't feel any strong emotion at all and they're just, you know, easily brainwashed and molded into children of Kier, like technologically more efficient brainwashing, like an updated version of a cult. That's that's what I think the ultimate goal is, and spread that worldwide. Essentially world domination. Um, I don't know what we were talking about then, but Miss J's reviews had said good point. Scarlet, this is an old comment, but you made
Thanks.
a good you made a, you made a good point at 247.
Yep, sure did.
Don't know what it was, but I thought I'd highlight that anyway. I just like to kind of scan through things I missed a little bit before we sign off. Um, I know you need to get some sleep, Scarlet.
Yeah.
This is already way past when you wanted to get
Yeah,
off.
I was, but I drank an energy drink and I got a new lease on life.
Okay, that helps.
I gotta wait for the effects to wear off.
Yeah. Um. Oh, this is interesting. I think the way he waterboarded Helena shows us that Irving was in the military, just like his father was. He has skills for torture and getting information. I like that point, Shirley. Yeah, I like that. That makes sense. I bet he was in the military too. Yep. Poor Mark, he just realized he had been SA'd. Yeah, that's I don't know how to say that on YouTube, but he basically I think at that point he was just focusing on what happened to Helly and comforting her, but that's gonna hit him pretty hard. I mean, how do they go forward after this? It's gonna be so weird. It's already messy. Mark has a wife. His Audi has a wife. Now he's slept with Audi Helena. Didn't mean to. Their whole relationship is now tainted because Helly didn't consent to do that, and it's a mess. Matt says, nah, that was all any Irv. I mean, it can't be his Audi. He's not integrated. Yeah. Yeah. V Sky said that when he was saying yes, Seth. Yes, Seth. It sounded like it could be Audi Irv, but I think it had to be any Irv. It was the same kind of energy he used when he said in season 1 to Milchick. What did he say? You something motherfucker. You smug motherfucker. YouTube, don't block me for saying that. That it was the same kind of energy, I loved how he was like, "Yes, Seth. Yes, do it, Seth." Yeah. He was just so smug in that he learned his Milchick's first name, and this was his ultimate proof too that he was right and it was Helena because she knew that name Seth. Yeah. Anyway, oh, and Dieter dropped the link to Miss J's reviews and Mr. Grant Gregory's channels. Thank you for doing that. I just noticed you did that earlier. We're not traumatized, Matt. Poor Scarlet and Julie still traumatized from being on the heli train. I was on the fence. I wasn't on any train.
That was okay. I drove my heli train right into, Helena. And now I'm
Yeah.
traumatized by Helena because I feel that she just like, SA'd somebody, and now I feel bad.
Yeah. She
I don't
basically
know if I
did.
like being on the Helena train. The
Yeah.
Helena train doesn't feel good at this point.
No, no, it doesn't.
It's
It's
not a good feeling.
it's not, I was feeling sympathy for her, and now it's like, okay, I can sympathize with her origin story, with her background, but not condone her actions. That's where I'm at now.
Mhm.
Once we find out more about her, I'm sure I'll sympathize with her origin story. But again, that that that's
Or they
just good
sent
right.
her. They sent her there to get knocked up because Mark's special sperm creates the ultimate cure clone or the ultimate cure baby,
God. Like,
and
why?
only his sperm can do this.
Here's the problem with this for me. People who are theorizing that she was sent there just to sleep with Mark so that it had to be Mark who impregnates her. I don't understand why. What the hell is so special about him that, like, okay, first off, only
You don't know? All the ladies love him.
well, I know every woman on the show wants him.
Oh yeah,
Every single woman, he's irresistible. But
yeah,
why him? I understand. I have my theory on why he needs to be the one to complete Cold Harbor, because that's
yeah.
his wife.
Hmm.
On some deep emotional level, he's connecting with refining the data on her chip. They feel things when they see those numbers. That's been clear from the beginning. Some of them are scary, some of them make you feel good. Somehow, on some deep level, he is connecting with that, and that's his wife. That I can understand, but why does he need to be the one to impregnate Helena? I don't know about that. But we'll see. We'll
Well, I mean,
see.
there's all those babies in the opening credits.
No, I see. I took that as a metaphor for all of these innies that Lumen creates. That they're all faceless, and then at the end they have Kier's face, and I feel like they're trying to mold all these people to be children of Kier. So I hope that's a metaphor and not an actual
Or
prank.
they're just trying to impregnate a lot of women with the actual children of Kier.
Ah, no, I hope not.
The next generation of baby Kiers.
Oh God, I hope
Praise
not.
Kier.
Praise Kier. Um, hey Kimiko, they did episodes of season. They did 9 as episode 1 of season 2 was supposed to be the finale. Oh, wait, episode one
Okay.
of episode 1 of season 2 is supposed to be the finale. So episode 10, but Ben Stiller thought it was better to end the season off on episode 9 instead. So episode 10 got moved to be the premiere of season 2. That's
Mm-hmm.
crazy. Yeah, I think
I can see that.
that was a good choice.
Mm-hmm.
That was
I mean, I think
it
that's what happened with Yellow Jackets too. They edited some stuff out, and they were going to make a bonus episode because they thought it just ran better as 9 episodes.
right, right.
But I can see it. It's been one hell of a penultimate episode though.
Right. Yeah. I can understand why they did this with Severance because that would have been that was an amazing way to end the season. That was a huge cliffhanger having all of them snap back to their innies or wait, yeah. No, snap back to their outies. And then it just ends and Mark screams she's alive.
Mm-hmm.
That's a perfect way to end the season. Drive everyone crazy with a cliffhanger like that. As much as people go nuts over these things and it's frustrating, that's a great finale right there. So I get it. Hopefully, well, I know going forward they have 10 for this season. Hopefully they'll keep that format. Anyway, well, they've been having some fun in the chat. I'm not gonna actually read this, but it's funny. Teeter, we've been having fun cracking jokes all through this live. So you might want to when you watch the replay, look at the chat because we've been having some fun with you with Dieter Eagan. Miss J's reviews. That's a lot of laugh reacts. Thank you for dropping their links, Dieter, again for Mr. Grant Gregory and Miss J's reviews. And for you From fans, Mr. Grant Gregory has an interview coming out with Doug Hughes. So Man in Yellow. So check that out soon when he drops it. Dieter says, I liked the episode, just weird again. Hope we see Irving again. Any Irving. Yeah, it's getting weird. Weirder than ever, for sure. Let's see. Um, oh, Doc, yeah, Doc was falling asleep. Well, appreciate you being here, Doc. And hey there, Decipher. Nice to see you. Hey, Davis, haven't seen you before. I love it when he went John Wick. I haven't seen John Wick, but I think that I know that's some kind of badass character. So,
Don't
yeah.
just don't let them touch radar, is all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, there's something about a dog, right? Like, yeah.
John Wick, yeah. Don't
Yeah.
touch Irving's dog.
Yeah. Yeah, he goes nuclear on you. I think that I heard something about that. But welcome, Davis. Nice to see you. We do these lives every Monday around 10:15 p.m. Eastern for Severance, and the Discord link from my Discord is in the description of this video, and we do watch parties every Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern in there when the episodes drop. That watermelon head also looked like Mark W. Maybe, but I don't know. To me, that was a spitting image of Irving, I thought. And yes, please like the video if you haven't already. Like Dieter said, I would appreciate it. Helps people find me. And 64 people, that is incredible. Wow. That's a lot more than when we started. Thank you, everyone, for watching, listening. I appreciate it. That is so cool. I'm new to covering the show. We're new to doing these lives together for Severance, and it's awesome to see. I really appreciate it. With Alice says Helena is mean and cold-blooded. Yeah, she is. I feel like there's a human side to her that we're gonna see though. Like there are little shades of it that came out, subtle things. Like in episode 2, and I won't ramble on too long. We need to wrap up and get off of here. But I was just gonna say, in episode 2, Helena is looking out a window. And this is right after she snaps back to her Audi. This is probably a few minutes later. She's standing at the window and her hand is on her neck. And to me it seems like it's clear that she's doing that because she was triggered by Helly invading her space. And let's not forget, Helly tried to hang them both in the same body. So her hand was there, and it was such a subtle thing, and no one said anything about it, but I picked up on it. It seemed like she was triggered. So she had her hand on her neck. Then her father comes in and calls her a fetid moppet. He sneers in her face. Like, so I felt sympathy for her. I know she's a villain, and now she did something horrible. So I mean, it's harder to sympathize, but I can sympathize with where she came from and how she got to the point where she is. Every great villain has an origin story that you can empathize with. So I would expect nothing less of a show that's as well written as this one. Just like From, I think the Man in Yellow on From is going to turn out to have some kind of origin story where, as Doug Hughes, who plays that role, said, it's probably like the Mary Shelley quote, monsters are not born, they are made. They're shaped by circumstances and the wounds of the world around them. And, it's, the result of a heart that was once pure but ended up corrupted. And monsters, I think the quote ends with something like, monsters, it's basically, it reminds us all of what could happen to us all if the world turned its back on us. So yeah, you can look at a villain and empathize with their origin story and their circumstances that shaped them and not condone what they do. So I think that Helena is going to be like that on a show like this because it's so well written. Good night, Doc. Thank you for being here. She's a cold-hearted snake. Got some Paula Abdul lyrics here.
Uh-oh.
She's been telling us. Yeah. That's a favorite of mine. I love that. My mom used to blast Paula Abdul music when I was little, because that was my mom's era. She loved Paula Abdul in the 80s. So I grew up hearing that playing around the house. I enjoyed that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, she's not totally bad. I'm telling you, they're gonna humanize her. We've already seen how poorly she's treated by her father. It's not that we're all gonna love her and think she's wonderful, but the writing is going to be, you know, high quality enough that we can empathize with her, at least, I think. I already can see it. But just bye, Dieter. Thank you so much. Yeah. So I'm gonna be getting to work on my episode 4 deep dive in a few hours after I take a break. Believe it or not, yeah, I'm gonna take a break, do a little work on that before I even get a few hours of sleep, probably in the morning. So I'm in full vampire mode. Anyway, I will be working on the episode 4 deep dive, and I'm hoping I can get it out by Thursday. That's the goal. I'm definitely going to get it out by Thursday when the new episode drops. I want to have that out. So keep an eye out for that. If you're subscribed, if you could please turn on notifications, that'll let you know when we're going live, because sometimes we run late and stuff. So it'll let you know when we're going live and when I post a video if you enable all notifications and tap the bell. I would appreciate it. And if you haven't already, please check out my episode 3 deep dive. It's not a recap, so still worth a watch even though it's late. And by the end of the week I'll finally be caught up and release these things earlier. So that's there on the channel. I don't have the link in the description, but it's the latest video I posted, my episode 3 deep dive. And thank you to everybody that's already watched it. Please give it a view if you have a chance. And when we end the stream, if you have a chance to throw a comment into the comment section of the regular area, it does help with the algorithm, so we always appreciate that. And even if it's just like one word or an emoji, helps with the algorithm. You throw a comment into any comment section, including the live once the live ends. Helena is a fetid moppet. Yeah, she's a fetid moppet, but they're humanizing her. I can see it. It's gonna happen. And catch you later, Grant Gregory. Appreciate you. So yeah, I think we've pretty much covered all we need to cover. Scarlet, any other thoughts, or are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I gotta sleep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sleep.
Yeah,
I'm gonna shed my seal skin here.
Yeah.
And bid you adieu.
Yeah.
I still think the seal represents Helena or Helena.
Yeah, I think you're right.
The duality, the shape-shiftiness of it, the removal of a layer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep, I think you're right. It makes total sense to me. So, good catch there. I wouldn't have known what to make of that. I didn't even know what kind of animal it was. I didn't even know if it was a seal. So.
Oh, it's a selkie, which is a Seklie, I think, or sometimes with a Y.
A selkie. Okay.
Yeah, it's a Scottish seal woman. Like, the Scottish people don't kill seals because they're sacred, and they only kill them if they really need meat, or because if you kill one, it can kind of curse you.
Oh, okay.
But the seal women, they take out their seal skin and they swim, and men see them and need to have them, so they steal their seal skin and hide it. So the woman has to be with them and have a relationship with them and bear children with them, but she longs for the ocean. So she's torn. She likes a relationship. She has kids, or sometimes it's not a good marriage. But either way, once she finds her skin, that's it. She puts the skin back on, becomes a seal, and jumps back in the ocean.
That is so bizarre. What mythology is that? Like, where did that come from?
Celtic, kind of Celtic, Irish, Scottish mythology.
Interesting, huh?
Also, Inuit. Inuit has about the same. I mean, maybe because they view seals as sacred.
Right. Interesting stuff. Yeah. Well, that makes sense.
And they have to be like, if it's not like a escape room or what have you, they have to be somewhere where a seal could wash up.
Yeah.
Like on the East Coast, do you have seals on the East Coast? Because I remember I was on the West Coast, there were seals.
Oh yeah, we got seals. I went to a beach in Cape Cod, Massachusetts.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I was at a beach at Cape Cod one time, and I saw like several seals like swimming very close to shore, which was actually a very bad sign. It was adorable to see, but that meant that sharks were nearby. Because seals don't swim that close to the shore of a beach unless there are sharks nearby. So they put up this flag, so no one was allowed to go in the water for a period of time. They put up this shark flag, like this shark warning flag or something. I took a picture of it. It was crazy. And you can see these cute little seals' heads swimming in a line, trying to get away from the shark. Poor seals.
Well, my experience in San Diego was that there's a few beaches where they like to use as like a mating grounds. And have their pups, and it's really cute. And then people complain about it, and it's just dumb.
Oh, seals are adorable. They are so cute. Seeing their little heads above the water while they're swimming is so cute. So I didn't really care for seeing this dead one. I hate seeing dead animals in shows, but I know it was fake. Anyway, I couldn't tell what it was, so that helped. But
it could be that Milchick monster too, though.
The Montauk monster.
Or maybe a giant raccoon. It ended up being a giant raccoon.
Giant raccoon.
Gross. Giant bloated raccoon.
I'm gonna read more of that Wikipedia page about that Montauk thing, because it sounds very interesting. Like that whole all the conspiracy theories that popped up around it. I never heard of it, so I'm gonna read about it. There's no way that was an accident that they put that on the file. So, yeah. Hey, Debbie, Abby, Babby.
Just in time.
Just in time. We were just wrapping things up. We had another good breakdown. After this video, after the live ends, I'm going to actually go through and make chapter timestamps again. So people who want to miss some of it on the replay, if there are certain scenes you want to jump to, because we break down the entire episode scene by scene and discuss it. I'm going to put chapter timestamps in a comment that I'll pin at the top. I do that every week now, so it's easy for you to navigate around since it's such a long live. I've started doing that, and I put a little description. It was weird and complicated doing it last week because we didn't know if it was Helly or Helena. So before last week's reveal, I had to just do in the chapter timestamps. Helly/Helena does this. Helly/Helena.
Yeah.
I'm glad that mess is over.
Yeah.
No more of that. Yeah. I start over when you're done. Well, good. I'm glad, Debbie. Huh?
Yeah, I want to know where are you at, Debbie? Where do you live?
Yeah, I was wondering that too. What time zone Debbie is in?
Yeah, what time zone are you in?
Because I thought she was just a really early riser and then going to bed early, but this is too early for any early riser to be up.
early riser.
This is an early riser. New Orleans.
Oh, cool.
Oh, that's right, Debbie. What am I talking about? You just said that earlier. Debbie.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Debbie, what am I talking? My brain is like fried right now. Debbie just told me earlier that she lives in New Orleans, and that's where they just had the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's where we literally had a whole conversation about it, and I forgot. She said her husband works on the crew that set up the halftime show at the Super Bowl. My God, Debbie, my brain is just fried. I'm sorry, I forgot. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. So Debbie tends to do this. She pops in at the beginning and then she pops in at the end. It's 2 something a.m. there. Oh, so you just keep strange hours like we do then? I appreciate you coming, Debbie, and watching the replay. Thank you so much. You are just a lovely person. I appreciate you. Anyway, so yeah, the chapter, I'm gonna put in chapter timestamps so people can jump around on the replay and not have to watch the whole thing if you don't have the time, because I don't expect most people to have the time to watch the entire replay or the live. So yeah. If you're, and for those From fans, I know there are loads of you in the chat. The next live will be Wednesday night at probably 10:15 p.m. Knowing me, it probably won't be 10. More like 10:15 p.m. Eastern Wednesday night. As of now, the plan is to start season 2, I guess. We're continuing the rewatch. So we finished season 1 of From. Now we're going to start the rewatch of season 2, episode 1. That's, as of now, that's the plan for Wednesday night. And the only reason I say as of now is because I never know when we might have a special guest pop on now. So we got a friend here, Doug Hughes, who sometimes likes to pop in, like kind of like the Man in Yellow pops up, and you never know when that could happen. So just saying, I don't know. He enjoys being on our lives, so I don't know. So if he pops in, maybe we start the rewatch after. We'll see how it goes. Doug had his reading of his new play last night. I'm looking forward to hearing how it went. Doug is just amazing, and anytime he wants to come on here and talk, hey, he's got an open invitation. He can just come in and take over the show when he wants to. I'm good with that because I love talking to him, and I'm sure, I don't know when he'll be on again. I'm kidding around, but he'll probably be back soon. I just don't know what night yet, and I'll keep you guys posted on that. He wants to come back and talk more with these awesome people, and so yeah, I'll keep you posted. I'll let you guys know when Doug will be back on. And those of you who have ordered his play, we're going to talk about Doug's play Deadline on a live very soon. I highly recommend it. If you haven't checked it out, you can go to playscripts.com and search for Douglas E. Hughes, or just search for Deadline, and you'll find his play. It's under Douglas E. Hughes. It's fantastic. It's a quick read. You can also get an e-copy, so you don't even have to order the physical copy if you don't want to pay for shipping. You can get an e-copy, and it's a lot of fun. It's a murder mystery. It's a lot like From. 2 people get trapped in a murder mystery. They can't get out of it. The story that they're writing, they get trapped in it, and yeah. So I'm going to keep plugging that every chance I get, because Doug is an amazing member of the Fromily, and he deserves attention. His work deserves more appreciation, and we want that play to get another production, Deadline. So yeah, I appreciate everybody that's ordered it, and again, you can find it at playscripts.com if you search for Deadline. And I loved it. Scarlett's copy is coming in the mail. She's going to read it. Doc has his copy. Several other members of the Fromily have gotten theirs, and we're going to have a discussion about it soon. I think it'll be a lot of fun with Doug. So yeah, there's that coming up. I'll keep you guys posted. Maybe by the end of next week we might do it. I don't know. We'll see. It depends on how long people need to actually read this and participate in the conversation. So let's see. Is there anything else I'm forgetting? That's pretty much it. Yeah, so we'll see you on the next live, which is Wednesday night at around 10:15 p.m. Eastern for From. rewatch of season 1, episode 1. That'll be fun, and you just never know when Doug Hughes might come on, so you don't want to miss it. Trust me. Doug is a blast to talk to. He has a million funny stories and entertaining stories, and so yeah, he'll probably join us again soon. And Debbie says, I'm convinced it's representative of his Audi being a former Navy SEAL. Wait a minute. With Alice said seals are so cute. So Helena handed Irv a snow seal that may be symbolic of what, I wonder. After seeing the dead out of place seal, I would wonder about her if I was Irv. Yeah. Yeah, that was strange. That was strange. Debbie says, I'm convinced it's representative of his Audi being a former Navy SEAL. That would make total sense, because he looks like his father was in the Navy, so he might be. Lots of times, you have multiple generations who are in the military. So, like, if your father was, you'd be more likely to join up. Maybe he was a Navy SEAL. Yeah. He deduced that Helena wasn't Helly and wasn't Eagan through his dream. Yes, Debbie. Yeah. Yep. And with that, by the way, with Alice said, cool info, Scarlet, about the seal mythology.
Yeah, yes. Seal women.
Yes. Very cool stuff.
I mean, it's kind of close. It's kind of close to mermaids.
Yeah.
You know, adjacent, mermaid adjacent.
Mermaid adjacent. Yep. I love it. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, everybody that showed up. Scarlet, was I cutting you? Oh my God, I can't even talk.
No, you weren't. Let's get this done.
I was gonna say, was I cutting you off? And I don't even.
No.
I can't even talk right anymore.
That's
my
fine.
pain is.
Let's go to bed. Well, you can't go to bed. I'm gonna go to bed. You work on your video.
All right. So, good night, everybody. Have a good day or a good night, everyone. Truly appreciate everybody showing up, having this great turnout. Thank you so very much. Thank you to everyone listening on the replay. Look for the chapter timestamps if you need them in the comment section, and check out From if you haven't watched From. It's a great show. Our next From Live is Wednesday at 10 p.m. Eastern, and please keep an eye out for my next deep dive. Episode 4 of Severance will be in the next couple days, and check out my episode 3 one if you haven't already, which just came out last night, so it's late. Better late than never, I guess. So that was a threat from Lumen, or foreshadowing of Irv's death. Oh shit. Maybe.
Dead seal.
Yeah. The dead seal. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, maybe foreshadowing of his death. That's awesome with Alice.
It works on so many levels.
That's so cool. Yeah. See, this is why I love this. I watched season 1 with no one to talk to about this show. This is the type of show that needs to be discussed, just like From. Now I have people to talk to about it. And then you put your heads together and you come up with so many more ideas, and it's just so much more fun. It's collaborative theory crafting. It's awesome. All right. Anyway, okay, I'll shut up now. Right. Have a good day or a good night, everybody. And until next time, keep on deep diving, and let's see what we can uncover together. See you, everybody.
See ya.